position. Either rise or you fall. I'm on a mission, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags, I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my face, back in my face. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change. That's in my blood, I'll never change.
It is a beautiful Thursday morning here on Oahu as the world's best are preparing, looking at the lineup from Tatiana Weston-Webb to rookie Gabby Bryan, wild card sensation Moana Jones-Wong, micros with Brisa, all assessing conditions. Ross always telling jokes with Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, also Luana Silva and Carissa Moore. Five-time world champ, gold medalist, having a nice breakfast, preparing for what looks like will be a gigantic day for the women here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. As you can tell, we're right into the swing of things, getting things started with Joanne Defay, Gabby Bryan, and Molly Pickle. Joanne Defay, the veteran on tour, controlling the start of this heat. Always comfortable and waves that have a lot of power, kind of famous for having such a lethal backhand attack. But she has that big forehand carve that she's used at Honolulu Bay over the years to great effect. More action out the back. Gabby Bryan from the island of Kauai. So happy to be making her rookie debut this year. Performed well at Pipeline and some of the events in the preseason. Got to suit up there for the first full CT in history, and now here at Sunset Beach once again. And how good is Molly Pickle? Had the tie situation, didn't go her way at the start with Katie Simmers delaying her debut to the tour. She's getting her shot as a rookie against the top 17 in the world. Thanks for being with us. I'm Joe Turpel, former top 17 athlete. Rosie Hodge to call the action. Good morning, Rosie. A very exciting day for the women.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this, Joey, to see the ladies hit the lineup here at Sunset. It's been some time since we've seen championship tour competition for the women out at Sunset, and I think it really suits the talent that we have on tour.
And you were here when the competitions were on last, you know, over a decade ago now, and we've had some winners that are still in the draw. There happen to be world champions from Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore. Kind of feels like a world champs event. Do you think that theme will remain the same a decade later?
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Joe. Just looking at the past winners and how they got to that point in their careers. To note, Tyler Wright, Carissa Moore, they won as wild cards, and that really projected them to where they are today. So this is a cool event for the women, and I do think it sets the champions apart.
Now let's get the official word on what we are doing today. Laura Enivers with Jessie Miley-Dyer.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, down here with Jessie. As we know, the women's round one, heat one is out there. What are we looking at for the rest of the day?
We've got a really full day ahead. You know, we're looking at really good swells still, and it looks really clean out there right now, but we're actually going to look to go all the way through to the women's quarters. Going to get into overlapping heats later on, and it's going to be a really long day for us.
Absolutely amazing. And what are we looking for the swell and surf?
So today, you know, right now we've probably got 10-foot Hawaiian, which is about 15-foot plus on the face, and it's going to hang in there today. So I think that there's a slight kind of drop in the energy, but it's still going to be a lot of waves, and we're still looking at 8 to 10 foot plus.
Absolutely amazing. Let's get into it, guys. Back to you.
Straight into it. Thank you, Laura and Jessie. Quick call there that we will have a massive day. A long wait to see the women out here, and we will have our semifinals set before we leave the beach this evening, which makes things interesting. We know how demanding this lineup can be and how crucial it will be to maybe skip that elimination round heat. If you get sent there and then go all the way to the quarters, that could be 4 times you are surfing in this challenging lineup. Let's get caught up here, Rosie.
Yeah, so fun to see this first look of Joanne Defay. Like you said, just so trusted in powerful surf. Here she's got such great timing and tempo on this wave, Joe. Beautiful way to open up the morning. You can tell, as we know in Hawaii, it really takes the sun to kind of shine on it before you start to see the lineup get a bit more organized. But she just glides through all this bump and reverb that you see on the open face of this wave. She's kind of going through the motions on this wave, but it's still just so well read and ridden by Joanne, especially when it's the first wave of the morning.
Exciting to get this early start. Also, Gabriella Bryan with a 4-point ride.
Yeah, Gabriella for that first turn. I mean, just going to that rail, almost gets a little bit stuck on that heel edge. but manages to turn it around. You can tell Molly Pickle, she wanted to have a go at that wave too. Gets through that chatter on that first little section. There, just almost goes over, manages to regather herself.
Always exciting to see how that opening exchange is going to work out. Priority hasn't been established yet, so it's old school. Just paddle deep. You can hassle if you'd like, as we see a short ride there for Molly Pickle. Just stepping off quickly. That'll be the .43. Gabby Bryan a 4, and the best start, Joanne Defay, turning in a 6.17. Some big heats in the round. We're looking forward to seeing Tatiana Weston-Webb, Malia Manuel, Bronte McCauley getting the call up with Caroline Marks' absence. Also, the heavy heat for Carissa Moore. She's looking for revenge against Moana Jones-Wong. And how cool is that to see a wild card wearing yellow at stop number 2?
Yeah, such a special story that unfolded before us at the pipe event just a few weeks ago. I'm very keen to see what Moana is able to do at Sunset, because it is a different challenging wave.
Solid section there. Gabby Bryan absolutely charging, but no room for turns as she was trying to catch up to some open face. Such a hard-working athlete. You speak to people she surfs with on her home island of Kauai, and they said she just never gives up, puts in so much hard work. And it was cool to see her island celebrate that qualification run, because they see all the stuff that happens behind the scenes. And for her to earn this, they know what she's capable of at home, and now she's going to be able to share it to the world.
Yeah, really excited to see this fresh face on the turn, just watching what she was able to do last year, just linking together such a solid, consistent season. I mean, we went back-to-back with events on the Challenger Series, and Gabby at each one did so well.
What a hot streak in the Challenger Series to have ultra consistency from start to finish, finaling at different venues from the US Open to Portugal, and also doing incredibly well at Haleiwa to show how powerful and how quick she is. As we see a use of priority there, priority now shifting to Molly Pickle, and judges look at that very closely.
Yeah, there was intent there from Joanne. You just saw her get blasted by the white water, so still a lot of power in the ocean.
Joanne Defay now in the back of the order, 617. She'll feel pretty good about that. And big news for Gabriella Bryan as well, joining the Hurley team. She said she is so stoked to be part of the Hurley family. Thank you for believing in me, and she can't wait for this new journey together. What a great feeling for a surfer that proved herself with performance with a blank surfboard during the Challenger Series, and that's going to get the attention of the world. Great pickup, Hurley. This is going to be a great relationship.
Yeah, so good to see her get the support that she so rightly deserves.
Looks like we've got a roll-in potentially. Skipping down the face for a moment, Molly Pickle. Little chatter off the bottom. Clean, sweeping, cutback. Setting up the next maneuver on the open face, and she'll get a little bit stuck on the second move. They always want to see you ride out with control. And how's that fine line, Rosie? When you know you're approaching the channel, the wave almost could disappear. It could go from a 12-foot face to nothing. And you have to really time where that last turn's going to go.
Yeah, that's where it can get super bumpy. And just looking at Molly's choice of equipment, I think in her mind, she's actually looking for the bigger set. She's on a bit of a longer board, and I think that board will look a lot better on a bigger wave. So hopefully she finds what she's looking for out there.
My biggest takeaway from Molly at Pipeline was she wanted it. It felt like when she did get knocked out of the event, she was devastated she couldn't surf more. It was really a thrilling feeling to see how connected she already is to the challenge of learning all these waves. She's not going, okay, that's over, let's move on. She was like, give me more reps. I want more chances. That was my biggest takeaway. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, I think that's one of her, my favorite things about her character is the way that she's able to just be a sponge. I mean, she'll watch something and be able to like implement it into her game. Just relishing the opportunity to be out at Pipe and learn everything she could at that event. And now here at Sunset, you know, hearing rumors that she was one of the women that actually went out on day one of competition when it was maxing out Sunset. So she wants it, Joe.
3.0 for Molly's last, so still in the third spot. Remember how crucial it is to stay in the top 2 of this heat. No one eliminated in this round, but top 2 skipped the elimination round. And on a massive day of competition, that is going to be so crucial to save yourself so you could be a part of finals day. We've got the quarters set for the men already. They had a couple of big days of competition, and it's a very young field when you look at the quarterfinals, Rosie.
Yeah, just chatting to you this morning, Joey, bringing up the point that everyone in those quarterfinals under the 30 years of age mark. So the two veterans in that first heat, well, they are the oldest competitors in that mix.
That's right. Zeke and Kaya, 28. That's crazy. They're the oldest at Sunset. Supposed to be an old school wave, right? Not anymore. And obviously bottom half of the draw is crazy with Jack Robinson, Ethan Ewing. Start making your predictions for the men. And it's all about the women today. Still plenty of size in this swell, and Surfline's been letting us know that these days will be critical to run the entire day. Thanks so much for Surfline and Jonathan Bourne for giving us all these news as we see this extra round of West-Northwest swell for the 22nd and the 24th. As we have a lot of days to choose from. Sideshore Northeast trades for Friday afternoon. And looking at today, Rosie, those are good colors for Surfline, meaning that we got clean conditions throughout the day.
Yeah, and just to Jesse's point earlier this morning, making the call that swell's going to hold in throughout the day, which is so good for Sunset. Everyone's going to kind of have opportunity. Every heat is going to have something. It's not like you going to have those lulls in between.
So today's Thursday here on Oahu, so tomorrow Friday, 8 to 12 feet, still fair conditions, kind of eyeing the wind to see what might happen through the weekend, but we're loving that we're seeing a ton of swell, and knowing that today, tomorrow will be looked at closely, and we'll see when we could potentially be crowning champions. It could happen very quick over the next couple of days. Drawing off the bottom, first wrapping turn, a former Rookie of the Year in 2014, Joanne DeFay. Off the bottom, there's that whip to finish. Solid on her feet. Those sections, it's pretty easy to fall off your board with so much energy moving different directions. She did well to ride away.
Definitely, and couple that with her 617, I think that could be, that for me seems like the best wave of the heat, especially with that finish.
Also great news with more sets coming through for Gabby Bryan with priority. When you have priority, it is your wave. No one can look at it. As we see that top turn wrap, super clean positioning on that turn. Big whip, aggressive attempt there, and she'll go down hard. The exchange continues. Molly Pickle, Australian, patiently off the bottom. Quick redirect there. And framing a beautiful finishing move, using a lot of that rail to complete two clean moves. Her best wave so far.
Yeah, that's definitely going to settle Molly into this heat. Really impressed with Gabrielle Bryant's attempt, though. That first maneuver was so well placed on that wave. Love the way that she bottom turns from behind the section. Beautiful drop in on this wave. She kind of waits at the bottom of it just to wait for it to stand up so she can place this maneuver so perfectly. Beautiful use of the rail here, not afraid to just attack that lip. Two-turn combo like that's going to get excellence, Joe, and you can't hold back. She goes for it on that, and we were saying yesterday about how Sunset can kind of lurch forward, and finding that re-entry into the wave can be so difficult because you get so pushed so far out. And Molly, just smooth lines on this wave, really using the length of the rail. That turn right there, better from Molly. So she's building in this heat.
Real cool to see her approach and control of this bigger board. Real smooth and a lot different than Gabby's approach on the last one.
Yeah, different sections and different choice of lines for Molly. Just beautiful swoop there. Yeah, so not much of attacking that lip line section like what we saw from Gabby, but still just linking those maneuvers together.
Molly Pickle, happy to be in the Micro Surf Academy. Glenn Micro Hall spent some time on the championship tour. He was famous for ripping and surfing on the QS for over a decade as well, but also suffered a back injury in competition at restaurants in Fiji. Ended up getting the wild card later, and it was almost he was turning into a coach already. And he always said that he was always coaching his good friends. Ace Buchan and himself would work things out, and it just all of a sudden turned into a super coach role. We saw the turnaround he had with Maddie Wilkinson, the coach for this young lady. We get to hang out with quite a lot these days. One of the threats to potentially win this event, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, one of the exciting rookies on tour, working with Ross Williams. But she's in that kind of super heat. I think the heat that's probably popping out the most on the draw. One, because the title race. One, because Moana Jones-Wong is in it. There's been so much talk, rightfully so, in the media going, can Moana Jones-Wong repeat the same type of success that she had at Pipeline at Sunset Beach?
Well, the thing to factor into that conversation is she's won at Pipeline. She's coming into this one as a wild card. If she gets a good result, say by the end of today, and she's into the quarterfinals, she could potentially clinch a spot going further into the season.
That is an amazing statement for Moana in Hawaii. If she could get it all done here and survive the midseason cut, you're surfing G-Land. What an amazing feat that would be.
Tahiti, I mean, the woman returning to Chopu, I think that Moana would suit those locations really well.
So a lot on the line here in the opening round of competition. 14 minutes on the clock. The leader of this heat, Joanne DeFay, 6'17", her backup of 5'5", but the new high score belongs to rookie Molly Pickle with a big 6.43. We'll see how the back end plays out here in the opening heat of the day. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Oakley, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Flying Embers, official hard kombucha of the World Surf League. And by 805 Beer, proud partner of Connor Coffin. What an exciting year it will be and already has been here in 2022 as we check out the championship tour schedule. As we see for the first time ever, men and women at every stop together for the first time in surfing history. And that was huge at Pipeline. It's big here at Sunset Beach. The whole tour moved together to Portugal. That's a big move as well. Rosie, oftentimes we're at Super Tubos in October. Now switching to March.
Yeah, excited about that. I mean, looking at that window and chatting to the locals and just identifying that this is the time of year where Portugal starts to light up.
Also looking at a classic, one of the longest running events in surfing history. We'll be back at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, where Tatiana has finaled in the past. Almost beat Stephanie Gilmore back in 2018. See John Odo in the background there, part of her management team. Her husband, Jesse Mendez, who has finaled here at Sunset in the past, a Triple Crown champion. Ross Williams has finaled here as well, so she's in great company.
No, yeah, she's got a solid support crew, and definitely as that mid-year cut starts to loom, I think we're going to see this is a make-or-break event for a lot of women. I mean, the top 10 carry on through the season, and this is already the second event of the year. Margaret River going to make some changes, Joe.
Wow, what an event to do that. Tati obviously dangerous at Margaret River. Thinking of Margaret River, we've got Bronte McCauley suiting up again coming up next. She loves Sunset Beach. Her and her father Dave had so many reps out here last year in anticipation to start that event when it got moved. You know, all that practice is still going the right direction. She'll be out there next. Nice, clean, controlled car from Molly Pickle. Big section's gonna land right on her feet. She wanted an extra turn so she could really make sure she was in the lead. A 5.24 takes the lead off DeFay. And Molly's still enjoying the highest score of the heat so far. 10 minutes on the clock. What happened here, Ro?
Yeah, watching Molly just get out onto that open face. Already got the best wave of the heat so far. You can tell that this wave is just super foamy. That section cascades around her. So rewarded with that 6.43 for the previous wave, Joey.
Yeah, it's a great approach. She's looking real smooth, really calm in her approach, and it's really fun. A lot of the things I'd seen of Molly in the past were just hi-fi surfing, airs, really radical, riding just your standard shortboard, and she looks great with a little bit of length under her feet.
It looks like she's chatting with Micro's caddying for her in the channel. And that's something out at Sunset that really comes into play as an advantage, just having your caddy, having your coach relaying information to you, like live time, just making subtle adjustments and shouting encouragement.
It's so cool, and Molly is just so calm in this position she's in. It's almost like a lot of rookies in history, and rightfully so, they can be a little bit overwhelmed with all the energy coming their way, all the media, all the extra questions, and then they have to perform. Molly on the lay day took Micro's daughter surfing. She was just hanging on the sandbar. She looked like a little kid that day. She just was able to turn it all off and just play in the sand and then get right back into competition mode. We see just a little fading turn for DeFay. That thing shouldered off quickly, and she'll see a solid one heading right her way.
Yeah, probably kicking out of that wave and kicking herself that she didn't use that opportunity on that wave behind, because it looks like it has that longer bit of wall.
We talk about wave selection all the time, Rosie. It's so important in every venue. Sometimes I wonder, hey, can you really break it down in real time, or has it really have to be broken down in hindsight when you go, okay, I should have taken that one or this one? How easy is it, or how hard is it at Sunset to really be on the right waves?
It's really tricky, and I think what it all comes down to is time in the lineup and really learning and identifying the waves that you want to go on. Maybe chatting to locals and looking at swell directions and seeing how the waves hit the reef. But it is really hard out there. This playing field is so huge. I mean, when we're zeroing in on the competitors here, it doesn't do justice just to how big this water is and how the waves are moving around them.
This lineup has changed so drastically over the years. I talked to a local legend, Chuck Andrus, a shaper, the other day, and he said, yeah, when we were using no leashes back in the day, no one sat underneath because you'd get smoked. As we look at live action here, wrapping cutback. Keeping that higher line on the first turn. I love how she changed positions, drops that back shoulder, and commits to the lip line. Nice controlled combination once again. Her wave previous of 417, that's going to be long gone.
Yeah, fun to see Molly warming up in this heat, just showing us different shades of her surfing. That last maneuver was super committed, dropping that arm into the water. This wave had a way better face to it too for Molly to work with. Seen her catch a couple waves that were super frothy, didn't give her too much of an opportunity to go the second turn. Waits on the bottom, really unweights on that rail. Beautiful maneuver from Molly. The 6.43 is her high mark. 4.17 is her backup. I think this is going to be better than the 6.43, Joe.
Really committed surfing there for Molly Pickle. I agree with you, Rosie, because those two turns had bigger sections. She hit it with a lot more speed as well. And look how fired up she is. Quick check to Micro. They're probably laughing a little bit, but he's just making sure that she's focused, and she's going to close this one out.
Her energy is so infectious. Like you said, like playing on the sandbar like a Grom. She's just so into it.
Gabrielle Bryan, front side wrap, looking super smooth. Fading cutback again. This one doesn't have the same kind of size as Molly's wave, but she's surfing it incredibly well, fitting in a third turn. And just S-ing her way towards the channel. She had dropped to third. A 6.6 gets her into the top two.
Yeah, this is such a mean heat. All of these women are so strong on the rail. What does she need? A 6.6. So let's break this down. So kind of that medium-sized wave. I love her read on that opening maneuver. The way that she's coming from behind the section really allows her to stay in the critical part of the wave and unleash some power. Unfortunately, this wave kind of tapers off and shoulders out before she could get more work done. Here she's just going through the motions to get to the shoulder so she can get a clean paddle out. But that right there, the way that she's delaying it, just bottom turning around that whitewater and hooking it in that top third.
That first turn was brilliant, wasn't it? Just the way she positioned it, she hit it with authority. And maybe just the wave let her down towards the end, but that first turn was committed and shows the power that she has.
Yeah, I'd love to see her be able to combo up these kinds of maneuvers. And even thinking back to a previous wave where she didn't complete that kind of lip line aggressive attack, to me, my favorite performances have come from Gabrielle so far.
Scores locking in for last of Molly Pickle. One judge agreed with us, Rosie. 6-7 was thrown. Ends up being a 6-0-7, so still her high score, a 6-4-3 from 2 waves ago. That lead is getting really solid out front. DeFay needs a 6-3-4, standing by for last of rookie Bryant's wave. If she gets a 7-6-7, she'll be in the top 2. So those top 2 positions just elevated dramatically, putting more pressure on Gabriella Bryan to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, I think just looking back at the context of this heat, I think it really would have come down to that one maneuver for Gabriella. 4 minutes remaining.
As we'll check out the heat recap, the opening heat of the morning for the women here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. It was the veteran on tour, Joanne DeFay, controlling the opening exchange. She does that so well. It's still her best number at a 6.17.
Joanne just showing us what we look forward to with the women out here. A length of rail held for so long.
And what a great start for DeFay. She was able to back it up with a 5-5 and still is keeping those scores. Molly Pickle, though, has been the most active in this heat, catching a lot of waves. She's riding a longer board, and it's making a lot of sense with these 2-turn combos. Real smooth surfing, using a lot of the open face. And young Molly Pickle out in front still with 3:15 to go. Really like this approach. She's really patient in her maneuver choice.
Definitely, just such a committed approach on this maneuver here, just mixing it up for us, laying in that back arm and giving us the high number of the heat so far.
Also, Gabby Bryan getting involved with a 5.27 on her last wave, so it didn't change anything in the top 2. As we see Lulu, local girl, calls the Sunset her home break. She surfs here probably more than anybody on tour. I mean, you even think about Betty Lou. She's over towards the Haleiwa side, so Lulu's probably out here more than anybody. And what a great moment in your career. Not everyone on tour gets to surf your home break at the CT level.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Just watching the Hawaiian talent that we have on tour. There are so many Hawaiians that have spent a lot of time out here. Brisa Hennessy comes to mind as someone that could do extremely well out here. But definitely looking at someone like Luana, to see her at a home break and to see the way she performs, it's dangerous for the competitors.
Sometimes you think about what it does to be on your home break. Does it add more pressure, or does it help you succeed? I mean, think about Laura Enever. If she had every event at home, she would have had like 5 world titles by now. You know, winning her title at North Narrabeen, World Junior Championships, winning at Manly, at the Aussie Open. Some people thrive off that real good feel of seeing your friends and end up turning your best surfing in front of that crowd.
Definitely, Joey, and it is fun to see people's either rise to that challenge and really feed off that energy. And sometimes, I mean, people don't get their best results at their home breaks. I mean, I think about Jeremy Flores when he won in France, just saying how hard it was for him to get that victory and how much it meant to him.
Jeremy, we hope you're enjoying your retirement. We know you are. You're getting great waves. He's a happy father, and gosh, he played such a big role in Joanne DeFay's career. In that first season, he just didn't want her to worry about finances, and he helped her just travel on the road and make sure she qualified, since she's also from Reunion Island. Fading cut back to start for Molly Pickle.
This was an interesting wave, and just the way that Molly chose to control these last few minutes of the heat, just noting that she had priority there. And Joanne, Gabriella, they all went for those waves. But Molly, obviously with the priority, she sat just inside to kind of block that opportunity. You see all 3 of these surfers having a go at this wave. Everyone has to give way to Molly as she uses her priority here and essentially keeps those surfers off the wave.
Great read, Rosie. Yeah, interesting situation there. Just moved her position just under, control her lead, and control the good waves that were coming through. That's going to be a throwaway score for Pickle. But she did a great job just making sure nobody else got to take it on, which Micro will be proud of. Great use of priority. DeFay now has priority over Gabby Bryan, so it'll be pretty hard for the rookie to get some room from a seasoned veteran. So Gabrielle O'Brien looks like she will have a very busy day today, as she will be dealing with the elimination round to try to make more heats throughout the day at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. The rookie kicked things off with a big win. Molly Pickle moves on with Joanne DeFay to the round of 16. Up next, Tatiana Weston-Webb, Malia Manuel, and Bronte McCauley. We'll be right back. You're watching the opening round of competition for the women. Molly Pickle just won the first heat of the morning, and now we have Malia Manuel taking on Tatiana Weston-Webb and Bronte McCauley. Big drop for Malia, and she's just straight up and out to get things started. Just a short ride. So now working out priority is going to be Tatiana and Bronte. And that's fun. Start of a heat. Priority's not set yet. It's just old school, paddle deep. There's sometimes some hassling. Some people famous for not letting go of their inside. And sometimes before waves ridden, that's a lot of excitement to watch there.
Yeah, that is. And Malia already, you know, electing to get to her feet and get the feet in the wax. And I think this is going to be a super competitive heat. If we are going to see some kind of jostling around the lineup, I think it's going to come out of this matchup.
Malia Manuel and Tatiana growing up surfing the same waves over on the island of Kauai. Bronte McCauley coming from the west, and she is just such a hard charger, such an amazing barrel rider as well. Some crazy clips coming from West Oz over the last couple of years. And we talk about how surfers from that region have really made a quick transition to doing well in Hawaii over the years. Obviously seeing Jack Robinson yesterday, he was so fun to watch at Big Sunset. Jake the Snake Patterson, Ian Cairns back in the day.
Melanie Redmond-Carr.
Absolute charger who was in the title race for many years, especially with Lane Beachley.
Jodie Cooper.
That's right. And you know who was always great at pipe as well? Claire Bevilacqua was always getting crazy ones over there.
Yeah, definitely a shout out to Bevo.
As we look at Malia, remember she got the wave quickly and got some space. Great decision to lay down a solid frontside hook. Bottom dropped out under her feet, but she had total control. Came out with a lot of speed.
Yeah, if that's an indication of what we can look forward to in this heat, I think we're in for a good half an hour exchange from all these women. Malia really enjoyed her approach at the pipe contest. Now watching her feeling comfortable on this chunky wall of water. Beautiful rail line in that one. I think Malia's got this kind of just feminine approach and then just adds that edge of aggression that is really pleasing on the eye.
Standing by for that score We talked about the new schedule. We have some new exciting events, but also one of the biggest changes that we've had in surfing history is not kicking off the year in Australia. We were able to talk to Tatiana Weston Webb about what it feels like to kick it off in Hawaii.
Having 2 events here in Hawaii to start off the season for us is something super new and special. I love it because I'm close to home, and it just is a place that feels like home, and so for me it gives me a lot of comfort. I have my friends around, my family, and yeah, it's just really special, so I'm super excited.
Always feels great when you have all the people you love the most surrounding you. It's not like you're on FaceTime all day trying to check in. You know, it's even though she's an island hop from her home, it's very close. And she's grown up coming to Oahu for her entire life to learn all these waves. So that's a great place for Tatiana Weston Webb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you're in familiar surroundings. It's not a different time zone. It is cool to see, you know, how people adapt to this new schedule. I think it became so comfortable to start the year in Hawaii, to start the year in Australia and have it roll through the way it had been.
So true. As we're getting numbers in, Malia Manuel 4.33, and she might as well just keep on surfing. She'll get rid of the 0.67 with that wave.
Wow, 4.33 for that one turn, Joey. I mean, combo up those maneuvers.
I really enjoyed that turn on her previous ride. Had so much commitment, so much open face to work with. Let's have another look at her last wave.
Yeah, so it looks like Malia, you know, just staying active in this heat. I think it's really important. These early morning heats, I mean, we're in Hawaii, but it can still be a little bit chilly. So just staying warm and just keeping yourself engaged in the heat.
Malia Manuel had a couple of wild cards here at Sunset at the CT level when she was so young, 2009, 2010. She made good use of those back-to-back quarterfinal finishes. Now let's catch up with the rookie. Molly Pickle is with Laura.
Yes, guys, down here with Molly. Pickle's getting used to interviewing you after round 1 heat wins. I guess we'll be looking forward to a lot of that this year. But Sunset Beach, just found out you've never surfed here before this trip.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been to Hawaii all too much, and I just thought, like, when I was here for Haleiwa, just narrow in and get Haleiwa and try and qualify, and then for pipe, obviously, I wanted to do my best for pipe, and then obviously Sunset was the next stop, and I was like, wow, I better actually get out there and figure this bumpy old raw lineup out. And yeah, I'm super excited that I feel confident out there.
And so how have you done that? How has this week looked in preparation? Has there been a lot of time in the water?
Yeah, so much time. I feel like that's all you can do out here. It's a tricky, like Hawaii is just tricky in general. There's just so much water and so much to be aware of out there. And yeah, I put so much time in out here for the last week.
And talk about your coach, Glenn Microhole, having him in your corner. He's obviously had a lot of experience out here. So how has he helped you?
I think Glenn makes it exciting. I know some people can be a bit negative on this wave because it's not super high performance in the sense of you can't just rip in. It's got a lot of factors to it of bump, and he just makes it all exciting and takes every challenge and tells me it's all excitement. So yeah, it's pretty fun with him.
Well, you look like you're having a lot of fun out there. We can't wait to see you into round 3. And let's go check out the rest of the girls' heats.
Thanks a lot, Laura. Molly Pickle. You can tell she is frothing. Just so pumped to be in the jersey, to get a big heat win over a veteran like Joanne DeFay and an all-star rookie like Gabrielle O'Brien. Remember the Rookie of the Year race? Started at Pipeline. And Molly's looking to gain some ground here at Sunset Beach. Looking incredibly comfortable with that bigger board.
Yeah, looking good. And just to note, just to skip that elimination round, that is such a huge sigh of relief. I mean, the women who go through that elimination round and potentially make it into the quarterfinals, you're going to surf 4 times today, Joe.
Massive day. As Malia Manuel in this one, Rosie, the only surfer with scores at the moment, coming in to stop number 2, equal 5th. How did you rate her performance at Pipeline to kick off the year?
Some of the highlight moments for sure, especially in that round 1 heat. I think she kicked off the event for us and got like an 8.33, I think it was, at backdoor. Just beautiful surfing. And it was actually kind of fun watching her in her quarterfinal. Here we go. Tati's up.
Tati, the goofy footer, representing Brazil. She was born there and moved quickly to the island of Kauai. Just fading turns so far on the open face, and she will just try to find a solid section to work with. Bronte, meanwhile, just kicks up and out. So not too much on the board for the goofy footers. But now their first waves are out of the way. Big drop for Malia Manuel. Controls it with finesse. Big connection on the forehand once again. It's almost feel like the goofy footers might got a little caught up with their priority battle, and that's given Malia a lot of room just to surf the heat.
Yeah, she has had just such a good pick of this lineup. We talk about the rhythm, getting in rhythm with the ocean. It seems like Malia's worked her way into feeling really comfortable out there. Beautiful maneuver there. So she got rewarded with the 4-3-3 on that first wave. That was a bigger wave from Malia and a very similar maneuver. Big drop, big committed in the pocket, just holding that line off the bottom there. Look at all that bump that's on the open face of this wave. That's so much to contend with.
Using so much of that open face, using a lot of that rail. Remember, she was rewarded with a 4-3-3 for her big turn previous. Is that in the same conversation, Rosie?
I would say so, Joey. Even looking at this wave, it's a bit bigger, which also affords her the opportunity to push it a little harder. I think it's going to be in that same realm.
Sometimes you're always hoping you get a combo, but sometimes one big maneuver can speak enough for your scores. She's improving her total. The 2.0 should be long gone. Now with 9:15 on the clock. A lot of excitement through the day, especially now when we get to see Rich Porta joining us, our scoring and rules specialist and former head judge of the women way back in the day before he was head judging the men as well. Good morning, Rich. Good to see you.
Morning, Joe. Morning, Rosie.
Morning, Rich.
Well, Rich, the last couple of days have been all about the men surfing at Sunset Beach. So the women have been watching everything go down. What can the women gain from that, from watching those 2 heavy days of competition?
Yeah, it's like the perfect school, isn't it, Paul? Because they've been able to watch for 2 days in really solid surf and see exactly what scores and what doesn't scores. And there's no better learning curve than that, because all the girls would have been parked down at Fowles or somewhere, because you've got to be right in front of it. No use watching it from the car park because you get a different angle. And it's a more real angle that you get it down at Fowles, and they would have been watching and learning for sure. So it's been a great 2 days.
Well, as we know, Rich, you were the head judge back when the women were here over a decade ago now, and some of those surfers are still in the draw. The world champs that won this event, from Tyler to Carissa to Stephanie Gilmore. How thrilled are you to see where that progression will lie all these years later?
Yeah, it's going to be a great day to watch and see who's doing what. You know, you've got the older women, and then you've got all these young ones that are in there as well. And, you know, for me today, which board you take out is going to be crucial. Like we're already seeing with Malia, that board looks amazing under her feet. She's only getting single turns in, but my goodness, she's holding that rail, and those are the sort of turns that are going to be scored highly today. So it will be interesting to see who takes what sort of equipment out throughout the day.
Thanks so much, Rich, for joining us this morning. We'll catch up with you later on in the event.
Cheers.
Back to action here with Bronte McCauley getting her first turn completed of the matchup. Malia Manuel's last single maneuver score, Rosie, a 5.5. So better than her opening turn before at a 4.33.
Yeah, I'm sure Malia taking that all in and digesting that information and just recognizing the opportunity to score for one big maneuver, but then you've also got to think to yourself, man, if she just gets one of those walls that stands up and gets a few of those maneuvers off, she's going to run away with this heat.
And Richie also identifying boards and equipment, and we saw that with Molly Picklum. She was definitely on some length out there, and she got the win. Malia looks like she's doing the same thing. Malia does have experience from those 2 previous events a long time ago now, but she's spending so much time on the North Shore these days with her boyfriend Kona, and they surf out here all the time. So she's definitely looking like her equipment was really thought about a long time ago.
Definitely, just dialing in that equipment is so important. Another takeaway from what Richie was saying is just where you watch this wave, and you know, to stand on the beach and how you look at it and how you approach it. Just standing right in front of it, the judges are just right center at that Vels Reef kind of vantage point. So important to kind of note where you're looking at this wave from. You can look at it in the car park, but you're kind of looking into it. You don't really get the judge's vantage point.
So true. Strider Wazalewski, good morning, my friend. How's it looking out there?
Good morning. It's beautiful. We got a lot of surf, a lot of current still over here in the lineup, but for the most part, a nice smooth surface for the ladies this morning. Some really beautiful peaks coming in. Right now we see a big set coming out the back. Those buoys were solid all night, all the way through the morning. So we're gonna see waves all day today in that 6 to 8 foot range. Should be a great day of competition. They're trying to get all the way through the quarters today, which is a big ask. But let me tell you what, the ocean has been providing for this last month and a half out here on the North Shore.
It certainly has. Waz, it was fun to see Malia get started early and looked like she was a bit freed up. She got that first wave and didn't have to hassle for priority.
You know what? Yeah, the comfort level out here through Malia has been amazing. Tatiana here off the bottom looking for that corner. Nice cut down on the face. See if she can wind up and belt this inside section right to the lip. Beautiful turn right there from Tatiana. Power gouge off that. So nice wave right there. She's ready for action.
Good man, Strider. We'll be checking in with you later on today. Tatiana Weston-Webb getting her best score so far. She had a 2.43 before that. And I really like the angle of that wave. It kind of had a really cool bowl that she got to enter and hit the lip a couple of times.
Yeah, and the timing, that's such a great feeling when all those elements come together, especially on your backhand. I mean, watching Tati drop into this one, you can tell that little double up section. Such a good read and wave selection from Tatiana here to get that campaign going. This right here, timed off the bottom, really makes connection. Like you said, Joey, the way that it reverbed back at her made that turn look super critical and crispy.
This backhand has made her a lot of money. She's able to hit that lip with authority. Nice clean carve, kept her speed through that mid face as well, Ro.
Yeah, just beautiful to see that timing off the lip there. I mean, sometimes being a goofy footer, it's so important when your back's to the wave to place that maneuver in the right spot. You can get too far out in front of it and can go a bit flat.
Stomping the takeoff, the goofy foot from Western Australia, Bronte McCauley. Nice connection there on the backhand. She's hoping she gets her combo in. Cool redirect with the airdrop. Can she get one more? You can see how she enters the channel. The wave gets full and flat. She'll kick out. Bronte's best so far, so the goofy footers are heating up.
Yeah, good to see that back-to-back exchange and to see Bronte get that wave and feel that little bit of confidence.
13 on the clock. Scores coming in for the goofies. One of my favorite goofies to watch here back in the day, Chelsea Hedges, who absolutely charged. Her backhand was so smooth, powerful with finesse, and she never backed down when the big set came through.
Yeah, Chelsea was fearless. I mean, one of my favorite surfers to watch. She won a world title, but definitely one of the goofy footers that paved the way for how we see women approach this wave.
Exciting times here in the opening round of competition. Carissa and Moana Jones-Wong coming in with a lot of hype. You might want to call a friend if you're getting involved in this next date. Betty Lou chatting things over. She'll be in the water in heat number 3. Time to flash back in Sunset history. There's Chelsea, who we were just talking about. Ultimate Charger, a world champion who would light this place up. Young Bethany Hamilton was able to show up as a wild card, and she was always so committed.
So incredible to see. Malia, a young Grom. She hasn't changed.
Hasn't changed. Quarterfinal that year. How's Silvana Lima? You guys had some great heats together.
And Alana Blanchard right there.
Young Sally Fitzgibbons looking incredible. Stephanie Gilmore ended up winning the world title this year with some big turns, but it was Carissa Moore's turn to win this event.
As a wild card, Joe.
As a wild card. And on top of the world, Miles Padaka, Pancho Sullivan.
Look at the Groms.
So cool. Chris has always done well with working with her favorite surfers at all these venues. Poncho and Miles, a couple of the greatest to surf out here at Sunset Beach. Malia Manuel has just been enjoying this lineup, up and out, checking that wave out. Her lead hasn't been tested just yet. However, the high single score has just changed. Macaulay 5.87 over Malia's 5.5. Tati's best score, the 4.4 for that combination. They really enjoyed Bronte's commitment to put her just in second over Tati now with 10 minutes to go. As you can see, the fans getting the call that we're going to have a massive day for the women. They're getting their spot on the sand to meet some of their heroes. I think for Malia, sitting 5th in the world, she's had those steady starts in the past. Tatiana, though, is probably feeling like a missed opportunity slipped out of her fingers to go into Pipeline, and now kicking things off with an equal 9th, where she was probably thinking a win at Pipeline.
Yeah, Tati, I mean, she came up against the eventual event winner, Moana, in that round of 17. So, you know, she just looks a little bit out of sorts in that heat, but we knew her potential, and I think definitely that stung to see her get out in that round. We've been talking about the mid-year cut, how to make all of these events count. Right here is that place for Tatiana to make an impact.
As we can see some opportunities heading their way. Tati's the one with priority. She needs it the most. And it'll be up to her if she wants this wave. She's going to paddle right over that one. Champion at Margaret River last season.
Wow, that was a huge win.
And huge backhand turns. Heading into finals day, had a big heat with Bronte, who they're in the water together now. That semifinal had huge conditions, and Tati was the best surfer that day and throughout the entire event. And she went through the highs and lows of pro surfing, as she has a few times. Big win at Margaret River, went to Wajima, brought Nest Island out in the first round. She just stood there going, what just happened? Pro surfing can do that to you all the time.
Definitely. I mean, just watching her win against Stephanie Gilmore at Margaret River, you're like, wow, this woman's going to go on that hot streak. She's going to rack up the wins. And like you said, very next event, falling out in the elimination round. But then eventually at the end of the year, putting together that second place finish, Joe.
Such an impressive effort to finish a runner-up in the world. Strider, let's talk surfboards and dimensions out in the water.
Yeah, we got some lumber out here. You know, we got down at the bottom end, we've got a 6'3" under Bronte's feet, so she's riding a step up, obviously. Everybody riding bigger boards than usual. You got Tatiana on a 6'4", and you've got Malia out here on a, I think it was a 6'7", so a lot of lumber for her. So everybody's stepping up their game. Tatiana, normal shortboard, probably about a 5'6". So you can see the difference in height that they're riding out here. Obviously that extra length and volume, they want that for paddling out here at Sunset. Big playing field, a lot of water moving, wanting to get back to the peak on time, wanting to be entered into the wave early enough so that they can go to work. These boards are construction. They've got a lot of foam up in the front, but they've got a lot of tail rockers so they can do a lot of turns up into the lip. So, you know, it's pretty interesting. You get a good look at all those boards on the beach today.
And how good is it to see Bronte back in the jersey at the CT level? Strider, her backhand is one of the best in the business.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, we know what she's got watching her over in West Oz and bigger surf. So we know she can tackle the bigger waves, which is really fun. And one of the best parts of having Bronte back on tour is Dave McCauley's out here in the channel. So we love Dave.
How cool is Dave? Multiple time #3 in the world in his career. Thank you, Strider. Dave, when you run into Dave McCauley, you just feel better about yourself. He's so happy, and I love his competitive nature, whether it's surfing, tennis. I think he always has to be competing, and you know, Bronte inherited that from her old man.
And just when they were in the 2-week quarantine, I think in the rooms, the hotel rooms back in Australia, Bronte was just noting that her dad was absolutely losing it.
Hitting tennis balls against the wall, just getting his warm-ups done, and you know, the neighbors didn't even complain. Yeah. Oh, he certainly does. Yeah, he was called the machine, I think, for a reason. Never made mistakes. He was very hard to beat. Just a class act. Bronte in the second spot at the moment, needing a 3.96 to catch up to Malia. So even though Malia just feels like she's been giving us the best energy, best surfing, which she has, it's still really close since she hasn't really had a wave that's given her a 2-turn combination. Nice, clean, drawn out bottom turn. That's a classic at Sunset. She'll regain control to kick out. Just good for one move. Now Tatiana wants the next one. Weston Webb had the board chatter, controls an aggressive backside carve. She'll look to combo it up with another carve. She'll be able to regain her control there. Inside bowl allows her to fade for the third time. Milking everything that this wave's got. Needs a 4.81 for Bronte's spot in second. And she'll kick out.
It's going to be close, Joey. I think that could turn it. Your thoughts?
Very committed. Yeah, I feel like it's enough. 4.81, a lot of majors out the back as well. There was that kind of disruption of flow where she had to recover a couple of times. Let's have another look.
Yeah, well, what I like from Tati was this commitment off the rail. I mean, like you said, there was chatter that she had to go through, but she's dropping back into that bowl and setting up that second maneuver. Like you said, that disruption in flow happens right there. She regathers onto this inside section, wraps it around. I think if that second turn was a little bit cleaner, she would have edged up that score a lot more. But I just love the way that Tati was able to keep it in the critical section. She doesn't get too far on the open face.
So important wave for Tatiana on a busy day at Sunset. Knowing we're going all the way through to the quarterfinals. Barton Lynch, one of our favorite goofy foots and a world champ. How are you liking the goofy foot approach today?
Yes, it's a great wave for the backhand Sunset Beach. Although you've got to kind of look over that shoulder and a lot's going on behind you that you don't really see, it's still a fantastic wave. And it's been a difficult wave for the goofies to have success at over the years. So Bronte and Tatiana battling it out for second and third here, and I feel like you guys both do. I feel like she most probably gets that score, Tatiana that is, and jumps up into second.
Thank you, BL. As we're checking out that carving work from Tatiana again, great thing was she recovered after this last turn where she just stayed centered over her board because it felt like it was a bit of a turbulent ride. She had so much speed, but she still wanted to push as hard as possible.
Yeah, you've got to take that to note, just the speed and the velocity that she was going into those turns with.
And you're right, Rosie, Tati does get the number, and she does take second. Bronte down to third. Now Macaulay needs just a 3.53 to avoid the elimination round today. And getting just a bit closer to the matchup with world number one wild card Moana Jones-Wong, Carissa Moore, a 5-time world champ, an Olympic gold medalist, and one of the most exciting rookies to qualify, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who's put in a lot of time out here as well.
Definitely. I mean, you have to think to yourself that Carissa is the woman inspiring these two women in her heat. Fun to see that Carissa put on that More Aloha clinic just the other day. She's really fostering the young talent coming out of Hawaii.
And I'm always impressed how she manages that in a waiting period when she's on call to compete, and she can still give back, give time to the youth. And a lot of young girls were so excited to catch up with a legend of the sport. She's coming up next, still 2:15 on the clock here. Bronte's the one that needs to get out of third, but she doesn't have first priority. The good news is probably someone who'd be paying the most attention to her. Tati is below her priority, so she'll see if she can get some room here.
And looking at Bronte, I mean, a 3.53, that's nothing. And having that second priority over Tatiana is going to be so important for her now.
As we look at the matchups to come, all surfers representing Hawaii in the next heat, all surfers representing Australia in heat number 6. That's going to be fun with a rookie, India Robinson, going, wow, what a matchup. World champions with Tyler Wright and Steph Gilmore. What'd you see there?
Well, Tati, you can see her waving her arm as Bronte kind of had a little look at that wave. I don't know if it was a concerted effort, but Tatiana's campaigning to get that second priority away from Bronte.
It's a fine line, and it looks like it will switch. So Bronte making a huge priority mistake. Tati will now be able to close this one out playing defense. That is a tough way to end a heat, but Bronte is trying to quickly get some space away from Tatiana to see if she can turn the heat on the inside.
Yeah, nervous moments here. Let's see. Malia's going to get an opportunity out the back.
Malia just free to roam. Basically, this entire matchup, huge bomb drop. Sets that rail, total finesse on the fade. Bigger section approaching in front of her, and she will meet it with an aggressive off the top. There's the two-turn combo she's been waiting for.
Yeah, there it is, Joey. She's going to extend that lead. And a good way to close out a heat for sure. Just well managed at the end there from Malia.
Just felt like she was free from any hassling. She got started early, and she didn't get much on her first wave, and it just put her in a nice rhythm. What do you think here?
Oh, this thing is so rugged, that wave. A lot of wind chop coming up the face. So Malia just negotiating through all of that before she drops into this cleaner section. Eyes it off right there. Beautiful drop through that floating maneuver. So well maintained, Joe.
Well done for current world number 5 to put her authority on this heat. Now she's into the round of 16. She can skip the elimination round as we wait for the final numbers. It will be Malia and Tati skipping the elimination round. Bronte Macaulay will be in that ER so far with Gabriella Bryan as this opening round continues. Carissa takes on Betty Lou, and also world number 1 Moana Jones-Wong will bring in Barton Lynch and Kaipo Guerrero for the call.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido, and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
Today we're really fortunate to come out to this area and do some planting of some native plants such as Nanea and Akuli Kuli.
Well done. All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
It's so cool because I am learning more about a place where I'm coming from and a place that I get to help and hopefully make sure it's better for the next generation that's coming.
We're instilling in them stewardship and conservation and their responsibilities to our environment and our aina. We're all connected by the ocean, and we should make sure that we bring it back and revitalize what it really is.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, and Carissa Moore showing that there's some lump and bump out in the lineup here. Opening round for the women kicked off half-hour heats, and 3 surfers out in the water. Top 2 advance into the round of 16. Here we go. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the youngster, just a teenager, and some great turns there. Patient and got a complete ride. So the first meaningful score is going to be fired by the rookie in this heat. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, joined by 88 world champ Barton Lynch. As always, BL, let's take a look at our lineup here. All Hawaiian affair in this Heat 3 for the opening round.
And such an interesting contrast, isn't it, when you look at Carissa Moore, the queen, of the world tour. Stephanie Gilmore and her obviously looked upon as the 2 shining bright lights of this world tour. And then this lady in the yellow jersey, Moana Jones-Wong.
Yeah, Moana with that yellow leaders jersey by way of a victory, a historic victory at Pipeline, and now showing us her backhand here at Sunset Beach, and I really like the first look of that wave for Moana Jones-Wong.
I feel exactly the same way. It was a difficult wave to ride. It was bumpy and lumpy, but the experience showed, and she was able to get the board on the rail and get those turns cranking along, even though it was a difficult wave. We'll have a look at it here on the replay. Drops down the face. First turn. Nice, clean snap. Good extension at the top of that one. An early bottom turn that gave her that little whip out of the top and then into a third. Nice closeout, completing that ride in a very professional, no nerves at all.
Yeah, as we look at it from above, BL, I did not know what to expect from Moana Jones-Wong here at Sunset. I knew her surfing at Pipeline, but I'm already impressed with her act at Sunset.
Yeah, that was a great start. You see here the drive getting low, and then the extension out of the top to get the snap, and then there was that mid-turn face, didn't even go near the bottom to get a second snap in, and then that enabled her to time that last turn beautifully.
So we'll be waiting on numbers for both Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Moana Jones-Wong to set the stage here in this opening round heat number 3. And hey, thank you for joining us. Day 3 of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. We had the men for the first 2 days, and today, BL, is going to be all women surfing, and I'm excited about it.
Yeah, perfect conditions, and so far we've sort of got the best days out of the period. Those 2 days of the men's event, it was wild and woolly out there, wasn't it? And it makes you feel like today's small, but then you watch the size of it, still in that 6 to 10 foot range.
Yeah.
Still big, bumpy and lumpy, and the challenge that Sunset Beach always is.
It's what Hawaii does. It desensitizes you at some point where you have, you know, 4 15-foot days in a row, and then all of a sudden it's 8 to 10 foot, and it feels like it's not that big, but it's actually really big.
And you paddle out, and then you realise how big it actually is. And you know that as an Australian coming to Hawaii for so many years, and at the start of your trip, you'd be getting here, and you'd be, how's the surf today? Tuta tree. Yeah. And you go down and you'd have a look and go, my goodness, what are they calling this? Or, you know, 6 to 8, and, you know, you're thinking it's 10 to 12, and so there is this desensitization to the size of the waves because they are consistently in that range.
Yeah, 3-foot Hawaiians head high. Here we go, Carissa Moore. Come around this section here, and a little tentative turn for the 5-time world champ, kind of working things out. Still no indication of Carissa Moore. Looking at the stats in this heat, Carissa Moore, she was a champ here way back in 2009. Took a big win here as a young 20-year-old at the time. Actually a teenager at the time, I take that back. Moana Jones-Wong, again, nice arc off the top, and that's all that wave's gonna offer for Moana Jones-Wong. 4.17, she's gonna get her backup number right now. Still waiting for the score for Carissa Moore, and you can see the Red Bull jet ski powered by Hawaiian Water Patrol will usher her back out to the lineup. Here's a replay. And Jones-Wong with a nice carve off the top there. And the kick out. One more angle here of Carissa Moore. We're still waiting for this number. Has to come around this corner to get into some open face, and then just gets a little caught up. Probably not the arc that Carissa Moore wanted on that turn. Sticks with the wave, however, and looks to salvage it on the inside with one more off the top, kicking out in control. Water angle here for Carissa Moore. Lovely water work by our camera out there, Fluid Vision. He's been bringing us all of these sights throughout the competition. And I love this angle where you get the appreciation of the overall just power and thickness of Sunset Beach. 2 scores owed to us by the judges at this time at 20 minutes and 40 seconds. And Carissa Moore clocks in with a 4.83. Still waiting for score for Moana Jones-Wong, and it drops. A 3-point ride. So compiling a 4.17 and a 3-point ride. Moana Jones-Wong goes into an early lead in this heat. Still plenty of time on the clock, 20 minutes counting down in this heat 3 of our opening round. To reiterate, top 2 move into the round of 16, and third place goes into that elimination round where there's the potential of taking out a equal 17th place. That is not what any of these women want. Feathering sets outside here at Sunset, and the swell still hanging in. Lots of water moving, and the Camulan Rip in full effect as you see all of our surfers paddling and repositioning themselves in this broad playing field. That is Sunset Beach. Stroking into this, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson disappears from view and just illustrates the height of these waves. Sakura manages the lump and bump onto the inside steeper section here and looks for a big finish, flaring it out. Unfortunately, unable to hang on for that finish. So we'll see what the number comes in for the young 16-year-old from North Shore. Moana Jones-Wong, again, beautiful arc, patient bottom turn, and has to skip through that section, but she's gonna lean on that one dynamic turn for her score on that wave. That would be wave number 5 for Moana Jones-Wong. Right behind her, Carissa Moore. Frothy face to deal with. Nice arcing turn for the 5-time world champ. Difficult water up in front of her. Pops it up for one more off the top before kicking out into the channel. So things are heating up here, and the action in this heat 3 of the opening round is fulfilling everything we anticipated in this heat. An all-Hawaiian affair. 29-year-old Carissa Moore out there as the veteran. 22-year-old Moana Jones-Wong as in a way, a surprise yellow leader jersey recipient coming into this event. And then the young 16-year-old right here. This is Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Just patient, taking her time. I like the fact that she has a little bit of a longer equipment under her foot. And that firewire looks like it's working just fine. A little mistimed on the finish here. Let's see what happened. She went a little high. Fins came out the back. And unable to ride out in front of the whitewater to show a completion. Let's take a look here. Moana Jones-Wong. A beautiful controlled arc on the backhand and wanted a little bit more open face, but unfortunately that wave ran away. Let's go down to the sea for this vision from the channel, and you can see the pressure applied on that top turn and then the sectiony, sometimes personality for Sunset Beach as that ran away. Moore on the replay, controlled turn through some white watery face, and then just a little pop here at the end. Again, more replay from the channel here of Carissa Moore.
I spoke to Carissa earlier, Kaipo, and she said that she was going to ride her 6.8. She had a 6.6 in the channel, so you can see that that board looks better on the bigger waves for sure. Gives her more power, more speed, and starts to liven that board up.
Taking a look at our championship tour leaderboard, and Moana Jones-Wong right up on top there. And because of seeding, we have Moana Jones-Wong and Carissa Moore in the same heat, although they are number 1 and number 2 on that leaderboard, BL.
And what a rare situation to see a wild card in that leader's jersey. Obviously, after Pipeline, the success down there for Moana, wearing that yellow leader's jersey. Great honour. But so far, it's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson who's got the 6.67, finds herself in the lead with that 3.53 as the backup. And this new guard, the young brigade of young lady surfers, are just incredible. It's going to create such an amazing sport moving forward, an amazing spectator sport. Carissa Moore drops that 5.33 Kaipo, so pretty good score for her. And a 4.77 with the 4.17 for Moana Jones-Wong. She just needs to, those backhand re-entries look fantastic when she's got that nice big open face. She just needs the opportunity to connect a few of those together on the one wave to get those scores up into the range that she's going to need them to be to match Betty Lou and Carissa.
Yeah, 5.33, that's going to be a valuable number for Carissa Moore. Moana Jones-Wong checks in with a 4.77 on her last wave. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with a 6.67 and a 3.53. So Betty Lou Sakura Johnson in the lead, Carissa Moore in that second place and advancing position. Moana Jones-Wong looking for a 5.39. "14 minutes on the clock and ticking down. Priority with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson as well as the lead. So the teenager has control of the pack here in this Heat 3 of the opening round.
And after the performance we saw her deliver at the Challenger Series at Haleiwa, no surprises there really. She is an incredible young talent. Going to be seeing her on this tour for years to come, and we all anticipate that she'll be challenging for world titles very, very soon.
Yeah, let's hear from the last heat winner. Malia Manuel is with Rosie Hodge.
Well, Malia, the women are back at Sunset Beach, flashing back to the 2009 event. You were there. How good does it feel to have this event back as a championship tour event?
Yes, I was just reminiscing on that event. I think I was about 14 or 15 maybe, but it's such an honor to be back at Paumalu, and it's really living up to its name. You know, the translation is taken by surprise, and I think every time I paddle out there that happens to me. But it's been great to spend some time out here the past couple of winters to get to know her better and put on a show for you guys today.
And it seems like in these opening rounds, you are so consistent with getting those excellent rides. That last one was so beautiful to watch. How good does that feel to get those numbers from the judges?
Thank you. Of course, I think you always want to start with those numbers, but you never know. And I think similar to Pipeline, and here you can win a heat with a couple threes. And so I think my game plan was just to start that rhythm and try to stay with the rhythm of the ocean, and it worked out even in the end.
And you talk about being 14 back in 2009, and now, you know, 2022, you've had a lot of experience on tour. What do you think this year is going to bring for you?
Thanks. You know, I'm not planning ahead, really. I'm really just focusing on week by week. And usually I'm a big organizer and a big planner and, you know, plan out my whole year. But I think with all the experience I've had and 11 years on tour, I'm taking it a little bit differently this time around, and really trying to give it my all and put some grit back into my surfing and really prove that I still want it to myself.
Love watching you surf, love catching up with you. Thanks for your time.
Stand by, Carissa. You now need a full throw run in a second. And scores coming in. Time check, 16 minutes, 20 seconds.
All right, we saw some rides during that interview, so we're owed a couple of scores right now from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Carissa Moore to set the situation in this heat. Priority goes to Moana Jones-Wong, and at this time, she needs a 5.39.
Here's the replay. Carissa Moore, little pump off the bottom there. Cut back, just waiting for this one to stand up in front of her. There's a nice carving turn out of the top. And there's that section dropping down in front of her. She'll make her way through to the inside there so she can jump onto the back of the jet ski and shortcut her way back out the back. And interesting to see the 8.5 from Malia. That was a big score in that previous heat and sort of sets the scale, shows the other ladies what is possible on a day like today.
So the scale is set. Carissa Moore looking to improve upon her low score of a 4.83. Judges taking their time in deliberation. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson wants to get rid of that 3.53 she has in her score line and strengthen her lead in the pack. 6.1 drops for Carissa Moore. Carissa goes to first. Still waiting for scores for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. 10 minutes remaining, and it's going to be nervous times for Moana Jones-Wong, going from the top to potentially an entrance into the elimination round.
Well, it might be something about that yellow leader's jersey, because we saw the great Kelly Slater do exactly the same thing. Went down there at Pipeline, get that yellow jersey, and go out in the first round here at Sunset Beach and find himself in the elimination round. He did pass through that elimination round, but it's a nervous place to find yourself.
All right, a 5.1 drops for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She goes back to the lead. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the conclusion of Heat 3 of this opening round here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise.
Back at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Opening round, heat number 3, out in the water, an all-Hawaiian challenge. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson out in the lead over 5-time world champ Carissa Moore, as well as the pipeline champion Moana Jones-Wong. Highly anticipated heat, and just because of the seeding, it's very interesting to me, BL, that all of these talented women are facing off in this opening round. Yeah, it's such a spectrum, isn't it? As we said before, you've got the queen, the leader in Carissa Moore, the young upcoming charger in Betty Lou, and then kind of the free surfing pipeline master, almost the Jerry Lopez of this point in time in women's surfing, out there together. So it's a really fascinating lineup, and it's been a fascinating heat because it's very, very tight. And Betty Lou, the young gun's got the lead. Yeah, she sure does, over Carissa Moore. But let's hear from Carissa and the challenge of Sunset.
Sunset is one of the most challenging waves to surf because there are just so many faces to it. There's so many different types of swells that hit it, and it breaks differently with those swells. The wind, the size is one thing, but then the playing field, how big the lineups are. There's like 4 or 5 different lineups that you could actually sit and catch waves at, and you just kind of never know what you're gonna get. You could have like firing waves, it could go flat. You just really have to let go and surrender to Sunset.
Yeah, I like it. And this is the master and the apprentice story right here on your screen. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson take another wing from Carissa Moore as a mentor, and now she's developed in such a high rate at such a quick rise that now she's challenging the actual master in Carissa Moore.
Well, leading her at this point in time. So, you know, it's amazing, isn't it? And I suppose you could come from any other country in the world, most probably, and find it difficult to get to Hawaii as a young, aspiring pro surfer and match the top girls. But growing up here, it gives you that advantage. This is kind of a normal day.
Well, let's take a look at the heat recap, BL, starting with Betty Lou.
There's that 6.67 straight out of the blocks. The siren went, she was up and riding, and it's got that great score.
Carissa Moore showing control here at Sunset, as we would expect from the 5-time world champ.
This was the 5.33 and a 6.10 in the count. It sort of shows for Carissa Moore to get 6 points rides is not a hard thing to do. She can surf well within herself and get that type of score. Beautiful snap there from Betty Lou. Unfortunately, that one closed out pretty quickly. Gave her the 5.10, but gave her the lead at the same time. And it's a narrow lead, though. Carissa Moore looking for a 5.68.
And the big story here is Moana Jones-Wong needing a 6.66. You can see the unabridged version of all the scores and all the waves written on your screen.
And you can see those two houses right there. Back in the 70s, there was one little traditional plantation-style home on that big grass lot, and all the coolest surfers in the world, or the very best surfers in the world, hanging in that yard where we are, where those two... And for our viewers, we're under that white roof, you and I, right now, Kaipo, aren't we? The tent there. So, great view. But this spot right here is culturally to surfing one of the most important places in the world. And it's the reason why Sunset Beach has this place on the tour, has this place in surfing culture and history, because right there, right where we are, has seen so much of the greatest moments in surfing take place right here.
Yeah, surf progression, the evolution of equipment, all happened in Bernie Baker's backyard in that little plantation house. And just, that's a piece of surfing history there. Well pointed out, BL. I love the insight.
And when I was a kid and I saw those photos of the little house and the yard and Larry Bertleman with the afro and all those guys hanging out in some wild-looking clothes in the 70s. Here we go, up and riding real time here. Betty Lou coming from behind the whitewater and having to jump. But it was one of those images, one of those moments that's just burnt into my memory, and I every time I walk past and I look at these brand new sort of mansion style homes, my heart reflects back to those times and how romantic and wonderful it seemed to be a surfer. It still is, of course, but great memories here at Sunset Beach.
Here we go with replay and airdrop, maybe an entry into the Flying Embers drop of the day for Sakura, but that's all she got on that wave.
Closed out pretty quick, so wave selection, we talk about the importance of it all the time, and out here in particular, we heard Carissa Moore talk about how different and constantly changing Sunset is. I don't know that I've ever seen two waves the same. Seen thousands and thousands and thousands of waves out there, and they're all different. Every single one of them's got its own personality, its own character, and that's what makes this place so special. It is always changing, always challenging.
Sakura taking a look at that, and now down to about the 2-minute warning for Moana Jones-Wong, again requiring that 6.66 within the gravity of this heat is a fairly large number. Here she goes. Patiently dropping in. Nice hook off the top there. She's going to need a little bit more on this wave. Woo! Big high-risk maneuver, lip glide. And that may have made the difference for Moana Jones-Wong. 6.66. What do you think, BL?
I think so. I think it was critical. The first turn was nice, and there was that moment where you felt it as well, like, oh, she's too deep. Here we go. Let's look at this replay. Beautiful backhand bottom turn. Snaps powerfully out of the top. It was right here, Kibes, when you went, she better get going. And she went straight up into that lip, completed the re-entry beautifully. It was critical. It was late. Mid-face turn made it all possible. A lot of white water all around her. Makes me think of the 9.43 yesterday of Connor O'Leary on a one turn on the inside section. When that's the reason, it makes me feel like there's every chance that that may be the sort of score that gets her out of third place.
Some poise displayed here by Sakura, and she has a big finish as well on the inside. So the wild card and the rookie may be taking it to the 5-time world champ. The unexpected, BL.
45 seconds on the clock too, which kind of caught me off guard. I went, how long's left? Oh my gosh, there's hardly any time left at all. 40 seconds. Both those scores are going to count, I imagine. The 5-1-0 has got to be improved on for Betty Lou to increase her lead. Moana Jones looking for the 666 there. And I feel like there's a chance of both of those improving and possibly putting Carissa Moore down into third place. She does have priority though, but only 20 seconds on the clock.
What a story playing out in front of our eyes in this heat number 3. A much anticipated heat given the characters in this opening round. This heat number 3, we knew it was going to be an interesting one, and it has not failed. The clock is counting down. We're going to close out this heat. We'll see if Carissa Moore gets to her feet. She will not. And so the situation will really lean on the last score for Moana Jones Wong.
And I'm going to look at that 6-1-0, reflect on that for us. And they were a couple of nice clean face turns, but...
Oh my. A 6.57 drops for Moana Jones Wong and does not get the score. I wanted to report that to you. Although we're watching this replay, this is actually probably going to be an excellent score for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's already through to the round of 16, but the big story in this heat was a bullet dodged by the 5-time world champ Carissa Moore. And Moana Jones Wong, with all of that effort, BL, we are going to see her in the elimination round.
Yeah, an 8-1-7 comes through for Betty Lou, so you're right on the money there with excellent 6.57. I'm reflecting on the 6.10 of Carissa Moore's, and I feel like that 6.57 was much more critical surfing.
When we return, Heat 4 of the opening round will be in the water. We'll be right back. Flashing back to 2006 here at Sunset Beach and the women's tour. We got the commish there. JMD's Steph Gilmore was on the scene and a force to be reckoned with. Back in 2006, BL Gala Kenley was on the championship tour back then. Sofia Milanovic putting on. And what about a teenage Bethany Hamilton in this competition? Changing of the guard with Lane Beachley still dominating here, but it was one for the West Side.
Yeah.
Giving a W for Melanie Bartels with the win, 2006.
Amazing images, amazing scenes. Saw Rochelle Ballard in there as well, and put a smile on my face, taking us back to to the good old days of women's surfing. And look at this lineup. Sally Fitzgibbons, Brisa Hennessy, and Luana Silva, Kaipo.
Yeah, another 3-surfer heat out in the water in this opening round. Top 2 moving on into the round of 16, and 3rd place into that elimination round, which will follow these 6 heats of the opening round. No scores on the board yet, and the phone's ringing, and I got 7-time world champ Lane Beachley on the line. Lane, good to see you.
Hey, Kaipo. Morning. Morning, BL. Great to see you guys too.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, BL.
Good to see you.
Great, mate. How are you?
Yeah,
good to see you too. Sun's just rising here in Sydney.
Well, we miss you here. You would love it out there today, I'd say.
Yeah, it looks really fun. That 6 to 8 foot kind of northwest swell. It's good to see the trade winds start to ruin the conditions, because it looked like I had a bit of morning sickness this morning.
Yeah, the sun's out, Lane, and it is getting better. You're a 4-time winner out here at Sunset. What's it going to take to win?
Well, time in the water. Molly Pickle said it best earlier this morning, where she said, you know, she really hadn't surfed out there, but she still managed to navigate the conditions really well. You've just got to be patient. I really feel that as Richie said earlier, the choice of equipment is going to play into it. I feel that the girls are perhaps trying to ride too small a board in too bigger waves and thinking that it's going to give them an advantage. But at sunset, you actually need more foam under your chest to get into the waves quicker. And as long as you've got the confidence to do the manoeuvres, then there's a bit of a distinct advantage if you're riding a little bit of a bigger board.
Absolutely. And what would you have ridden out, you know, back in our day? What would you have ridden in a heat out here?
Well, in 6 to 8 foot, I was remembering back when I started really dominating sunset in the late 90s. I would have been riding, you know, 7.2, 7.0s. So to see these girls in, you know, on 6.3s and 6.4s, I'm just thinking, wow, that's a little bit mind-blowing. But that was just that was part of our generation. We rode much bigger boards at the time, and then to also see jet ski assistance. I mean, what a great advantage to have out at sunset, because you'd catch one wave and then spend the next 10 minutes paddling to get back out. So definitely good to see the jet skis assisting the women in the lineup. It's definitely one of those bits you look at and makes you feel jealous that you didn't have that opportunity. Speaking to the jet skis, I know, you know, well documented, the 7 world titles. I know there's a couple of some ISA world titles and other things in there as well. Let's talk about tow surfing and the use of jet skis, because you too were a pioneer for women, taking it outside the paddle realm and into the tow-in realm as well. Yeah, well, I had the great fortune of living on the North Shore there with Ken Bradshaw for several years, and he was a pioneer of big wave surfing out there. I mean, a Texan that came and dominated in Hawaiian waters, and he introduced me to tow-in surfing, and as you said, I was one of the female pioneers to go out there and start exploring the outer reefs. And it was such a remarkable advantage for me, because learning how to deal with the unpredictable nature of really big waves on the outer reefs actually complemented my small wave competitive surfing. So to have the opportunity to hone my skills in the outer reefs of Hawaii, and I graduated at Phantoms, as we all do out there on the North Shore when we start towing in, and then surfed 50-foot waves off outside log cabins, which is where Ken got that really big wave in January 1998. At the time, it was the biggest wave ever ridden, until they found Nazare, and then that's just blown all our minds. But yeah, tow-in surfing and living on the North Shore was such a fun experience, and I'm really grateful that I had the opportunity to hone my skills in the outer reefs, because, as I said, it really complemented my competitive surfing. It taught me how to relax under extreme duress and enormous pressure.
Yeah, legendary stuff. Lane, how excited are you to see the return on the championship tour for the women here at this legendary venue, Sunset Beach?
Oh, I'm so pumped, Kaipo. This is awesome, because to see the WSL really supporting and throwing their weight behind the women's tour and allowing the women to surf in all the same conditions as the guys, that's what we missed a lot throughout my generation. We missed those opportunities, and if you want to start creating equality within sport, you need to start with the equal opportunity to compete in similar conditions. This is a perfect day for the women. The conditions, it looks like, with these trade winds will clean up dramatically, and it's great that we've got the northwest swell pumping through as we see Luana taking off now.
Oh yeah, the 17-year-old with a big drop there, but it's just going to have to straighten out and get that jet ski ride back. That's going to be an advantage. We talked about that before. So inconsequential ride to open up this heat.
Late talking about equality and the WSL's role in that sort of thing, you must be excited, although a little jealous, to see the prize money be equal today.
You don't get bitter, BL, you get better.
There you
I'm
go.
not jealous at all. I'm actually really, really grateful to see the WSL throwing so much support and money behind the women's tour. I mean, these girls can earn more in one event than I earned in a year, and they can earn more in 1 year than I earned in 19. So to see all the battles that I went through and my generation and my predecessors, you know, these girls, if you've seen the documentary Girls Can't Surf, that puts into perspective what we fought for. And to fight for something and then have it to amount to nothing would have been bitterly disappointing. So to know that our battles and our fights and our resilience and our determination to make that difference has now been rewarded with the WSL coming in and supporting the women is extremely rewarding and very satisfying. So it's great. It's wonderful to see so much opportunity, and the girls can not only aspire to make the tour and actually earn a decent living, but they can also aspire to be world champions. They can aspire to be Olympic champions. Just the opportunities are extraordinary for the girls these days.
Yeah, and Lee, the generational development of women's surfing, starting with a Margot Oberg and then Lynn Boyer, onto yourself, and then the new kids came on the scene like a Sally Fitzgibbons, but now Sally is the veteran out there in this heat with the youngsters of the Brisa Hennessy's and the Luana Silva.
Yeah, it's really strange to hear the word veteran used against the names of Sally Fitzgibbons and Stephanie Gilmore and even Bethany Hamilton, because I still visualise them as 16-year-old grommets that were coming on the scenes and doing their best to knock us off our perch, which they did extremely successfully, especially Steph. So yeah, hearing the word veteran just doesn't sit well with me. But you know, they have been on the tour quite some time, and they've dominated, and they've been tremendous role models and representatives of women's surfing.
I remember when it starts to be labelled on yourself, right? You go, all of a sudden you hear one day, the older guard, the veteran, you go, I am one. Oh, Struth, wow. You know, so, but again, in that same way.
Yeah, well, especially...
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, B, I was just going to say, especially when you've been on tour for as long as we were. You know, I was on tour for 19 years, so I was a veteran for years.
Yeah, I got a quick 15 into, and it's again to that bitter or better. You know, you become. It's a badge of honour to be a veteran, to do 19 years, to do 15 years, to be around that long, be relevant that long in such a dynamic, evolving, changing environment and sport like surfing. You know, you've got to wear that one as a badge of honour as well, haven't you?
Absolutely, Bill. And you talk about the evolving aspect of surfing. Well, as an athlete who wants to hang around that long, you've got to learn to evolve and adapt. And as we see the veteran take off right now, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Sally Fitzgibbons gliding through here, 31 years young on the tour, and this is going to be the first really consequential score in this matchup, and Fitzgibbons handling it and hangs on to that last turn. BL, that was well done.
Yeah, that will be obviously the best scoring ride of the heat. She looked confident. She wasn't rushing anything. There was nice composure in the turns. More live action.
Luana Silva up and riding. Patient on the rail line there, cutting back into the white water. Has to deal with some soupy inside section here. Keeps the fins purchased in the wave, and just as I spoke to that, comes unglued off the top, a little too high on that final turn.
Yeah, it was a bumpy, lumpy piece of water that she was on at that point in time. White water everywhere, making it even harder to sink the rail and stay in control.
And the replay here. Talk us through this, BL.
Nice wrap-around turn, drops down, waiting for this section to stand up in front of her. You can see the white water starting to come all over the face and just kind of leant a little too far over. Perhaps went a little too high on the wave face. We'll have a look at it here and try and see what exactly goes wrong. There's a bump off the bottom, and you can see there's a rib there, and she's actually gone kind of behind that little rib, and if she was in front of it, she most probably would have got pushed onto the wave and stayed with it.
Here's Sally.
Drops down. You can see the patience in the turns, nice and controlled, especially here. Look, Sunset, there's so much time in between what you do, and it's how you stylize that moment, those moments that bring the class to your performance. Sally's got a lot of that class. Unfortunate little loss of the rail there, little quiver as the board went down the face. Interesting whether that would be considered completed or not, but definitely would have been better to have come out of that whitewater cleanly.
I want to ask Lane another question. Lane, how do you handle, what's the key to handling the lump and bump and warbles that Sunset presents?
Well, as Barton suggests, it's actually taking your time through the turns, but we'll wait to comment on that as we watch Luana ride this beautiful looking wave through the inside here. But as you're saying there's a lot of lump and bump and chop, and also the distinct advantage is having some fins that can hold your turns, because there's so much water moving around underneath the board. You need to maintain that stability. Oh, look at this one!
Carissa Hennessy dropping into this one, patient off the bottom, nice arc off the top. Again, pacing her approach here to Sunset Beach. Another little hack there. Inside section presents itself, has to come around this section, and a little late there and just gets gobbled up.
Yeah, it looked like there was some hesitation as to whether I hit this lip or not at the last minute. Yeah, I better. And it was a little bit late to the party. Great exchange, though. A lot of rides.
I love how the girls are really taking it to Sunset now. You know, as Carissa, she drove so hard off the bottom and just kind of checked back into that whitewash section, waiting for that wave to present itself. This was a beautiful turn, right in the pocket. Looks like she was almost looking for the barrel on the inside there, and then just throws herself into the whitewash and gets slapped in the face. Not the best way to finish a wave, but that turn was cracking.
6 points, the last score for Sally Fitzgibbons. Lane. And there's that finishing closeout whitewater climb. Couple of 1 point rides and a 3 point ride for Luana Silva.
Yeah, we're taking a look here at Luana Silva. Still yet to see the number populate for this ride. She's got a 1.3 and a 3.17. And the 17-year-old handling that quite well as a rookie on tour. And I expect big things from her this year. So we'll be waiting for those numbers to give you the situation. 4.67 drops for Luana Silva. Sally Fitzgibbons holding on to that 6 point ride. Yet to have the number be a drop for Carissa Hennessy.
And perhaps it's somewhere between the 4.67 and the 6, somewhere in that range. Hey, Lane, I wanted to mention, you know, we're talking about pioneering women here at Sunset Beach, and you go back, as you said, to Margot Oberg, Lynn Boyer, Jericho Poplar, that generation, and the surfing performances of those ladies at that time were incredible. True. You reflect back on them now, and what they were doing was amazing surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And considering the equipment has evolved so much, our approach to surfing has evolved so much, and then the athleticism and the strength and the courage of the women has also evolved. And there's one of the most strong, courageous women I ever known, being Tyler Wright and Courtney Conlon. But ultimately, you know, they really set the scene. They set the tone. They went out there, and despite the challenges and also the misogyny and the sexism and the chauvinism that they were privy to as well, they just went out there and charged, and they really enabled us. They laid the platform for us. You know, they went out there and said, look, it's all right for women to be out in these challenging conditions. And I'm really grateful for the pioneers and the strength and courage and tenacity of people like Margot and Lynn Boyer, because if they didn't continue to defy the odds and challenge the status quo, then we wouldn't be talking about the evolution of women's surfing like we are today.
Yeah, the legends. And Lane Beachley, you are one as well. Thank you for all of your contributions to surfing, and thank you for catching up with us. That was just great. I really appreciate it.
Oh, my absolute pleasure, guys. It's wonderful to see the women ripping out at Sunset, and this heat is looking like a really tight one, but thanks again for having me, and all the best for a successful event.
There you go, 7-time world champ Lane Beachley, 4-time champion here at Sunset, and really a woman in surfing that really paved the way to what we're seeing today.
She sure did. Thank you, LB. Here we go, up and riding. Sally Fitzgibbons, Kibes.
Sally Fitzgibbons with a strong start, already has a 6-point ride, and she's looking in control here. Just toying with the Sunset, nice carving maneuvers down the face, looking for a nice finish. She hits a little bit of deep water there, and she kicks out, so she's gonna back up her 6-point ride, and she will take the lead at this point. 12 minutes and 35 seconds on the countdown. Carissa Hennessy dropping into this one. Skitters through a bottom turn, skitters through a top turn. Wave steepens up on the inside here for Hennessy. Snapping maneuver, eyes up the inside section, and a little layback hack under the lip. She kicks out, and she will get the backup to her opener of a 5.5. 12 minutes remaining.
Yep, 4.67, Luana, 5.5, Brisa, 6 for Sally. Good wave selection from Sally Fitzgibbons. That wave just had a nice taper and it allowed her to kind of settle into her surfing and look comfortable rather than rushed or like out of control in any way.
Yeah, with that exchange, Luana Silva, who's on the top of the pack right now, will likely drop into that 3rd position and be threatened with that elimination round. But first, let's go through some replays. Here's Sally Fitzgibbons.
A couple of little S-turns down the face, filling the time that it takes to drop down the face with some turns, comes onto the inside, and as you said, that deeper water just connects with that one and flattens it out, but there was a lot of opportunity before that. Here we go, Brisa drives off the bottom. It's not often you see people surfing in Hawaii with long-legged wetsuits, but maybe it's a lycra perhaps. Nice snap there on the inside, waiting for this next little section, and that go-to layback snap has been used on both of her rides so far, so a maneuver that she's feeling comfortable with out here at Sunset.
So a 4.13 drops for Sally Fitzgibbons. She takes the lead. Brisa Hennessy yet to receive her score. Likely she is going to hopscotch over Luana Silva and bump Luana Silva down to 3rd place. As we wait for that score, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back with more of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. And we're back. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Opening round in effect, and we have the last heat winner, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with Rosie Hodge.
Betty Lou, what a solid performance. Coming up against the 5-time world champ and current world #1. Arguably the best heat on paper. What did you make of it?
Oh, I think that all of us out there was a special moment for all of us because we're all coming from Hawaii, and I look up to those girls. I mean, Moana, #1, with the yellow jersey is rad, and Carissa, she's had many amazing accomplishments, and it's always an honor to be in the water with her.
You did so well at Haleiwa, and now having this event at Sunset for the women, what's it like having it back? I'm sure you looked up to the likes of Megan Abuba, Rochelle Ballard when they were competing out here.
Yes, I mean, it's so good to have it back, especially another event in Hawaii. I think it's always going to be a good thing for the WSL, and yeah, it's a powerful wave, so you got to match with the power of your surfing into the wave. So I think it'll be great. Yeah.
And big day ahead for the women. I mean, you could potentially surf another 2-3 times out there. So how does that feel? How's the energy feeling?
It's feeling good so far, but it does take a lot of energy out there because the water's moving. It's smaller on camera than it is out there. There we go. But yeah, just gonna conserve the energy and hopefully be able to surf more.
Yeah, that's so good coming from you because we've been saying it all day. It really doesn't do it justice when you're staring at the screen. So coming straight from the athletes, it's tricky out there, guys. Back to you.
Thank you.
All right. Sakura coming through. We'll see her in the round of 16 along with Carissa Moore. Moana Jones-Wong is going to have to surf an extra heat. She will be in the elimination round. When we went to break, we were waiting for some numbers. Those numbers have now presented themselves in the situation on the water. Brisa Hennessy in first. She just scored a 5.77. Sally Fitzgibbons in second place and advancing position. Luana Silva, the rookie, Now in third, needing a 5.47 BL, but Silva does have first priority in these final 7 minutes.
Yeah, and the 3 and the 4 are just kind of warm-up waves, aren't they? You know, you wouldn't want to hold on to those. Speaks to the wave selection and making sure that the opportunities and the waves that you decide to catch stay open and give you the chances. But we have seen not such great waves turned into great scores through great surfing or very committed surfing. So regardless of what you're on, if you give it absolute commitment and just go for one Hail Mary massive turn, you can turn that into a big score as well.
Well, Sakura Johnson as well as Luana Silva, good friends growing up here on the North Shore, but also they've had a lot of experience out here at Sunset in competition because we have a Pro Junior series, we have an Amateur series, and oftentimes we will run amateur competitions out here at Sunset Beach as well as those Pro Juniors. So they've actually had some reps out here with the jersey on.
And I was surprised by the size of surf that I've seen Pro Juniors ran in.
Yeah.
Well, you look at it, you go, oh, they're not sending kids out there today, are they? And then you hear the siren and go, oh my gosh. So they grow up at the deep end, you know. They've had the experience of challenging your fear and having to control yourself in the midst of a terrifying moment. And they grow up with that here.
Yeah, it would have been 7 years ago or so, BL, that you and I called the Pro Junior event here at Sunset, and it was all of 12 foot.
Solid. Maybe 10 to 15. And,
yeah.
You know, like those earlier days of this particular event, and it was a Pro Junior.
Yeah, and it felt scary to me at the time to see these young teenagers just waxing up their boards, but it was great because everyone rose to the occasion. This is a heat recap starting with Sally Fitzgibbons, BL.
Still the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, the 6.0. Beautiful, patient surfing, nice big lines, boards looking clean underneath the feet. You can see there was a little catch of that inside rail, prevented the score from going even higher.
Carissa Hennessy, this is her 5.5.
There's that layback go-to snap that she loves. Pulls up thinking that there might be a tube opportunity in here. Goes for that inside floater and doesn't quite make it. So the judge is really appreciating that earlier work and that layback snap to get the 5.5.
Yeah, great rail work here by Carissa Hennessy on her Glen Pang local shaper. Knows how to make boards for Sunset Beach, and the equipment looks spot on.
You can see why that particular ride was better, a 5.77. Well surfed. Here she is again.
Back to live action with Carissa Hennessy. Having to come around this section, does so. Nice carve off the top. Wave's going to steepen up on the inside here. Attacks the lip, and the lip attacks back.
4 minutes 30.
So that will not change the situation in the heat. Carissa will remain in the lead. Sally Fitzgibbons is in second. Luana Silva needing that 5.47. Here's Sally. Streaking down the line. Beautiful carve there. Wave grows through the inside section. Another huge top turn for Sally Fitzgibbons as she straightens out. Completes the ride, looking to better her low of a 4.13. Your thoughts, BL?
Yeah, I think there's a good chance of that. It was a bigger set wave, traveled a long distance along, and you can see here the whitewater on the face of this one. It's amazing how often we see people take off on waves with whitewater on them from the wave before it, but then they clean up and stand up on the inside. I feel like this is the best wave of the heat so far, perhaps two aggressive, strong maneuvers, and the water angle makes it more realistic, helps us to understand the size of the waves and the water texture that's out there.
All of the bump to negotiate, and Fitzgibbons doing a good job keeping it on rail through that top turn.
Yeah, the last turn, you see that front arm flares back and then drives forward. That little tweak of the back leg to stylize that moment, pumping and driving around into this nice tight to the pocket. Leans it over. Nice control. Could have given that one a little more, but perhaps the 7-point ride proves that she didn't need to. Up into the lead.
Here we go. Carissa Hennessy drops down to second place, but completes that maneuver there. Needs a 7.23 to take over the lead from Sally Fitzgibbons. Fitzgibbons actually pretty dominant in this heat, but the real story, Luana Silva, the rookie, she's got under 3 minutes, BL, and she needs a 6.6 at the moment. First priority, and she's kind of set anchor out there at Sunset. She's got to get a move on.
Yeah, well, the good news is that you've most probably seen them going, well, I haven't had a very good heat. I don't feel like I've been in rhythm. It's been a challenge to find rides, and all I need is a 6.6.
Yeah.
And Sally just dropped a 7, and I saw what that looked like. And so there's absolute positivity and potential in this situation for Luana. She's moving, repositioning, paddling to get wider, because we've seen the current pulling people deep on the Sunset Point, and you don't want to get stuck back in there. You've got to really, you know, be conscious of your lineups, consciously repositioning yourself constantly, because you can sit up and stop for a couple of minutes and all of a sudden you're way out of position.
And I would think this is a time when your in-water caddy is going to be a key part of the team to really shout out at you and get you into position, shout the numbers, give you the time, tell you what you need, and encourage you to get into the correct takeoff spot to accomplish that 6.6.
Yeah, the teamwork, making the dream work, as they say, and you can see the caddies there, a great shot of all of that activity off on the shoulder of the break. They get the bird's eye view and are able to tune in their competitors on things they may not have heard or may not have seen, and keep them up to date with the action.
Well, it looks like we have some lines formulating at this moment, and we're going to see a couple of wave choices presented to Luana Silva in this final minute. It's all about positioning at this point, BL.
Yeah, and a lot of the time the first wave of the set is going to have the bump and the lump of the ocean on it, and that when that first wave comes through, the second and third waves, it's almost like a groomer on a snow mountain. That wave moves through, cleans the water surface, and allows for better surfing and better performance. So normally looking for those second and third waves when you've got the priority.
Down to just 40 seconds. And the last score for Brisa Hennessy has raised the bar for Luana Silva. She needed a 6.6. Now her requirement is an 8.33, as Brisa Hennessy just dropped a 7.27 and takes the lead off of Sally Fitzgibbons. So this is it. This is the final 20 seconds. And Luana Silva may get out of this heat sitting.
Yeah, and she's had the priority for a long time, and she might be hearing these scores and wondering, maybe I should have went that one. Maybe I should have got the one that Sally got. Well, maybe I should have went the one that Brisa got, because both of those last scores have been the best scoring rides of the heat. There it goes.
Horn sounds. Let's make it official. Brisa Hennessy taking out this heat. Sally Fitzgibbons avoids the elimination round. Luana Silva will be sent to that elimination round. We'll be back with more action here at Sunset.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido, and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
all big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Heat number 5 of the opening round already underway. Isabella Nichols getting an opening wave off Lakey Peterson and Courtney Conlog, looking for that quick start to set herself up in the round of 16. Top 2 of this round go straight to that round, and third place has to deal with the elimination round when you know it's a massive day. If you could skip that extra round, that could pay off for your fitness and that fatigue factor that's definitely going to be factoring in all the way to the quarterfinals. Thanks for being with us all around the world. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Joe Trappell, local boy, big wave champ, longtime competitor, and his home break right here at Sunset. Makuakai Rothman, how's your morning?
Good, good. Watching these girls do their thing, it's amazing to see. Big cleanup sets, you know, jockeying for position. Big turns out the back. I mean, scores everywhere, Joe.
A lot of big standouts already in a short period of time. Malia Manuel looked really solid today. Also, young Betty Lou took control of a heat that had a lot of attention on it with Carissa Moore and Moana Jones-Wong.
Oh yeah, that was a cracker. I mean, at the end, they're coming in with an 8-point ride. I mean, an excellent score. She surfed that wave to perfection.
Now we've got a brand new heat just getting started. We saw Bella Nichols open up with the 3.0. Working closely with a local legend named Miles Padaka, who won this event back in 2001. A definite standout at Sunset for decades and decades.
Miles has been, you know, at the pinnacle of Sunset Beach surfing for a long time, and to see him pass on his knowledge to these women is amazing.
Also, Lakey Peterson hanging tight with Mike Parsons, and really impressed with Lakey, turning in an equal third at the start of the season at Pipeline. We knew that she hadn't had a ton of experience out there. She was really looking for those backdoor gems, kicking off the year number 3 in the world.
Yeah, Lakey's a feisty competitor. You know, she grinds, she makes it happen, and you know, to your point, she started off the year strong with a 3rd place result, looking to back that up here at Sunset.
Then on the opposite side of that, Courtney's going through the tough part of starting with an equal 17th. That's so rare for Courtney. You can count it on one hand how many times she's been knocked out of an event that early. Now, Sunset Beach, she loves a lot of power. She's put in a lot of time out here. Even when there wasn't an event on tour, you'd find Courtney with bigger equipment and signing up for some big days at Sunset. That should factor in to a big strength in this heat.
Sunset plays directly into Courtney's strength. Big open face carves. You know, I remember when I was competing back in Margaret River, she'd be sitting out the back with the boys, and I'd be talking story with her, and it always seemed like the waves would come to her. You know, it was a cool thing to see one of the girls out the back riding a bigger board and laying down those big carves.
Strider Wazalusi, let's get a little wind update. What's happening out there?
Well, I just wanted to ask Makua, you know, this wind coming up the face, the trade winds, and you've always seen those beautiful photos of these big peaks out here at sunset and all that wind blowing off the top of the wave. It looks beautiful, but it's not so great when you're taking off on the wave and you can't see anything. I don't know about you, but every time I catch a wave at sunset, I'm going in blind.
Yeah, a lot of the time, Strider, good question. You know, taking off on these waves, you'll see a lot of the people shaking their head or wiping their face on the way down. It's because while you're paddling, taking off, there's so much water splashing in your face with that trade wind coming up the face. So it's not the easiest thing to do at sunset, to take off with a clear vision.
So to the wind, Strider, what does it feel like? Are they going to be dealing with that kind of blind feeling on the takeoff in this heat?
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's pretty stiff out here right now, and even just the wave alone with the lip falling is going to pull back all that spray. But then once you add the trade winds coming across the face, it definitely plays in. Here you go. Courtney's taking off.
Thank you, Waz. Courtney Conlog, beautiful runway into this wave. There's that clean frontside sweep into the pocket. Remember, Bella just had the 3. This is already going to take the lead with a couple of big forehand hooks. Nice patience off the bottom. She will kick out and get a front row seat to the start of Lakey Peterson. Peterson jams that forehand hook. Nice steady turn there. And now sets up that rail work again to kick out right after Courtney Conlog. Good back and forth exchange from the Californians.
Yeah, that was awesome, Joe. I mean, to see them going back to back, you know, shots fired right off the bat. I mean, these girls really want it. You can see, you know, contrasting styles as well. That front side swoop back into the power, and you know, I love to see the replay so we can break those down as well.
So good. Yeah, Courtney looks like she's got a great board that she can rely on. Beautiful forehand carves back-to-back on a real sizable wave. That's going to really pay off to the judges. They send out notes to all the competitors saying they're really going to reward commitment to the bigger waves.
Yeah, right here, I mean, Courtney, real solid off the bottom. Really wraps it back into the pocket, really reminiscent of Kolohe and Dino style yesterday. It was really taking that board, drawing it all the way back. See how she gets all the way back to the top of the wave? It gives you a lot of speed to get back into your next turn. Here, Lakey Peterson, a nice carve back into the whitewash as well. Coming to the inside, is jamming a carve off the top right there as well. Lakey looking solid on that board. 3 turns. I mean, what else can you ask for? A big open face wave with 3 turns, Joe.
I really enjoy Lakey into the young part of her career when she qualified so young. She actually had a signature movie that was released. It was called 0 to 100 because she started surfing at 12. And pro surfer standards, a lot of kids are getting paid by that age, and she's just beginning. All of a sudden, she had the talent, qualified in her first try, and then she had to figure out everything else along the way. One of the things she said she always wanted to work on was being comfortable in bigger waves. Getting that relationship and signing up with a coach like Mike Parsons, who's been on some gigantic waves, was the perfect balance to teach her that mindset that she needs to have to put herself out of her comfort zone.
Yeah, you know, I see them on the off season over here as well a lot, you know, down at the sandbar, out here at Sunset. Really surprised me how much time she wanted to put in out here. It was, you don't see very many girls really paddling out to Sunset trying to learn the lineup. But with a coach like Mike Parsons, I mean, who knows what it's going to take. It was a really smart idea. I mean, you can see she knows the lineup well. Going back to that 12-year-old start, I mean, reminds me of another guy that was on the QS, Dustin Cuzon, back in the day. I mean, he was making semifinals at the U.S. Open. I mean, he was 1 spot away from qualifying. And, you know, it just goes to show you don't have to start, you know, from 5 years old. You know, there's always a chance you have that great athlete that can just turn it on at any time.
So fun watching Dustin back in the day win those national titles when he'd fly over to lower trestles. As we see a view of the caddies out there, Strider, have you been picking up anything from Parsons to Lakey in this heat?
Yeah, definitely. You know, he told her, hey, you got a great score on the heat so far, but I want you to turn harder. I know it's hard on the chop on the face, but rip into it. And so he was kind of giving her a little bit of a nudge, you know, like, I want to see more out of you, which is, you know, it's you see a lot of supportive action out here, but really just kind of pinpointing the fact that you need to really go for it. You need to set that rail and just really drive into your turn. So she, you know, he knows that she's got more, and he wants to see it.
Thank you, Strider. Just that extra bit of motivation. Not every venue around the world has that caddy right in a channel where they can actually bark some orders or some messages just to get them in the zone. It's a nice thing to have. You get a wave, get a quick check-in, and then you paddle back out. You got to choose your caddies wisely because you want to make sure that they're the right people that'll put you in the right headspace.
Yeah, not too many sports you get, I mean, in surfing actually, not too many venues you get to have your coach there, like a football team or whatever it may be, to actually coach you through the heat. Sunset's very special. And up in riding, we got Lakey Peterson again, Joe.
Peterson already with a 6. As she is deep on this wave, she'll be forced to straighten out, so that'll be a throwaway. Courtney won the opening exchange, getting a 6.5 as she's still the heat leader. Let's take a moment to catch up with the winner of the last heat, Brisa Hennessy's with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, such a fun heat for surf fans. Brisa, yourself and Sally trading the lead. First and second go through, but how great is it to get that first place in that opening round?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, it's a big day ahead for women surfing. I think we're probably going to be surfing at least 4 times today. So it felt really good not to surf again. I mean, obviously, it's always so good to have as much time out at Sunset since it's a tricky break. But I want to save my muscles and energy. But yeah, I'm super stoked. Sally's an awesome competitor, and Lulu, I mean, she is a local out there, and she's been killing it, so I'm super stoked.
You've had a lot of success out at Sunset in previous junior events, and you've surfed here a bunch, but I saw you on the beach watching. How important is time out in the water, and what do you do to prepare for this event?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Sunset, you can never get enough waves out there. There's a lot of sitting, a lot of watching, a lot of feeling and embracing and getting worked, and I think, yeah, being in that, I think, embracing state when you're surfing Sunset is really important, and not to rush things, and then also just give it your heart and all, and because it's going to kind of hit back at you, and you got to hit it right back. So that's my approach.
You're matching that power, but are there any iconic surfers that you look to draw inspiration from out at Sunset?
Yeah, a bunch. I mean, Pancho Sullivan was actually one of the first surfers to take me under his wing, and he actually coached me out here when I was 14, and that was super special since I think he is unmatched when it comes to carves out here. Also, Kahea Hart, he pushed me into, I swear, like a 20-footer when I was 10 years old, and I did not want to go. But yeah, a lot of incredible people have really paved the way, and yeah, it's really special to actually have a contest here.
I'm sure those legends are super proud of you. Well done, Bruce.
So cool. Thank you for that, Rosie. Brisa Hennessy reflecting on some big moments that paved her way in her career and her life in the water and the ocean. How cool is that? Getting to learn from the best in the business. First mentioning Pancho Sullivan. I had a photo of Kaloha the other day I posted, and Pancho just put, "I love that wave." You know, still just loves Sunset for all the power that it has. And for Kahea, he can push you out of your comfort zone. He can see the belief in you before you do. And that wave that Brisa went on that she didn't want at first changed everything in her career.
Yeah, Kahea Hart's good at doing that. He's been changing a lot of the youth's career lately. And like she said, unmatched Pancho Sullivan. That arc off the top, I mean, you see some of the guys, they don't like to surf Sunset. Some guys like Pancho love Sunset. I mean, how can you not love a big, wide, open face wave? And it just shows Brisa's been paying attention. You know, it's pretty cool. I've been training in the gym with Kahea, her and Lulu in the gym, and then I've been seeing them getting a bunch of heats together. So watching them in the gym and then back in the water, it's pretty cool little rivalry I get to see.
I like that. The rivalry is not just in the water, is it?
No, I mean, I watch them in the gym, and you know which weights go on, and little bouncy ball drills and stuff like that. And it's a healthy relationship to have someone at home that's close to you, that's on your level, that you can, you know, push day in and day out.
Checking out the Red Bull Athlete Zone. How good is it to see the jersey back on for Stephanie Gilmore, a 7-time world champ, was sidelined at Pipeline, and now back to play here at Sunset, a former champ of this event in the early stages of her career. And she'll have another world champion multiple times for Tyler Wright, Steph Gilmore, and a rookie named India Robinson, who's from the Bells Beach zone, so she'll probably love a big open face wall to work with. Coming up next, with 15:45 on the clock, Makua, we talked to Brisa just recently about putting her time in over a decade ago and learning the ropes out here. Has the lineup changed with characters at Sunset? Does it feel the same as it always has been out of this lineup?
I mean, Sunset's lineup, I don't think it ever changes. This wave is kind of, you know, set in stone. The characters out there, definitely. You know, we just lost a great one. You know, Peter Cole. He was, you know, figurehead out there. You know, watching him surf and just the way he approached this wave from the outside as well. And I mean, Sunset has so many faces, and on any given day you could have, you know, a tour of tourists out there in a surf lesson, or you could have the best surfers in the world. So Sunset's inviting from. It's crazy because you can surf Sunset from 0 to 1 to, you know, the other day was 20-foot sets out the back. So Sunset, you know, it has many different faces, many different games to play out there, and the lineup's definitely changing with characters.
And it sort of always seems like a great kind of ground to spar for big wave guys, right, as well, because it gets big quite often, and so they can actually try bigger boards more often, like yourself, and even international people that have moved here, like Jamie Mitchell, who likes to put in a lot of reps on the big days out here.
I mean, it's the perfect wave. It's like a mini Jaws. You know what I mean? When it gets big, west peak, wind up the face. So if your board works good out here, it'll work good pretty much anywhere in Hawaiian waters. I mean, some of the cold water spots, you want to change your equipment a little bit, you know, different buoyancy, you know, some little minor changes people make. But none, you know, bar none, Sunset is the training ground for big waves.
14 minutes on the clock, and rolling in is Bella Nichols, who had a very successful rookie season on tour last year. Winding up into some open face, tagging that section well. And she'll hop out. So just had the 3 before that. Needed a second scoring ride. 3.51 will take second, but here goes Courtney. Frontside wrap complete for the surfer from Santa Ana, California. Little wrap running out of face. She'll check the time and kick out. Her opener, though, is solid at a 6.5. That wave will take her back to first place as we hit that halfway mark. Courtney, always fun to watch in big waves. It was actually interesting how when you have a lot of expectations on yourself to perform at venues, sometimes you just can't win fast enough. I felt like that happened to her at Margaret River last year when she had her early round loss. Back to Lakey here. She's running after a second scoring ride.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, just off the bottom, little whitewash climb. You know, it's kind of hard to get up in that whitewash. It's really powerful, and she did a good job navigating that. Unfortunately comes unstuck on the last turn, Joe.
Tough fall for Lakey Peterson, who in recent years has been involved in the world title race and enjoyed a cool rivalry with Stephanie Gilmore. First couple interviews of that season, she was going, I can't believe I get to say I'm in a rivalry with Gilmore. And then she started owning it as the season went on. She looked forward to those matchups. Steph got her a lot in those crucial finals, but there was one win she had that was so rewarding for herself at Margaret River. What happened here?
Just, you know, kind of stuck behind. Like I said, just a little whitewash climb to start this wave off. Really bumpy, kind of the first wave in the open water. That was looking to shape up to be a beautiful turn. And out the back, we have Courtney on a big drop. Comes around. She likes that board, I can tell. It really, in the soupy part of the wave, sticks to her feet well. Another big wrap back into the power of the wave. And one more little jam here to finish it off. Trying to spray her competitor.
That always feels good. I mean, in a free surf, it's fun. In competition, it's even better. And also back to Bella's wave.
Isabella getting back into the power of the wave again. You know, I talk about the power of this wave because it's so important to wrap back to the whitewash. You want to try and get as high as possible. You know, you see them coming back. You can either cut it short for the closeout section. You're going to have to cut it short and get right back into the lip. Or you try and come all the way back around either to the top, like you see Kolohe and Courtney doing, or you try and get back to the bottom and generate that speed on a big, deep bottom turn to get that power and flow off the top again.
Such a nice recipe to perform well here at Sunset Beach. Now 11 minutes on the clock, standing by for numbers for last of Courtney Conlog. Before Lakey was in a title race, Courtney Conlog entered that situation in back-to-back seasons, 2015 and 2016. She finished runner-up in the title showdown. Scores in for last of Bella, a 3.0. She's going to need more than that if she wants to avoid the elimination round. We'll see if she can get it done right after this. Still 9:30 on the clock here in the opening round. Heat number 5, sweeping off the bottom and drilling the top is Courtney Conlog. Laying back a beautiful turn there, Makua. She is off to a great start in this heat, managing her lead well, and it looks like she'll probably increase her total with that wave.
God, I got excited right there. Jumped the gun on that one. That was such a nice turn. I mean, Courtney just laying it down there. I mean, one swoop off the top, big layback jam for the finishing maneuver.
You can see her comfort level was always there, but now she's getting loose with the turns that she's throwing down. What'd you think here?
Yeah, like I said, this board's looking solid on her feet. I mean, just look how it flows from the bottom to the top. Right here, eyeing up the section and just absolutely laying back, ripping a turn off, finishing low, making sure she rides that out for the completion.
She's very familiar with riding some bigger boards throughout her young career. When she got a wild card call up to maxed out Honolulu Bay, that Eddie was running on Oahu, and they were going, wait, does this 14-year-old want this spot? And she showed the world that she was fearless and ready to charge. Chipping in now, Bella Nichols, setting that rail and just didn't have the control she was hoping for.
Yeah, it looks like she's a little uncomfortable on that board. Looks like she maybe needs to put a little more time in. But nonetheless, Lakey Peterson, Joe.
Lakey just kind of stepping back to the pocket, still waiting for her first committed maneuver. There's more of a wrap for Lakey. And now pulling out of the closeout section. Big numbers coming in for the last of Courtney Conlogue, a 7.17 paired with her 6.5. Lakey still second, but now needs a pretty big score to catch up to Courtney with 7:45 to go. So Courtney's just building and building and starting to close out her competition now.
Yeah, she's so strong. I mean, you can see just the power she possesses, you know, and she's been waiting to do that, you know, all day long. I seen her this morning, and she's so ready for her heat. I mean, even at pipe, she was, like, you know, chomping at the bit to pull in deep, you know, big steep one. She got a few closeouts, really charging. But this girl, when she lays it down, the judges see it.
Oh, it's so cool to see. 7:20 to go. Let's get a board breakdown. Gabriella Bryans with Rosie Hodge.
Equipment talk is always a fun one. I've found Gabriella Bryant, Hurley team rider. We got to do a Hurley board breakdown with you. What are you riding?
I am riding a 6'8" Lost surfboard shaped by Matt Violas. I'm not sure the model. He probably made something extra special for me. It works super good. It's 32 liters and I love it.
And 32 liters, that's a lot of volume. What do you usually ride?
My normal board's around 26, so definitely quite a bit more. But I also have a 6'8" that I really like. It's a little smaller, so between this and my 6'6" should be good to go.
A couple boards in the truck that you have on hand. How many boards did you bring down this morning?
I brought down 5 surfboards, so I was ready for anything.
Super prepared. We can't wait to see you in that elimination round. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Rosie. That's really cool insight of how prepared a rookie is on tour named Gabriella Bryant. She's been getting really cool words of advice from CT standouts like Rochelle Ballard, who's put in a lot of time at this wave. Why not? Bring the whole quiver down just in case.
I remember once upon a time there was Rosie walking down the beach with a quiver over here.
That's
right. I wonder what leaders in those boards used to be back then, because I remember it's a lot narrower and a lot, you know, more narrow-nosed boards. And nowadays you see the quivers. I mean, guys like Billy down here have eight boards sometimes. You know, like they have a lot to choose from because, like I said, Sunset's such a tricky wave. You never know what face it's going to show. You want to have your, you know, pocket pair or something that you're really comfortable on, especially if you put your time in out here. You know what boards to bring down.
That's why you drive a big truck. Load all that lumber. 5:30 on the clock here. Yeah, Rosie had some bombs back in the day out here in competition as well. She always says you had to put in a lot of time to be in the right place at the right time, especially when you're in a condensed heat. It's such a different equation, isn't it, McCoy? You've got clips in your life. You've performed in heats. You've won at Sunset. Something about a time on a clock, and you've got to produce your best surfing. It's magic to watch as we go into the heat recount. Big start here from Courtney Conlogue.
Talk about producing in your heat right now at time on the clock. Courtney Conlogue is doing a great job. Look at that, right back up, coming out of that turn with a lot of speed. Had there been another section, we might see another 8. And Lakey Peterson really digging in right there, looking for this next section, jamming it off the top. And one more finishing move coming up for her right here. These girls are going off, Joe.
Really fun to see that frontside swoop from Lakey and where that's come in her career. Also seeing just better performance wave by wave for Conlogue. She's peaked at a 7.17 just in 3 attempts in the heat.
I mean, that's all she really needs is 3 attempts. You know, once she starts putting her mind over matter and you know, no bumps, no shaky legs, nothing that Sunset's throwing at her is phasing her.
It's amazing to see what she's been through in her career. She's been through multiple injuries. I remember at Snapper Rock, she broke her toe and she was in this boot. She thought, okay, she's going to pack and go home. A lot of people just need to exit the scene and prepare. She stayed. She wanted to go down to Bell's to see Mick Fanning's retirement. And she was with her brother, Ryan, and she's like, why would I leave? I want to see this. I want to feel the energy. And then more recently in Europe, she had a crazy wipeout in competition, was concussed and had to take a serious amount of time off. So when you charge as hard as Courtney, you're going to have those crazy wipeouts that'll sideline you. And all it's done for her is made that fire burn even brighter. I'm expecting big things out of her this season.
Yeah, I mean, when you stay and show your competitors that those injuries aren't phasing you, it's also a mind game. You know, she's really strong. She's strong-minded. She's not just going to be like, oh, I'm packing up and go away. She's going to be like, no, I got hurt, but I'm here. You guys are going to still see me, deal with me. And, you know, I think she's doing a really good job on her comeback.
There's a thing on tour I've noticed. Some surfers, when they hurt themselves, they hi everybody on the beach. When they hurt themselves, they don't tell anybody. They keep it a secret. I remember Courtney one time was taping up her shoulder and her back. She's like, nothing to see here. And she didn't want to talk about it. Why do you think that is?
I mean, like I said, sometimes it's just mind over matter. And, you know, I'm not sure what the league's protocols are anymore. You know, you see around the, you know, the sporting world, you know, they want to address the injuries. They want to make, you know, the ultimate safety for all the athletes. But I'm not sure why they don't, you know, it could be a mind game. It's up to each athlete how they want to perform.
2:30 remaining in heat number 5. Conlog putting on an incredible show here in heat number 5. 7.17 and a 6.5. Lakey right behind her. When she first qualified, everyone was talking about airs when we saw Lakey because she did a famous punt at lowers that won her a big national title. Her stickers changed on her board overnight. It was such a great moment in her career. I think one of the coolest moves that she's really showcasing these days is that frontside power wrap. She got on tour and she was thinking, I'm going to be progressive in every heat, and then she started working on the entire package of overall performance.
Yeah, that frontside hack is what it's going to come down to out here, what you need. And a big win at Sunset could change the stickers on your board overnight. It changed my stickers on my board overnight. And, you know, coming out of Hawaii, these first 2 events is so important for these girls for the rest of the season.
I'm trying to think about your final real quick, McCoy. You might have to help me out. Leo Neves. Runner-up in that. Mick Fanning was in that heat. He was the world champ that year.
He just had won the world title, yes.
Wow.
Daniel Ross.
Daniel Ross was the other one. What a powerhouse that he was at Sunset.
Wow, look at that.
Crazy takeoff with that wild breeze, but Courtney wanted every bit of that bomb drop. Quick whip onto the open face. She's got more. Huge bottom turn. And then a lovely top turn to clean up. One of the better performances we've seen in the opening round. Lakey wants a piece of this one.
It's up and riding. Nice little jam back up into the power section again. Looking for that speed. Unfortunately, a little late to the lip on that one, Joe.
And now just ejecting, so a little off balance for Lakey. And that'll give Bella Nichols, second year on tour, 45 seconds to find a 7. Her best score has been a 3.0. She's got a pair of those with 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, Courtney Conalog just put the hammer in the coffin right there. I mean, that's the biggest score by far. And like I said, I could tell how much she liked that board. On the replay, you're going to see how inverted she gets. She almost like goes straight up and down on this drop coming up.
And Bella just all alone, just hoping that she'd have another chance. And things are looking calm out to sea. So she might be having a very busy day in the elimination round. Back to that drop for Courtney.
I mean, just stomping it, you know, right here, coming up in a powerful hack right in the meaty part of that wave, coming down to the bottom. I mean, she possessed everything that the judges wanted to see. Commitment, you know, speed, style, and flow, power, control, everything. That's going to be an excellent score.
They call her the Sea Tiger for good reason, and she closes out her heat with a 9.10. One of the best totals of the day. Coming up next, world champ Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright take on rookie India Robinson. Time to flash back to 2010. Look at these faces. The last time the women were out here at Sunset, Malia Manuel finished in the quarterfinals. Stephanie Gilmore was on her way to yet another world title run as well, McCoy.
Yeah, there you see the boss there and throwing down some turns. Carissa Moore. I mean, look at that. Getting barreled at such a young age, putting down the hammer. Our very own Rosie Hodge.
Charging. Sally Fitzgibbons, her dad hasn't had that mustache in a while because she's won an event. That was their bet. And young Tyler Wright winning as a wild card in 2010.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at that smile on her face. Says everything. She's out here in the lineup. Two of those champs right there on that stage in this heat right now, Joe.
They have so many great memories together on tour and such longevity being world champions. I still feel like they have so many more years to go in their amazing careers. I mean, Steph Gilmore qualified with Rosie back in 2007. And that was a rookie that went on to a world title. That feat has never been matched, and it was never done before. Ended up going 4 straights. She started getting a rivalry with Carissa Moore. Carissa started sneaking in her titles. Then Tyler Wright came to play, became a multiple-time world champion. And that makes this heat just even more incredible, having those champs next to each other as the rookie is getting her feet wet against 2 of the all-time greats. Strider, how are we looking out there?
We're looking good. We got action out the back possibly right now. We got a paddle. Big wave out there. Wow, look at this wave dropping in. Let's see if we get a big turn off the top. Tyler Wright looking solid over the board there. Looking like she's warmed up, ready to go for another snap back into the bowl. Beautiful work right there. Coming back up into the corner for a 3rd turn. Nice warm-up wave right there for Tyler Wright. And then she's gonna crack the inside section. Wow, this beautiful ride right there. These swell lines are moving back deeper onto the wall now. They've got a little bit more on the point, so it's giving you more open face and longer walls to work with. Just a note, Stephanie Gilmore out in the lineup right now. First time she's had a jersey on this year, so she's probably just got those butterflies and a little bit of that feeling of like, whoa, okay, I got to get this this new feeling back underneath my feet. Everybody else already had a jersey, already in the water, already in an event, so it must be something new for her headspace. I know she's, a world title contender every year, but they have to get those kind of butterflies out of the way probably on the first event for her.
So true, Strider. It's a big topic. A lot of times they work with coaches and do mock heats, but you can't really replicate the feeling of being in a CT heat. Steph knows that. Back to Tyler's start, McCoy.
Nice gouge off the top right there. Setting it up. I like how she gets low and gets really uses that rail on her board. Tyler has one of the most powerful frontside hacks in the game, and even this finishing turn on the end, I mean, wow, look at the power in this girl.
Surfing that wave incredibly well. 6.33 already rewarded for Tyler Wright. And that probably feels good to get that right out of the gates. Working closely with Glenn Micro Hall for another great season on tour. And she was very impressive at Pipeline. The year before, the contest moved from Honolulu Bay to Pipe. Tyler took that title. And then she had the eventual winner, Moana Jones Wong. She lost in that heat with the high single wave score. With that gem, she got a back door.
Yeah, she was definitely hunting the right a little bit too much, I think, in that heat. She got that one score. Could have looked for a left a little bit more in that heat. But going back to what Strider was saying about Steph, I sat down and talked to her for about 15 minutes. We were just chatting, watching the waves, and she looked so calm, so ready to go. I mean, if there's any butterflies, they flew away before she paddled out, I think, because she was just looking in shape. I mean, fire in her eyes, and she was really breaking down a lot of the surfers that were catching waves. She was calling the score.
I love that. And she probably just so happy to finally get back into the Red Bull Athlete Zone, hang out, see all of her peers and competitors. I reached out to her when Pipe was going on. She's like, man, I was so happy for Bethany Hamilton to get in the event. So she's always got that positive energy around her, which is probably the main secret to her success. She just moves on with stride and has given us so many great memories over the years.
I mean, seems like Steph is really kind of an in-the-moment person. Doesn't really dwell on, this or that. She's here today. She's happy for Bethany. I mean, who wouldn't be? Steph is such an accomplished surfer. And with one event, she gets a throwaway. I mean, who's to say she's not going to win 4 straight just like she did once upon a time?
Oh, it's so true. And you think about what's coming on the calendar. She'll be so fun to watch at every venue on tour, but I know she always enjoys laying into the Bells Bowl, where she has so many titles to her name. She is tied with Lane Beachley with 7 titles apiece. but she has the most CT wins of all time, as she's looking for another one at Sunset. Late takeoff for India Robinson.
Yeah, that was just a hiccup right there on that wave. She wasn't prepared for that. Probably tried to bottom turn a little too early and didn't set those fins before she was going for that bottom turn.
India, part of the rookie class. What went wrong here?
I don't know. Let's see. She looks solid right here. Just that bump right there, Joe. Just a little hiccup and, you know, foot positioning out here. Your foot can get too far to one side of a bigger board, and once that happens, it's kind of almost a good idea that she hit the eject button right there. Didn't have to go all the way back around. Look, she's right out the back.
Great to see for India Robinson. It was tough to see her have to withdraw from the event at Pipeline, but she sat right on the beach and watched it all go down. That's when Tyler kind of had the ocean to herself to get that extra time in out there. So she's got a little bit of catch-up work to do in the Rookie of the Year race. So we saw Gabby Bryan earlier this morning. She ended up getting third in that matchup. She'll be in the elimination round. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, the standout rookie performance today, winning a heat with Carissa Moore and also Moana Jones-Wong.
Yeah, Betty is going to be a tough cookie to beat, you know. But India's out there. She's going to do her thing. And we're yet to see her perform, you know, in her first event of the year, Joe.
Also, Molly Pickle as a rookie getting a heat win today, which was great to see for her, as that was the first heat of the morning. Lulu, a local here at Sunset Beach, didn't get the waves that she was hoping for. She'll be in the elimination round. Already matched up with world number 1, Moana Jones-Wong. That elimination round can add some extra pressure. We'll see how they handle that one coming up right after this.
Yeah, I mean, the girls are right back into it, you know, 6 heats, right into the elimination round. You don't want to be in that round. And if you are, you want to get out of that round. So, you know, a lot of work to do, and the girls are putting it down right now.
Let's now hear from Courtney Conlog with Rosie Hodge.
Well, Courtney, when we saw Sunset on the schedule, immediately I thought of your name because it just feels so right to see you surfing out there. A few days ago, maxing out Sunset, you decided to go for a free surf. Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, after they finished the men, Twig and I were like, let's go out. So we went out, and it was like third reefing out the back, and I'm going, whoa, and the rip was cranking. And next thing you know, I caught a couple, but man, I definitely got cleaned up a couple times. Great workout.
Well, you would go, and that doesn't surprise me that you were out there. But Courtney, also noticing Jack Freestone caddying for you. How cool is that to have someone experienced like Jack in your corner in this event?
Honestly, I've always loved Jack's energy and just his positivity, and yeah, we're just a great team, and to have him help, I feel really grateful, honestly, and he's over there in the channel just cheering me on and giving me great affirmations, and yeah, feeling just at home. I put so much time out here, so it's nice to be able to apply it in a jersey.
And pipe didn't go quite to plan. I mean, finishing with that 17th, to turn that around that was yesterday. But to turn around, get the 917 on the end, at the end there, that's got to feel special and get some momentum for this event.
Yeah. Sorry, the guy miking, but yeah, pipe, you know, it wasn't the result I wanted. I came here in December wanting to do well and put a ton of time in. I thought we were going to surf bigger pipe, had all my big boards, and didn't think they were going to run. They ran, and you know, I just got caught with my guard down a little bit, and you learn from those moments. And you know, I'm just grateful to be here right now, and I love riding my bigger boards. It's always so much fun, and being able to have a wave with so much power that you could push against.
Good luck for the rest of the day. Thanks for your time, Courtney.
Thank you.
Always great to catch up with Courtney Conlog. Is able to laugh off those tough moments and then put on a show today. One of the best combined totals as we catch up to India Robinson going down on that final turn.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see the rest of that wave, but the beginning of that turn looked beautiful. Just unfortunately coming unstuck in the channel there, Joe.
India Robinson, 0.27 start, so she was definitely looking for a completion. Meanwhile, Stephanie still hasn't caught her first wave of the season yet, being very selective at this stage of the game, 18:43 to go. But Courtney also bringing insight to really any event on tour. You can imagine when you're on the Dream Tour, especially thinking, you know, G-Land, everything coming, all the videos you've seen. This catches a lot of people off guard where you're just planning for 6 to 8 foot Bell's Bowl, and then all of a sudden it's high tide, you're up against the wall at Rincon section. You've got to be ready for everything at all times as we look at this last wave for Tyler Wright.
Yeah, just you're getting a little hung up there on the top of that first turn. Going down the line, really pumping into that speed. It's a patented Tyler Wright layback. She really uses that move a lot, and she's very dialed in with it.
And also the rookie Robinson, what happened here?
Oh, she had a beautiful top turn is what happened there. And getting a little hung up behind, and like I said right here, coming into the channel section, just the wave fattening up right there and digging her out inside rail.
Another great view from the water angle. This is what the caddies can look up to. Classic broad open face that you always see at Sunset, and nice commitment off the top.
Yeah, I like that. I like the positioning and the timing on that one. She really put it up there right where she needed to, and she really fighting through that white water nicely to get to that end section, unfortunately becoming unstuck.
Talked about some of the crew today that are able to surf their home break, like Luana Silva in a CT format. Not everyone gets to do that. India Robinson will get that hometown crowd feel when we get to Bells Beach. And we'll see how comfortable she is, sleeping at home, being with all of her friends and family. That's going to be a warm reception once she returns to Oz. And they love their sport. The event at Bells is really special. They have these stadium-like scaffolding, all dedicated to the world champs and the heroes before. Some people are, oh, I got to sit in the Tom Curran standing. Some people are checking out where Damian Hardman's name is. It's a really cool feeling for, you know, one of the longest running events in surfing history.
Yeah, that event embodies what it means, to, you know, to be a part of surf culture down there. You know, Bells Beach, like you said, one of the longest running events. I mean, it's been a staple on tour. You know, a lot of the guys that ring that bell get the title. And it's a standout spot for sure.
Sure is. Well, Strider, there's been a lot of anticipation to see Gilmore ride a wave this year. She still hasn't caught her opening wave. What's happening out there?
Yeah, 100%. Just sitting here watching the waves with Tommy Whitaker and seeing that last exchange, and she had priority. She's sitting on the peak, and she did not catch one of them. So we were both kind of scratching our heads at the comfort of Stephanie in the water and seeing what's going through her head. Obviously, she's the only one that could tell us that. But, you know, that was a great set. There was probably 2 or 3 really great positions for her, and she didn't pull the go, you know, so we'll see what happens on this next set. We'll see where she comes out. But she sat here last night, training, getting waves, and feeling good about it. So we'll see what happens with this next exchange.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, very interesting when you see her be this selective. Usually just want to get things started. Tyler already has the 6.33. India 3.83. No one really has a solid backup, and India's just warming up, so maybe Gilmore knows that she does have a lot of time.
Well, I'll tell you right now, all of us that love Sunset, Pancho, Sunny, Billy, I mean, there's one size that Sunset gets that really kind of gets under your skin. And this is kind of the size right here. Now that I'm watching and seeing what the waves are doing, it still has that like feeling to me just to see it like that, because I know how hard it is to be out there. I've actually surfed the heat at Sunset and never caught a wave. You know, and it's this kind of size, 6 foot on the point, a few north ones in the bowl. You're too deep, you're not deep enough. You're too far in, you're too far out. So Sunset can really trick you at this size.
So interesting, Makua, because that same topic Barton Lynch was mentioning on the opening day, BL.
Yeah, Joey, it's, you know, particularly when it comes down a little bit, and like today is in that, call it 6 to 10 foot range in sort of a surface scale. Where the 6 foot waves break, the 8 foots are not. And where the 8 foot waves are breaking, the 6 and the 10 foots are not. So you've really got to define which waves you're targeting and sit specifically for them, because it's a big field, as we know. And where the 6 foot waves break and where the 10 foot waves break are completely different lineups and different places on the point. So perhaps that is a part of the problem that Steph's facing right now in trying to line up the exact spot to be.
Thank you so much, BL. Tough one there. We just saw Steph commit and lose priority, have to wear this wave on the head as Tyler is going to work, backing up her 6.33. Big fade there. That rail is looking solid under Tyler's feet. Little bouncy on that shoulder, and she will finish up her third wave, only scored on your top 2. But a tough moment for the 7-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore, missing this wave, and she put in a huge effort, McCool.
I could tell when she was paddling already she wasn't going to catch that. That size sunset, like I said, there's a fat spot right there. You'll either see people miss the wave or you'll see people misjudge the timing, get up to the lip and dig rail and not be able to continue. But right here, Tyler, right under the lip, I mean, there's not really that fat spot on that wave. Hers was a little bigger wave. So it broke through into the double up, getting back into that meaty part, ripping another turn, and I think she finishes off here nicely as well.
Nice rhythm and pace for Tyler Wright. And she probably saw Stephanie's face, knowing that she had to go under that one after missing the wave with priority. Steph's already the second priority now. India Robinson holding court, but Tyler building her lead once again, a 6.93, her best so far, as she is looking very comfortable. The last champion we had was Tyler Wright. That was the 2010 images we saw moments ago. She accomplished so much at a young age. She's still, in fact, the youngest ever to win a championship tour event at 14 years of age. As we see a big committed drop. Just getting out in front is India Robinson.
Well, had she been more over on that drop, Joe, that wave would have been, I mean, excellent score. That thing lined up on the reef, no double up, no fat spot, just, I mean, wide open. Unfortunately, her positioning was wrong.
So India hoping that she did enough to protect second. She wants to build that requirement. Gilmore scoreless. She needs to at least make it an excellent range requirement for Stephanie Gilmore. Usually you can't get away with too many mistakes against a 7-time world champ who's seen a lot in her time. Back to India's wave.
Yeah, right here, like I said, just a little too deep. You know, she had priority. You know, thought she would have been right in the spot. I mean, Steph was in the spot for that one. And good thing Stephanie never had priority, because, you know, right here, really ripping into this turn, but arms, positioning, everything good. I mean, beautiful surfing nonetheless.
Getting some boards from Paisel. And India's been loving that time here on the North Shore to hang out with John and get her boards completely dialed and ready to compete on. And he's certainly made a lot of surfboards for Pipe and Sunset. So another great thing to start the season in Hawaii, especially if you have your shaper who lives here.
Oh yeah, I mean, Paizel's a standout shaper. You know, you see everybody at Pipe. I mean, John, Nate Florence, all the boys that ride his board. He dials it in a lot. He has probably the best surfer on planet Earth to, you know, give him feedback. So how could you not?
So cool just to see how certain shapers have that hot hand in certain locations. You add Sharp Eye to this conversation now for so many years. There's maybe one or two you'd notice on tour. He's always been a talented shaper, and all of a sudden the last few years it's like everyone's just got to get a piece of the Sharp Eyes, and it kind of goes in waves, you know, where there's one shaper kind of setting the bar, just like surfers set the bar in the water.
Yeah, I mean, if Paizel's boards didn't work, something would be wrong. You know, having John to give you that feedback, and Nathan, I mean, it's just amazing. And like you said, Sharp Eye, yeah, I've seen a lot. I mean, when I was younger living in San Diego, I got a bunch of those boards as well at one point, and they're really responsive as well.
As we look at a priority mistake once again. So that one, Steph probably thought she might have gotten away with, but they did switch it on the board. Tyler back to first priority.
So that's exactly what I'm talking about, where Sunset will trick you. She's not deep enough for the West Peak, and she's too deep for the North Peak. She's either got to pick one or the other. You know, Tommy Witz has got to get her in her ear and say, go out the back and deeper, or come sit next to me. Because right now, look it on your screen. You can see on the left side of your screen the North Peak, the right side of your screen the West Peak, and look where she is, right in the middle. There's that saddle. When it's not big enough, that size I'm talking about, the wave will split in two. And if you're in where she's at, you're not going to catch a wave. So right now, she really has to work on her positioning. And, you know, hopefully we get to see her on a wave and perform, because I can't wait to see Steph open up on her first wave, Joe.
Love the breakdown on the inside and your local knowledge, McCool, of the out-of-position moment we have here. Meanwhile, the screen just changed back. Gilmore re-awarded first priority. So you don't see that too often. They did switch, and now it's right back to Gilmore. And so she'll be happy to get that news and updated that she's back in the driver's seat. We'll see if she takes a chance to look back up at that screen, because she might feel for a moment that she's still lost her priority.
Well, I mean, that wasn't really an effort to catch the wave. It was just kind of a paddle. And here we go. We have India up and riding.
India Robinson with some room to move here. There's the wrap. Trying to keep that second spot intact. Nice finish. One of her better hooks in the pocket. And that'll increase the requirement for Gilmore, who's finally on her opening wave of the season.
Look at that. Look at her positioning already.
There's the fade off the top. The 7-time world champ, former Sunset Beach champ, runs out of room for a combination. So about 21 minutes off the clock. A couple of priority mistakes. And now she's finally on the board, and maybe she'll get a chance to hear from Witz before she paddles back out. With 8 minutes on the clock in the last heat of the opening round. We've got the elimination round coming up next, and Tyler Wright's going to push that break a little further because she's got a layback hack to throw down on this wave.
Oh, beautiful turn, Joe.
Hard off the bottom, and there's that classic wrap that she always throws down. She had a lot of space there. Tyler Wright will then take us to break here in the opening round, heat number 6. Red Bull Athlete Zone is loving it. Leading the cheers is Jackson Baker. We'll be right back. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, the second stop of the World Surf League Championship Tour this year in 2022. For the first time ever, the women and men will be surfing the exact same events. We've had equal prize money for a few years now, and it's setting off to be another incredible year on tour. Kicking off with a wild card victory on the women's side. She's in yellow, Moana Jones-Wong, who'll be coming up next in the elimination round. And one of the greatest sporting achievements ever seen. At 49, almost 50, now he's 50. Kelly won Pipeline for the 8th time and was holding on to that #1 spot. Before we went to break, Tyler Wright did this.
Came off the bottom and just jammed a hack off the top. Cutting back, setting up for his finishing maneuver right here. And there's that classic layback, Tyler. I mean, she's so strong right now, really commanding lead in this heat. One thing I want to point out is this wave right here when I get to this. Steph catching a wave, you know, it'll cut back into the whitewash, but this wave really running off. I think this wave was good for her, even though she didn't get a good score on it. Reposition her, reset her mind, and she has to go out there, choose a peak and stick to it. We have India Robinson's wave as well. I think this is her 5.67. Some beautiful turns on this wave. Really jamming it back into the pocket right there. One more for the finishing turn, but like I said, Joe, it's really hard to pull your mind out of that, which peak do I go to? So let's see if Steph can get back out there and reset her. Here's the water angle of India's wave.
India looks smooth and definitely was able to crush that finish, held her line, kind of a down carve as she just pulled that straight to the beach. Different types of carves out there. You see the full redirect to the whitewater, and sometimes you're at the top and you just go straight down with all that momentum. That's a feel-good move. And India trying to bulk up those scores because you know Gilmore is coming. 425. Steph in second priority. Just a 2.57. Now needs a 6.93 to advance with her hands up. They'll give her the information quickly on what she needs to do. With priority over Steph, look for some serious defense for the rest of the seat.
I can see where she's at again. She's back in that hole. You can just tell by the water. And yeah, man, she's when she comes in, I'm going to even have a chat with her, I think, because I've been talking to her so much, just sitting down, and I want to see the champ, you know, really open up. And it's almost a good thing sometimes to have one of these heats, especially if you have an extra heat, you know, that elimination round, to go back out there and really put to work what you and your caddy have been working on. This is a real good opportunity to solidify that bond, you know, to really work with each other. You got to trust your caddy. You got to trust your coach to know, you know, give you that right information. And right here is a classic example. But we still got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. She is the champ, so we'll see what happens.
That's right. Last time we saw her in the regular season, she was on top of the podium winning in Mexico down in Barra. And it made sense she'd win a wave like that. Just a sand bottom right-hand point break. It was magic to watch. And so she's still in incredible form, hunting down an 8th world title this year. And that would break the record with Lane Beachley if she can accomplish that. All roads do lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals at lower trestles once again. Steph had a piece of that last year and had a really tough opening heat. The conditions were actually pretty challenging that day, real bouncy, a lot of energy. And so she wants another piece of that later on this year in September.
Yeah, I mean, she's always a world title contender. You know, from her rookie year, like you said, I mean, right now she's got her back up against the wall. I mean, it's crazy to see them first, second, and third priority. They're also lined up like that on your screen right there. So, I mean, we'll see who pulls the trigger. If India decides to take the first wave, wait for the second one. It's going to be a close matchup right here with 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, Joe.
The world champ seat. We were so excited when we saw Tyler and Steph next to each other. Tyler has so much respect for Steph. She originally signed with her major sponsor because Steph at that time was part of the team. She was just thinking of placing herself with excellent surfers, and Steph, one of her all-time heroes. And so she's was shadowing her at those younger ages, got her own world titles herself. So they've got a great relationship that has been pushing the sport of surfing to an incredibly high level. Opportunities now. India with priority will be forced to use it on this wave. She'll end up holding back. So we'll see the switch. Gilmore now has full priority with 1:30 to go.
That was huge. You know, that could play into her favor as well because Steph has to catch another wave. That was a score for sure. Had she not paddled and lost priority, whether she caught it or not, you know, like I said, Sunset's such a hard wave to get a good wave at. And here we see the champ looking to take off on this wave, Joe.
Let's see Steph Gilmore, 1:15. Can she save herself? Big fading, sweeping turn right there. Is there enough open face? Quick snap, needs a 6.93. Nice full, healthy wrap. Running out of wave height, but still has some energy. And just kind of fishing through that last turn. That last turn didn't have a whole lot of steam to it. 50 seconds, McCoy. It feels like she's going to fall short.
Yeah, this is going to be I don't think she's going to get the score, but this is going to be a big opportunity for the world to see as well how a champion comes back from a loss like this, makes the adjustments, works with her coach, and we'll see what kind of results she can produce after, you know, falling short.
She's not going to have a whole lot of time to rest because we have 2 elimination heats. First one's coming up next. So I'll be right back to business for Stephanie Gilmore with now 20 seconds to go. Just didn't catch a wave for the majority of the heat. Finally made a move after a couple priority errors, just not catching the wave. Got a 2.57, now a 3.27. India did leave the door open by not actually catching that last wave because she had a 3-ranger to improve on.
Yeah, she definitely left the door open. Fortunately, time ran out for her.
Tyler Wright with an impressive win, 7.5 and a 6.93. She'll fly into the next round along with India Robinson. Elimination round is coming up next here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We'll see you then.
Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Stop 2 on the championship tour as we zoom in from outer space on the archipelago, the Hawaiian Islands in the middle of the Pacific, 8 islands, the main island, the gathering place, Oahu, as we slide on over to the North Shore and zoom in on this legendary break that is Sunset Beach. A number of different facets to Sunset Beach: Val's Reef, the Inside Bowl, the West Peak, the Point, and even backyards. An incredible stage for surfing throughout the decades, open to a lot of different swell angles. The west swells, the northwest swells, the north swells all funnel in here. 2 major channels, the Kaunala channel as well as the Paumalu channel, creating this wonder of the surf world. Those deep channels create rips and currents, as well as focus the wave here, unimpeded by a continental shelf, hitting the fingered reef at Sunset Beach, creating this iconic wave. And there it is, the very inside, as we fly by and anticipate the start to the elimination round. And this is when the things get interesting. I'm Kai Paguro, joined by the wonderful Rosie Hodge here. And Rosie, some surprises so far.
Definitely, especially in that last heat. I mean, Stephanie Gilmore bowing out of competition into the elimination round. She has to do a quick turnaround, Capo, and get ready for that matchup right now.
Yeah, it's been an event full of surprises so far, both on the men's and women's side. But we saw the bar set earlier today in heat number 5 of this opening round. Courtney Conlog really took it to Sunset Beach and really set the bar for performance here in the opening round. And so that's something to be expected. She was out there along with Lakey Peterson, but it was some great surfing put down by both Courtney and Lakey, but Courtney really setting the pace.
Definitely. I mean, just catching up with Courtney after the heat. When we concluded day 1 of competition a few days ago, when Sunset was maxing out, she was one of like 4 or 5 people that free surfed it. So Courtney, she's not afraid, and I feel like this wave really suits her. She had a disappointing result at Pipeline, and she wants to turn it all around here. Amazing rides from Courtney. This one right here, just so impressive. The high number of the day so far, Capo.
Yeah, 9.1 for Conlog, with just control through the chaos of Sunset Beach. And, you know, hot tip for everyone playing fantasy surf, I'd put Courtney on your team at this moment.
You are the champ, so that's good advice.
Yeah, well, I'm not doing that well this year, but we can turn things around. Here we go with the elimination round, heat number 1. Stephanie Gilmore, Luana Silva, and Moana Jones Wong making up the cast of characters. And unfortunately, one of these 3 surfers are going to be eliminated and take home a 17th place. Nobody wants that.
This is such a stacked heat, as we saw a paddle there from Luana. She didn't get into that wave, but such a stacked heat. I mean, Moana Jones Wong, she was so impressive in that opening round. She almost pipped out Carissa Moore in that round 1.
Steph Gilmore, this time, going to be quick to pull the trigger. Her last heat, she sat out there for a long time. Probably learned the lesson that to get busy out here at Sunset Beach, but just gets caught up, uncharacteristic for the 7-time world champ for a bobble like that, Rosie.
Yeah, definitely warming up to this wave at the moment. I think that was really disappointing for Steph not to get a few more opportunities, maybe hopefully staying out in the lineup, waiting for this heat to start up. She'll be feeling a little bit warmer, and like you said, she's getting an early start.
Yeah, that early start, just a 1.17, probably not one of her top 2. She's going to take another trip out to the lineup and see if she can better that. That's going to be what she's going to need to do, because she's up against an exciting rookie in the way of Luana Silva, just 17 years old, from the North Shore of Oahu. I don't think we've seen the best of Luana Silva yet. Maybe we're going to see it in this heat.
Well, touching on Luana, this is a home break, if I'm not mistaken. Sunset Beach is where she'd be feeling really comfortable, Capo.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's been a while for Steph Gilmore to experience this round. She hasn't been in the elimination round since Margaret River in 2021. So, you know, we're going to see what happens. But this is when champs rise to the occasion, Rosie.
Well, do you know what happened in 2021 at Margaret River? Steph went on to make the final.
Yeah. So, and that's a great point to illustrate, because entrance into the elimination round doesn't mean your road ends. You can actually gain momentum here. That just means for today, Steph Gilmore would surf 4 heats rather than 3 heats, but maybe all that extra time out at Sunset would be to her benefit.
Yeah, such a good point. We have seen surfers fall into the elimination round, have a disappointing start, and that really stokes that fire. So hopefully we'll see that for the 7-time world champ.
Yeah, and she wants to repeat that performance that she put together here in 2008 when she took a big W here at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, lean into that experience. It's so fun seeing this event back on tour, just hearing from, you know, the past women that have surfed in this event.
Well, let's hear from the last heat winner. Tyler Wright is with Laura Enever.
Tyler, the reigning champ of this event 12 years ago. How crazy is that? A lot has changed and happened, but you still have that connection with Sunset.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey since then. I think that was the year before I qualified. Got a wild card into the last event of the year, and yeah, gosh, a lot has changed since then. But it's lovely to be back out there at Sunset. It's definitely kind of, you know, it's a wave that you can't really control too much. You don't have a lot of control, so you almost kind of got to let a few things go and absolutely just do the best with what you can, and that's just it.
And talk us through your equipment. You looked so solid on your feet.
Yeah, like I rode a 6'4", like. I think we've just been playing around with sides. That felt a little bit long for what I feel like I wanted. It still did the job, like amazingly. But it's just lovely to catch waves and to start to actually get an opinion on what kind of like longboards that I actually like. And so Pizel and I have been like just playing around with a few different ideas as well. Because I grew up riding my brother's step-ups. Their normal boards are step-up boards. So it's kind of strange. Like I'm used to riding boards that feel like short boards, but they're really long. So just actually playing around with that's been amazing, and such a, I don't know, it just feels amazing to start to formulate an opinion on big boards. We just haven't been in waves like this for 12 years. So I think it's really exciting. And but yeah, that's a 6'4". It rides a little longer. There's a few different things that I kind of was like, oh, like if we could change that a little bit, a shorter board there would have been better. But overall, yeah, it's just a joy to be out there and to catch waves. It's really tricky, so yeah.
Oh, amazing, Tyler. We can't wait to watch you around at 16. Always evolving and always working on your surfing and becoming better.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Thank you.
There you go. During that interview, we saw Luana Silva surf her way to a 3.17. And just another note, on this replay, we can take a look at this 3.17, Rosie.
Yeah, Luana just cruising through this kind of flattish section, waiting for this wave to stand up, staying busy on that rail, working that board back and forward, maintaining that speed, sliced through there. So I think she kind of just wanted to get that ball rolling. I think this, here we go, another option for Steph.
Steph Gilmore sliding into this one. Nice bottom turn and a little hung up on the top there, and the wave goes flat. An illustration right now, Rosie, of what's going on at Sunset is it's just at that, I'm going to say, weird size where when we looked at, you know, that the breakdown and looked down on the graphic, you have the West Peak, you have the point, but there's something weird in the middle there.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even listening to Makua early on the call with Joe, him saying the same thing. It's that funky size where you don't know whether to transition to the point or stay on that west or stay towards that west bowl. Yeah, it's gonna. The swell's supposed to hold throughout the day, Cups. Yep. So I think you are going to have these heats that are a little bit more lully and a little bit more funky, and I think these surfers are going to have to stay nimble.
Yeah, I concur. Yeah, it's really going to be head on a swivel time. Gabriella Bryan, she's going to be in elimination heat number 2 with Isabella Nichols and Bronte McCauley. So studying the lineup, Gabriella.
She looked good in her round 1 heat, I must say. Gabriella looked so strong, but you can tell there she's taking some deep breaths. It's nervous energy going into this round.
Yeah, it is. There's a lot more pressure in this round, and we'll see how Steph Gilmore answers to this pressure. Now, remember, Steph Gilmore, she's got a pretty good track record here at Sunset. She won in 2008, made the finals in both 2009 and 2010, got a 3rd place there in 2009 and 2010. So you could remember back to those days. Those were 4 surfer heats back then, correct?
Yes, it was, Carps. Yeah, 4 surfer heats, and you know, we had some really challenging conditions, and then we also had similar conditions where we did have to transition to the point. So we've seen the whole gamut. Steph knows Sunset well in every kind of condition, which should really be an advantage for her. But coming up against 2 Hawaiians in your heat, that also makes it super tricky.
It sure does. Background for Luana Silva as well as Moana Jones-Wong, probably the opportunity to spend a lot of time surfing Sunset and really dial things in. So we're going to see how this plays out. 21 minutes and 40 seconds. And the chess game is really enhanced in these lully heats, Ro, because you're not going to have as many reps at it, is the feeling that I have. So priority is going to really come into play, and just the rhythm with that priority is going to come into play.
Oh, totally. That heat management is going to be so important. And just thinking about implications for this heat, for these surfers. I mean, Moana coming off a win, she's a wild card in this event. If she gets a good result here, she could potentially qualify for the rest of the season. On the flip side, you've got Stephanie Gilmore. She didn't get a start at Pipeline. She's taken away a 17th place. So she finds herself in this round where another 17th place is in play. And for requalification, top 5 picture, it's scary.
Yeah, you get 1 throwaway at the first 5 events. So Steph's already got her throwaway, and she does not want to hang on to a 17th place when we do that math for the cut.
That's right, Capo. It's yeah, a scary situation now with that mid-year cut coming into play.
Yep, we're going to take the top 10 women after event number 5, Margaret River. Here we go. Moana Jones-Wong eases through a cutback, waits for this to stand up. Nice hooking turn off the top. Wave gets steep here. Opportunity. She's got to get up in the lip. Nice carve there. Maybe another turn for Moana. And there you go. Stitching it together. Nice sunset dance for Moana Jones-Wong.
Moana's ripping, Capo. I think the question mark was always going to be, how does she look on her backhand at Sunset after surfing Pipe and having that victory?
Yeah, she's already got the title of Queen of Pipeline. And that's a reputation to hold up, but we want to see a well-rounded Moana Jones-Wong, and that, I think, is going to be the highest number so far in the heat. Here's a replay.
This is the best wave that's come through this whole heat, too. Just watching the stretched out wall, seeing how clean it is in front of her. She has to kind of wind through this one and looking for that critical section. There was opportunity to maybe get a bit more critical in the lip there. Kind of threw off her timing, but winding through some beautiful turns on her backhand. We know that she's not as scared to attack that lip. So 3 really good moves, strong moves from Moana. There's room for improvement from her, but the best wave for me of the heat so far.
I agree. And the judges do too. 5.67 for Moana Jones-Wong on this wave, and a nice start for the wild card here. Yeah, on the men's side, we saw, you know, the yellow leader jersey eliminated from competition. We don't want to see that on the women's side. There is all the scores from our 5 judges. Throwing out the high and the low, and ended up with that 5.67.
Yeah, let's see what Moana does after hearing this number and how she settles into this heat. I feel like this is the one where she's feeling out the fins. Hearing that number, she'll know this is the benchmark in the heat and how she can extend that lead.
As a former competitor, for you, what did it feel like when you heard a good number come over the loudspeakers?
Oh, you kind of can feel your shoulders sort of start to relax, Carps. I think that, like, when you hear that number and you start to digest what that means, and gives you that little bit of pump of energy too, and you really consider your next wave.
Yeah, and as physical as surfing is, there is a big mental aspect, isn't there, Rosie?
Big mental aspect, and just gathering that and controlling it throughout the 30 minutes is so important. And I think you go into a heat and you're nervous and you're not feeling quite right. You've got to make those adjustments to get into the moment.
All 3 surfers kind of sitting in the pack. So in the broad playing field of Sunset Beach, similar lineups here for all 3. Priority with Luana Silva. So the 17-year-old is really going to have to make some good decisions when the next series of waves come through.
Interesting with that priority. I mean, do you go the first or the second wave of the set? I think throughout the day I've noticed that second wave really holding up a lot better. You know, if Luana rolls the dice on the first wave, Steph could get the second with the second priority. But I think Luana, she's too smart for that.
Yeah. Some waves hitting the point here and tricky takeoffs. A lot of times they'll shift up at the point, at Sunset Point, go into the deeper water, and sometimes what I call are mirage waves that look like they're going to break, but then mysteriously back off into some weird deep sections.
There is just like potholes in the reef that just kind of suckle the energy out of those waves.
Using the priority here, this is Luana. Nice long bottom turn and beautiful carve. Patient surfing here. Again, cutting back. Nice roundhouse, banking off the white water there. The wave to stand up on the inside here where Luana carves another roundhouse. Nice rail work, nice board control coming through here. A paced effort by Luana Silva.
That was a beautiful wave for Luana.
Now the question, Rosie, your initial response to that, or your initial reaction, is that better than the 5.67 already put down by Moana Jones-Wong?
That's interesting. I think it could be a touch better. Let's watch this. I think for me today, the women that have really delayed that bottom turn and come around that section shows they have such a good read on it. This wave had a tapered bit of wall to it, so she didn't get particularly steep in the lip, but the roundhouse cutbacks, you know, the rebound off the white water, the complete control, the use of that rail, it was visually a very pleasing wave. But did it have those high impact maneuvers that the judges reward?
Yeah, it was in control, and so I'm going to give that to Luana. But there is also, when you go out into the shoulder, there's also, you know, that lack of risk. Right now, she's getting some words from Reynos Hayes, her in-water caddy, and some words of encouragement. Look like she's asking some questions to Reynos right now.
Yeah, this is such a good opportunity to get real-time advice while you're in the water, just you and your coach, someone that you trust. And Reynos, he's so calm. He's got this energy about him that really grounds you.
Yeah. Well, we're waiting for the score. We're going to take a break while we wait for that score. When we return, we'll give you that score and more here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Winding the clock back to 2008 here at Sunset Beach, Rosie, and a cast of characters, and you were among them.
This is so awesome. Just looking back at this, Sally Fitzgibbons, just a young whippet, Coco Ho. Just such a stealthy little grom. Leanne Curran, Tom Curran's daughter, competing on the championship tour.
There's Rosie Hodge.
Hey, stoked, made the cut. Silvana Lima, she made the final this year.
And it was a great year for Steph Gilmore as she took the win here at Sunset and got to chair up to the podium.
And looking at that podium, more familiar faces: Jessie Miley Dyer, Silvana Lima, Nicola Atherton, and Steph taking the win.
Live action here. Actually, this happened during the break. Moana Jones-Wong, Rosie.
On her backhand, winds this one up, touches the bottom of that rail on the bottom turn. Let's see what she gets done here. Does she complete this maneuver? She goes down. Out the back, Stephanie Gilmore. Very important wave from Steph. Can she rectify those couple bobbles that she's had throughout this heat? Beautiful opening maneuver under the lip. Oh, she cracks it again, Capo. This is way better from Steph. She's starting to find that rhythm. Critical back into the white water there, and hits it off the top again. So now we're cooking Steph. Now we're seeing the shades of Steph that we used to seeing.
Yeah, classic Steph Gilmore with that speed, power, and flow. Luana Silva lining up here, winding up off the bottom. Long gouging roundhouse off the bottom again. Eases through that turn, rebounds off the whitewater, a little bounce and refraction coming off the channel, and Silva kicks out. So the judges have a full plate right now, owing us scores for Silva, Wong, and Gilmore.
That was a good exchange. I think we waited a long time for this heat to really get fired up and going. Long lully in between the waves.
Well, remember, everyone, as a little PSA for everyone playing fantasy surf, you have until, you can switch it up still, you have until the beginning of the women's round 16 to lock in your team. So you can switch up your players right now, take a look at who's performing today, take a look at some of the scores, maybe even take a look at the seeding. Play it all on worldsurfleague.com and the WSL app.
You put Steph on your team?
I'm not going to give up my team until we have locked the teams. Once I lock the team.
And in your final five, our picks that we do on World Surf League?
Yeah, I did. Actually, I didn't. Here's my predictions. Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright, Lakey Peterson, Malia Manuel, and Tatiana Weston-Webb. And the reason that's there, this isn't a fantasy pick. This is a pick, my prediction of who's going to be in the final five.
Strong.
After this event. And the only reason Steph's not in there, because I already know she has a 17th, so mathematically it'd be very hard for her to be in that final five after this event.
Strong picks because all of those women are already in the round of 17. They skipped this elimination round. I think you're crushing it.
There you go. Isabella Nichols, she's coming up next in heat number 2 of this elimination round. A little easier shore break to deal with today than the previous couple of days, Rosie.
I know. We didn't get much of a look on the big day, but the shore break at Sunset is no joke, Carps. Like, when you're taking that bigger board out, getting thrashed in there is embarrassing.
Well, it can kind of mentally shake you even before you start your heat, just getting pounded in the shore break, having to bail your board.
Yeah.
You know?
It's scary. You just get so whipped inside there. You think you've timed it right, and all of a sudden you're getting dragged back to shore in front of the whole crowd.
Well, the numbers are in. 7-point ride for Steph Gilmore, 4.43 for Luana Silva, and a 4.07 for Moana Jones Wong. Silva in the lead. Moana Jones Wong in second place, but Steph Gilmore with that high single wave score looking good. All she needs a backup, a 2.74 or greater will get her into that second and advancing position.
Yeah, good for Steph to get that strong number, but still in that third place. This time can widen down. Like we said, we're seeing a little bit lully as we watch Isabella making it out with her caddy Miles Padaka in her corner.
Yeah, former champ out here, Miles Padaka, so some good guy to have on your pit crew for Bella Nichols. 9 minutes remaining. Moana Jones with that priority and that second position in this heat. She wants to at least hang on to that position and avoid elimination.
Yeah, Moana's going to choose wisely this next wave with that priority. Definitely looking to extend. Otherwise, she could find herself just swapping chairs with the surfers. I think we're going to see a couple shifts here as we watch this set come through.
Here's a set corner. That one's going to go wide, and wise decision for no one to take that wave. As you can see, that wave almost went backwards off of the point.
Those are the ones you're talking about, the little burgers that come in, phantom waves.
Here we go. Now, this is going to be much better here. Decision time, and nobody's going to take this wave. A little caught out of position, and there's definitely some scoring opportunity on that one that rolls through.
Yeah, that was interesting. Was that Luana having a look at that wave? She's got third priority. I think that just shifted there. Steph's gone into second priority.
And Moana Jones Wong still leading the pack. Here we go. Luana Silva recognizing that, so she decides to surf under priority. And you can see just the skip out a little bit on that bottom turn led to just not being able to execute that top turn, Rosie.
And that was unfortunate because we've seen one turn options getting well rewarded. That bottom turn was looking smooth, Kappa going into it. There was a lot of froth on the face and she got a bit hung up.
So no harm, no foul for Luana Silva. She's going to remain in the lead and be in the back of the line priority-wise. anxious moments now for Steph Gilmore, who just needs a small score to secure her position in the next round.
It's so hard at Sunset because I feel like, you know, you're either getting 7s, but then a 2.74 is kind of a tricky score to get. I don't think Steph's going to be surfing for that 2.74. She's going to look to replicate that 7, but it's a hard position to be in as time starts to wind down. When you're third place, second priority, you kind of got to really start looking around and making opportunities for yourself.
And the personalities of Sunset, you know, when we had the chaotic days out here, I was calling Sunset a time bandit in a way, because if you made a wrong decision, it would cost you a lot of time, and clock management's key. Today, with these lulls and fewer opportunities, it's a different situation, but the same danger and the same challenge is time management and being able to, you know, really manage your heating and get those waves in, because the clock's just burning down at this moment and nothing on offer.
Yeah, it's really tricky. And a 2.74, you can't really fake that out at Sunset. I mean, we look at Moana, she got that 3.17 earlier, and she did some beautiful turns to get that number, and she had to find a bit of wall to work with.
Yeah, she had to have the wave in the first place, so that's going to be the challenge right now. Also for Moana Jones-Wong, with that priority, she needs to make the right decision when a wave does formulate.
I don't think any of these women right now in the lineup are feeling particularly comfortable. Just looking at the scoreline and knowing the arc of the heat and what could happen.
I'm nervous sitting in here. And just how do you keep your nerves about yourself?
It's so hard, Carp. I just have, you know, flashbacks of sitting in the lineup, and you just start feeling your heart start to drum in your ears. You know what I mean? Like your heart's going a million miles an hour. You're just trying to sense yourself and stay calm and will an opportunity your way, will that wave towards you.
Yeah. Thanks to Spectrum Surf here locally is where you can catch the live broadcasts on channel 20 and 1020 in high definition. Greg Fujimoto and the crew, thank you very much. And again, at the conclusion of today, there will be a rebroadcast of all of today's action on that Spectrum Surf channel. My favorite channel. 4:45, and just like that, we're talking about the time bandit, the burglar on the clock, and it continues here, and in just nervous times for all of our competitors, because the last flurry could certainly change the entire situation out in the water.
Yeah, you're feeling the air just getting sucked out of the lineup at the moment. Luana, what she got for us?
Scratches into this one under priority. Looks like there's a bit of wall in front of her, so some opportunity. Got to get to the lip, gets a carve there. Wave steepens up on the inside, more opportunity. Nice little bank, and that's all the wave's going to offer. Did she better her 4.43 that she's holding right now in her score line?
Yeah, that would be the question, but I think that's good from Luana, just to play that inside game while she doesn't have priority. Just keep applying the pressure. She's in the lead. She doesn't have priority, so just go roll the dice on those opportunities.
Hops on the back of the Red Bull ski and is going to get ushered back out to the channel and dropped off. Here's a replay.
So Luana really scratching into this wave. She wants it, drops in. Lots of bounce on that face. Steadies herself as she goes for the bottom turn. Hooks it around. Smaller wave, but she does make the most of it. Does she get out onto the open face, Capo, for that? I mean, she kicks out and it's complete, but let's see what the judges think of how that wave went. This is an important wave, Carps.
Steph Gilmore arcs a turn, fading back into the whitewater, hoping this wave stands up. A nice turn off the top there, and just kind of going through the motions, Steph Gilmore, and going through the motions for that odd number, 2.74. We're going to see what happens. Moana Jones-Wong behind her, touches the rail on the bottom turn, carves off the top, fades another bottom turn, deals with some bumpy water, another backhand carve for Jones-Wong. One more opportunity and another hack off the top there right into the channel. So nice exchange, and some interesting math is about to present itself.
I'm nervous for Steph. I think Moana could improve her situation. She's looking to improve on the 4.07. I don't know if Steph would have even got the 2.74 on that ride.
Yeah, this is some really, really interesting stuff, and it would be very disappointing for Steph Gilmore to be eliminated, especially given that she has that 7-point ride in her scoreline.
Definitely. I mean, she's got the high mark. That, like I said, the 2.74, it's hard to fake it to that number at Sunset.
Well, it looks like she's going to get that 2.74. We're just forecasting that number. 4.33 drops for Steph Gilmore. Moana Jones-Wong now needs a 4.36. We're still waiting for the score for Moana Jones-Wong on her last ride. And if that was a 4.33 for Steph Gilmore, I'm feeling that Moana Jones-Wong is going to get north of that number and achieve that 4.36. What are your thoughts?
I think so, Kappa. I mean, it was a steeper wave that Moana was offered up, a couple of great sections. So things get a little bit scary for Luana Silva.
And just like that, Silva bumped to third place, a 5.07 drops for Moana Jones-Wong. Steph Gilmore in first, Moana in second, and now Silva needs a 5.15. Replay of this 4.33.
This is interesting. So Steph wraps around this cutback. She almost gets caught off guard there. And this is where the bulk of the points come for Steph. From that maneuver right there, then winds it around for a cutback. So 3 maneuvers for Steph on that wave, and then Moana just upping the ante on this wave. Like I said, a bit more wall to work with, a bit of more steeper section. It does have a lot of foam on the face of this wave, owing to the fact that Steph got the first wave of the set. I'm really impressed with her backhand surfing though, Cups, and just the way that she's been able to manage and keep her composure through these heats. This is an important wave. Here we go.
Priority used by Luana Silva off the bottom, carves off the top. Good sized wave here, fades again off the bottom, and a big aggressive hack off the top for Silva. Looks at her watch, knows that that is going to be her last chance to get the number. 5.15 is the requirement.
I think she got a Kappa. I mean, we'll look at the replays, but I like to just put myself out there.
I mean, I don't want to see the jinx of the yellow jersey come into play again, yellow leader's jersey. Here, one more look.
The 5.15 required. So delays that bottom turn, comes up, swooping arc there. Bigger wave than we've seen Luana take this heat. Another cracking turn right there. So 2-turn option.
Yeah. That's what makes it exciting.
Right? This is what it's about, musical chairs.
This is exactly, and a 6.7. Luana Silva goes to first. Moana Jones-Wong drops to third. And again, we've seen that yellow leader's jersey eliminated from competition early in stop number 2. What's going on? All the numbers presented. And the rookie coming through in a clutch display. Our 7-time world champ's going to continue her run here. And we're going to run to a quick commercial break. But we'll be running right back here to Sunset at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask. Every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League.
Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, and it was the rookie with a clutch final wave to avoid elimination and work her way into the round of 16. Luana Silva, mission accomplished. Kuiper Girl along with Rosie Hodge, and we are in elimination heat number 2. Isabella Nichols, Gabriella Bryan, and Bronte McCauley. 3 enter the water and 2 will exit into the round of 16.
Yeah, and if you're in that 3rd place position, Capo, taking home a 17th is not what you want to do. This elimination round is super scary. That last heat gave us all the feels, all the excitement, clutch performance from the rookie. I'm just so impressed with the new faces on tour and the way that they're able to stand up to those big moments when the pressure's on.
Yeah, teenager out there, our rookie on tour, just 19 years old. Gabriella Bryan, as we see Bella Nichols. Nice snap off the top for Isabella. And some pace through, a little bit of a dead water there. Works her way, nice little start. Getting the ball rolling for Isabella Nichols, 24 years old, out of Australia. 2nd season on tour for Isabella. And a nice little water taxi, the Red Bull ski on the way. That leaves Gabriella Bryan and Bronte McCauley out in the lineup with open priority between the 2 of them.
Yeah, Gabriella this morning was really impressive to me. I really enjoyed her attacking approach. You know, like I said, to see these rookies, I mean, there's so many Hawaiian names in the mix here, Capo. They've got to feel super comfortable starting the season on home turf.
Numbers are filtering in for Bella Nichols, a 4.67. Nice start and early momentum to the Australian. Gabriella Bryan, we're talking about her, but first we're going to go through this replay of Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, good start for Isabella. Beautiful, cracking maneuver there. You can tell that it's not as lateral as what we've been seeing throughout the day. She really eyed up that section and tried to get vertical and really create that point of difference on that wave, knowing there was only that 1 turn option.
So back to Gabriella Bryan, 19 years old. She won the Challenger Series in 2021. Impressive for a teenager to come out on top there and set herself up for a maiden year on the championship tour.
Ultra consistent, so consistent on the Challenger Tour. We went from, you know, the US Open over to Europe, 2 events there, coming back to Hawaii, the Challenger Series happening at Haleiwa, and just the way that she was able to overcome everything, every kind of adversity. I feel like in Ericeira, that event there, the waves were huge and unruly some of the days. Heading into France, had its own challenges, and then Haleiwa was a whole nother ball game as the pressure started to mount.
And then Gabriella rewarded with sponsorship from Hurley. So appropriate for this youngster from the island of Kauai, as we can take a look at our rookie class of 2022, one of the bright stars, Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, such a good pickup from Hurley to give this woman some support. She's just one of those people that you meet and she's just got such a good vibe about her. She looks so happy. It's cool to watch her surfing. I think she's got such a solid rail game. I don't think she's scared. She spent a lot of time in Indonesia during COVID, sending it on some beautiful waves.
Interesting story about Isabella Nichols, 2nd year on the championship tour, and she's still studying in the uni online for a mechanical engineering degree. Just the other day, during the women's final at Pipe, she couldn't watch Pipe. She couldn't get involved in any of that because she had a 3-hour physics exam that she's been studying for all week. So I'm just so impressed by you know, the scope and the range of someone like Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, it just shows her balance too. I mean, she's got interests in other things, and she's really just a well-rounded person. Yeah, I mean, it's always lucky to have Isabella, but to sit down, study during the pipe window for that physics test and take a 3-hour exam the Sunday after the event ran, I mean, that's, wow. I mean, talk about like really managing all the elements in your life.
Yeah, yeah. Paddle there for Gabriella Bryant, and that will not affect anything as open priority is still in effect between Gabriella Bryant and Bronte McCauley. Bronte McCauley, 28 years old, from Gracetown, Australia, Western Australia. Bronte McCauley, Rosie, a second-generation pro surfer, as Dave was one of the best in the world in his time.
Yeah, and obviously just a traveling partner with Bronte, just full-on support from Dave. He's out in the lineup now, caddying for Bronte. And Bronte, just such a good backhand surfer out Sunset. She had some great entries into the virtual Triple Crown last year from Sunset. I think it was such a good call-up to have her in this event.
And talk about between Dave, her dad, and Bronte, talk about father and daughter bonding, traveling the world. You see them surfing together all the time. Just what a beautiful family, the McCauleys.
Surfing together, playing tennis together, and yeah, just such a good support system for Bronte. It's hard to do this by yourself, Capo.
Yeah, and that is, just illustrated, Bronte just jumping off there, the challenge that the point is here at Sunset, because it's easy to get too deep too, because it's such a mystery wave.
Yeah, and it is. Right now, we've mentioned it, it's such a tricky size at the moment because you're kind of in between the West Peak and Sunset Point, so it's really hard finding that positioning in the lineup at the moment. As we see Bronte, she's a little bit too deep. I'm sure Isabella, she was in a better position for this wave. Bronte just gets held up, but now priority is established for this heat.
Yeah, and all the locks are in effect. Bronte McCauley, third priority. Let's hear from the rookie. Brilliant comeback in the very end of her heat. Luana Silva is with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys, the rookie, the local girl. Luana, you just said that with a minute and a half to go, you're in third. You let go the first wave of the set. Yeah. How did you have that composure?
20 minutes.
I have no idea, to be honest with you. I was kind of, I don't know if you can sweat out in the water, but I was definitely sweating out there. And I knew that they just changed the heat, so I just had to complete a wave, and I knew I could do it. I just had to believe in myself, and I did it.
And, you know, you've grown up at this wave. You know it better than anyone of your other competitors. How does it give you the confidence out there?
Well, it gives me a bunch of confidence. Growing up at this wave, I've surfed it every day my whole life, and I'm really confident in going out in this wave, yeah.
And decompress after that, that was one of those, you know, do or die moments. You think, you know, after having a elimination round finish at a pipe, how is it to, you know, be into the round of 13? I mean, into the next round, and just, you know.
Yeah, it boosts up my confidence a lot. I'm just excited to go back out there again today, just at my home break, and get some fun waves.
Good luck, Luana. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Luana Silva met the challenge in that intimidating elimination round. 19 minutes, my correction, and 30 seconds counting down in this elimination round, heat number 2. Waves on the way. Gabriella Bryant out in the black jersey with first priority and first pick of the set. We'll see if she goes on the first wave of the set, and it looks like she's intent to do so. Here she goes. Has to skip through that section. And a lumpy, bumpy wave for Gabriella to deal with here. Goes into deep water quickly, and it was not one of those waves that gave you a standing up wall on the inside. So that was a struggle of a wave for Gabriella Bryant, Rosie.
Yeah, not what she would have wanted to use her priority on looking back, but hindsight is 20/20. You know, that wall kind of came up in front of her. You thought she was going to get a good ride, but it didn't have, you know, that first, you know, not being the first wave of the set, it just didn't have the effect of having a clean line to it. So much bump that she had to work through.
Yep, 2.67 for this wave. We'll take another look from water angle.
And this really illustrates those bumps and ribs up the face of this wave. Being that first wave of the set, kind of mistimes that turn there, and then kind of goes out onto the open shoulder, and this wave gives her nothing back. Nothing to do with Gabby surfing. It's just that wave choice that's so important.
Yeah. Live action, Isabella Nichols with a nice hook as we catch up to that live action. Oh, and an unfortunate bobble at the end and not able to close out that wave. Catching up with a finish from Gabriella Bryant. So evidently there was a flurry of waves while we went through those replays, and we'll catch up with those. Red Bull ski in effect. And that will zoom Bryant back out to the peak.
Yeah, Gabby with the number 77 on her back shares that number with Felipe Toledo.
Lucky. I think it's a lucky number. There's a father and son duo right there at Hawaiian Water Patrol too, Kavika and Ha'a Foster. Here we go. Here's the replays.
Yeah, great drop from Gabby. This is paddling out after her last wave. Just gets that one turn option. So she's staying busy. She's staying activated in this heat. Isabella Nichols trying to back up that 4.67. Swoop through that turn. Tries to crack it up. There we go. Just hitting that bobble there. She tried to transition super quickly out of that first maneuver. So good effort from her to combo up that wave. Bigger waves on the way.
Here we go. Bronte McCauley on the backhand. Long stretched out wave right to the lip there. And unable to pull off that maneuver. That was a tough one. A little bit late to the lip. And, you know, just the undulating waters of Sunset, really difficult sometimes to get through. Here it is in slow motion.
Yeah, just eyeing off that section on your backhand, getting that timing. Wow, she really connects with that surfboard on the way down. It's so tricky, especially on your backhand when you're looking over your shoulder up at that section to get that timing quite right. That section's been tricky for a lot of surfers.
Yeah, like we said, second generation pro surfer, Bronte McCauley. And for more on that, I'm going to throw it to the 88 world champ, Barton Lynch.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Her dad, Dave, he was known as the machine because he was so consistent. And, you know, every wave, every heat, he was always scoring 6s and 7s and trying to impart that onto Bronte. But I know for Bronte, this is such an important moment. They didn't know they would be here. They got the last minute call up. They've been scrambling ever since for accommodation, for surfboards. They wanted me to thank Morgan Sibilic for handing over a whole quiver of boards for Bronte to ride. So a lot of factors sort of destabilising Bronte here, but at the same time, those guys recognise what an amazing opportunity this is. They've been through a tough period of time as a family. Bronte now back on the tour, got a few starts, and I think we're seeing the pressure of this moment coming to play a little bit on some of her decision-making out there at the moment, so hopefully she can get that right before the end of the heat.
Hey, BL, do you see any similarities in the surfing between Dave, dad, and daughter Bronte, both being goofy foots?
Yes, definitely. Both goofy foots, as you said. Dave was super consistent. He like the machine tag, and anytime someone's called a machine, it's an absolute compliment because it means you can deliver your performance consistently over and over again. And Dave had that, and I think that, you know, Bronte's got to start channeling a bit of that from Dave, because I suppose for Bronte, we know what she's capable of at her very best. Incredible surfer, just needs to be putting that together in heats a little more often.
14 minutes and 40 seconds counting down here, and Isabella Nichols on the top of the pack, Rosie, with a 4.67 and a 3.67.
Yeah, so Isabella getting that score on that last wave where she did have that little bit of a bobble on the second turn. If she tidies that up, you know, we'd see those mid-range scores for her and really starting to extend that lead.
Maybe a couple more waves on the point. Really, really hard to identify as we talk about those mirages. Looks like Isabella Nichols paddled into that one, but that was a quick up and out for Bella.
And you're talking about the book smarts of Isabella, studying for the physics exam. She also was smart enough to think about local talent to help her over here, employing Miles Padaka, former champ at Sunset, to really show her the ropes out at Sunset. It's really cool to see her kind of lean into that local knowledge.
Yeah, Miles Padaka, the champ out here, all the way back in 2001. Big Isle Miles came in as it was relatively unknown at the time and made a name for himself in surfing with that victory here at Sunset in 2001. Well, we fly by, and we're going to step out just for a sec. We're going to be back with more from Sunset Beach. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. More on the way. Back to action here at Sunset Beach. Gabriella Bryant up and riding and slashing away an important wave for the youngster from the island of Kauai, our rookie on tour. Kuiper Guerrero along with Rosie Hodge. This is elimination round, heat number 2. And we're going to lose a surfer in this heat from competition, Rosie.
Yeah, third place, you're gone. Scary. I mean, we've only just rolled into women's competition and you've surfed twice and that's it. You're packing your bags. So it's ruthless.
There is a lot of gravity to this situation right now as we wait for the score for Gabriella Bryant. Currently in second place, top 2 advance into the round of 16. And Gabriella wanting to better her low of a 1.93. I think she got the job done.
I back that.
Hawaiian Water Patrol dropping her off. Kavika Foster with his son Ha'a on the sled, and Reynos Hayes in the water for Gabriella Bryant, shouting some instructions.
Yeah, just a couple of...
Oh, look at the number. 7.5. Gabriella Bryant goes to first with a strong performance on that wave.
I was going to say, Kappa, this was a way better wave. Watch that eye line just eyeing off the lip here. This turn, money all day, just bang. The way that she gets aggressive on that back edge and really pulls that tail down. This is that added aggression that we see in Gabriella's surfing. Just so smooth, coming through it. First maneuver, strong. This wave offering so much more of potential in the sections. It's such a steeper wave right there. Gabby just slams on that tail.
Wow. A couple judges go 8 even on this ride. So strong performance for the Pine Trees local, Gabriella Bryant. That's got to feel good. 9 minutes and 40 seconds on the countdown. Priority now with Bronte McCauley. Bronte in third place. And Bronte needs to gain some momentum and get some numbers on the board. She needs a 7.34 to move into second and advancing position at this stage. Well, let's hear from the Queen of Pipeline. She's with Laura Enever.
Yes, guys. Queen of Pipeline, Moana. Not the result you would have wanted here, but amazing showing nonetheless.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. I was just so happy to have an opportunity to get another wild card just right down the road from Pipe, and I felt like I surfed good, and I'm stoked.
And paddling out with the yellow jersey on, was that just like a pinch me moment for you?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just like, is this really my jersey?
And I mean, having this jersey and being on tour, is this a dream of yours? What can we expect from you?
Yeah, it's totally a dream come true, and I would hope to make it on the CT. That's like, you know, always been a dream of mine, so give me more wild cards, guys.
And talk about, you know, you've grown, you know, you're the Queen of Pipeline, Sunset. Do you have much experience here with Pro Juniors, NSSA?
Yeah, we did so many NSSAs, amateur advances, like all kinds of junior pros. So I've been surfing out at Sunset way longer than I've actually been surfing out at Pipe.
Amazing. Well, we'll let you get back to Pipe for the rest of the day or take a seat and watch the rest of the girls, but amazing showing. Congratulations. Look forward to seeing more of you.
Wow. You know what? I like that Moana Jones Wong is already kind of pleading for another wild card. And I would say, young lady, put it in writing, submit it. Stop number 3 over there in Portugal at Peniche. Love to see her there. Could you imagine her at Super Tubos?
Super Tubos. Oh, such a good call, Copper. I back that. I back it.
Okay, let's sign a petition right now.
I think it's a hashtag nowadays.
Okay, that's how it works. Wow. So the situation out here, 7 minutes, 35 seconds, counting down. Strong score by Gabriella Bryant. That's 7.5, setting the bar in this heat. Bronte McCauley sitting quietly, needing a big number, a 7.34 to avoid elimination. She does have priority, so she will get a chance in this final 7 minutes, and here they come, Rosie.
Yeah, a couple lines stacking up there. You know, Bronte, you think about her, what she's done in this heat. Having that fall on that one wave, I mean, had she completed that maneuver, that's all the judges are asking for. That risk and reward factor is there for her. So let's see what she does with her priority.
Yeah, electric surfing by Bronte McCauley. And when I look at her overall performance, I really do think that her backhand surfing is one of her main strengths in her overall surfing repertoire. So she's poised there. You can see that she's ready to go for it. If she just connects 2 of those vertical backhand hooks, she's going to get her number.
Oh, totally. I mean, looking at the Gabriella Bryant, the 7.5, came from 2-turn option.
Oh, here we go. And just to mind surf that one, if you happen to be in position for that, it would have been good. Kind of on the shoulder here, but we're sitting in third priority. Let's see what Gabriella Bryant gets done on this one. Nice swooping carve there. Back up in the lip, banging that one. And an easy roundhouse back into the whitewater. She's going to get a little bonus inside section on this one. And she throws another hack, so she probably improved upon her scoreline. Isabella Nichols, who's going to make life a little harder for Bronte McCauley with a performance here as well. Nice lip glide there. Bouncy water on wave number 2 of the set. Isabella Nichols looking to better her 3.67. So waves surfed and waves turned up by the priority surfer, Bronte McCauley. This will be very interesting.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take. I mean, with your priority, watching your competitors get waves and up the ante, I'm going to give a flick to the 2.67 from Gabriella. That last wave is going to eclipse it, definitely. Isabella, 100% is changing her situation too. So things are getting a bit more difficult for Bronte now.
A couple of jet skis, Red Bull jet skis again in play, and thank you to Tours and Competitions over here at the World Surf League for making that decision to incorporate the ski caddies so that we can see more waves surfed, and it definitely changes the dynamics out here. One more look, Gabriella Bryant.
Well, Gabriella Bryant, no priority, so she finds this wave on the inside. Like you said, kind of takes off on the shoulder, Capo, but huge second move from Gabriella there. Winds this one through the inside, drops the shoulder. And then Isabella Nichols out the back. A lot of speed throughout this this wave, a lot of flow carried. Watch this crack that she timed so perfectly. Lots of spray out the back, gets out on the open face, winds it around for that cutback. I think both women improved their situation after that.
It's gonna up the need for Bronte McCauley right now. So hanging on to that priority, didn't flinch at all on that last set. And she's going to hear some news of some numbers that will make her requirement much higher.
That's so tough. I mean, look at Bronte out there, just knowing that that set got away from her.
Yeah, Bronte now needs a 9.77 to get into second place, because Isabella Nichols just helped her cause with a 6.1, and Gabriella Bryant running away 7.43 for her last ride.
Yeah, very well rewarded there. And just, I mean, back to Barton's point when we heard from him on the VIP headset, just the fact that Bronte getting that last minute call up, scrambling over here to Sunset, she's riding some of Morgan Siblick's boards. Like, she's really done well to kind of prepare herself in a pinch for this event. So I'd love to see Bronte get another opportunity, potentially 2 opportunities, because that 9.77, that's a lot to digest at this point.
Yeah. Thanks for talking through that, because I just had to pull out my phone, go to the WSL app, because I realized this is my last chance to lock in my team for Fantasy Surf. So I'm getting busy right here, right now.
I can talk through these last 3 minutes.
I just changed a couple of things.
It's easy as that.
Yeah, I changed a couple of things, and I think we're looking good now.
Got a title to defend. Everyone knows that defending a title is really hard.
It's super hard. It's a lot of pressure. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, and I talk about pressure, but the real pressure right now is being applied to Bronte McCauley, because as the clock ticks down, she's not going to have the opportunity to cut that need into 2 separate scores. She's going to have to lean on one wave, and that one wave would have to be the performance of the event so far. The need at 9.77.
Yeah, you think, here we go, option for Bronte.
This is it. Has to come around this section. Bangs it off the lip and goes down. Unfortunate.
Very unfortunate. Just that air getting caught underneath Bronte's board as she's airdropping out of that one.
Yeah, so, I mean, now it's just dark days for Bronte McCauley, because she's in the back of the priority line. She's not going to get the score. And the young lady from Western Australia is looking at a 17th place, equal 17th.
Couple lines out the back, Capo. Maybe the other 2 ladies that are in position can utilize these waves. Let's see, Bronte lines up this section right here. Board gets hung up over there, just tosses her off. You're a goofy footer. How tricky is it on your backhand at Sunset?
So Courtney waiting to see if Bronte advances. If she does not, then Courtney will be in the next heat against Joanne Defay as we get into the round of 16. So we saw the Sea Tiger, Courtney Conlogue, readying herself on the beach along with her caddy, Jack Freestone.
Yeah, interesting. So Courtney's been staying on the shoreline, watching this heat intently. Cool to see her utilize Jack Freestone. They seem like they've got a really good partnership going.
And there she is, strategizing. And you know what, since there's just 45 seconds, I will do a reveal for my fantasy surf. I do have Courtney Conlogue on my team.
That's a great pick. Great pick. Who's your power surfer? Is that too much?
Carissa Moore is my power surfer.
Okay.
Do you want some more?
Sure.
We'll give everybody my team right now.
Well, they've only got 30 seconds.
30 seconds to lock in. All right, so Gabriella Bryant, the rookie, coming through strong into the round of 16. Isabella Nichols avoided elimination here and is going to make the most of it. We'll see her in the round of 16, and it's just a formality as the clock ticks down for the stage to be set as we enter that next round of competition here. Again, stick around all day. We're going to work our way all the way through the quarterfinals today. So big day of surfing. When we enter into the next round, we're going to have that overlapping heat format, and we're going to have a lot of action. So let you rest right now from the action, take a break, but we'll be back with more hot action here from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido.
What an exciting day for pro surfing here at Sunset Beach. We are now into the round of 16. We're going to be introducing the overlapping format at this stage of the game, so it's going to move right along very quickly. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to two surfers already through the elimination round. We just lost Bronte McCauley and world number 1 Moana Jones Wong, who certainly put up a big fight at Sunset Beach. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, alongside Laura Endever, longtime CT standout, big wave charger, a former world champion in 1988, Barton Lynch. Exciting day for the women, Laura. It's been fun to see some serious ripping go down. Now into the round of 16. More eliminations coming quickly today.
Yeah, a huge day for the women. I mean, after watching the men, for the last 2 days, the girls get their turn and the waves are still coming through. They're beautiful out there. There's so much opportunity and we've seen some amazing surfing so far. But yeah, huge day for them all. 4 heats that some of these girls might surf if they make it through the quarterfinal.
BL, it was interesting looking at those elimination round heats. The talk was Moana Jones-Wong, the queen of pipeline, coming to Sunset. Would she come to play? I felt like she certainly did. She put up a huge fight, just got sent to that third place elimination spot on the final exchange when Luana Silva got her last wave.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate situation, and it was a situation where I thought she would have got. I thought she got the score personally, and might not have been there. And Carissa Moore might have found herself in that situation, but as it turned out, not. And she found herself there, and we lose two wonderful goofy foots in Moana and Bronte Macaulay, and you know, Bronte just looked a little bit off out there. Obviously, hasn't competed for quite some time, and was throwing herself vertically into the lip, which you don't really do at Sunset very often. Nobody really does that. So she was really chancing it all, risking it all, and unfortunately it didn't pan out.
So now heading into the round of 16, first heat, Joanne DeFay and Courtney Conlog. They'll have the lineup completely to themselves, and then the halfway mark, at the 20-minute mark, we'll see Tyler Wright take to the lineup with Malia Manuel, starting with Joanne DeFay.
Wow.
What gets you excited about watching her surf, Laura?
Oh, I love watching Joanne surf. Even on the very first wave of the morning this morning, she was just looking so slicey and fast. She just has this amazing, like, poise, calmness to her surfing, then pulls out, like, an incredible hack or just something wild out of her bag of tricks. But, I mean, looking at these two heats, Joanne and Courtney, and then the next heat, Tyler and Malia, these are like, we're used to seeing these in quarterfinals, these heats and matchups. So they're going to be amazing. And this heat, especially with Joanne and Courtney, they're both incredibly powerful.
Yeah, hard to pick a favorite at this point. Courtney seems like she's on the biggest roll. She had a gigantic combined heat total. We know she spent a ton of time at Sunset Beach, and so she's feeling it, especially coming off a 17th at Pipeline. She already knows with a mid-season cut that it's go time. She's thinking, I'm going to win this event and put herself back in a title race position.
There's so much to like about Courtney's personality, isn't there? She's so vibrant. She's always so positive, so upbeat. We know she's very creative. She's a fantastic artist and has a lot of other things, other interests that she's very accomplished at, but surfing's her true passion, and big waves are what she revels in. She's always a standout when the waves are big, when the conditions are gnarly. She wanted to surf those last couple of days. She was ready for that size surf, so this is kind of hot dog surf, Nelly, for Courtney.
I remember seeing a poster of Courtney when she was like 12 years old or something, maybe 11, and I think it could have been either Honolulu Bay or Sunset, and she's like so tiny on this huge wave, just like doing the same bottom turn she's always had. And yeah, like that loss at Pipe was really hard on her. But she stayed optimistic. You know, she just wanted to go out and get barreled and just couldn't find those waves, but she's bounced back and obviously come back with that incredible first round heat total. So yeah, she's on.
She certainly is. Exciting start to 2022, maybe the most exciting ever, kicking things off at Pipeline. Traditionally, it's been the last event, but now it includes men and women at every stop of the season for the first time ever. BL, what event is standing out to you where you have a lot of excitement to see the world's best compete on?
Well, for me, I look at G-Land, I get very excited being a left-hander. And, you know, obviously, I suppose as a professional or a competitive surfer, my goal was to never really prioritise anything and to look at them all as equals, which they are, and they all have that equal input, that equal influence. Every heat's important, doesn't matter whether it's Bells Beach or J Bay. But for me as a goofy footer, and having been to G-Land to compete, there's a certain amount of torture in it too, because it's so perfect. And I remember watching a day, you're dying to get to good waves. This is the start of the Dream Tour, and we're used to competing at Huntington Beach and Manly and all of these quite average surf spots, and we finally get to go to G-Land. And then you watch it, I realised at the time that it might be worse, because you watch all day and then you got a 25-minute heat. You sat there and watched the most perfect waves you've seen all day, then you go, it's your 25 minutes, go have some fun. Totally. And all of a sudden the heat's over and you're barely caught, and you're like, oh my gosh. So it takes a lot of good waves are a challenge for a competitor to compete in, because really you just want to surf and you might get one heat that day. So there's a lot you have to deal with. It sounds idyllic and beautiful, but on the other side of the coin it can be, you know,
these are pro surfer problems.
Yeah.
You know, these are
first world problems.
You're at a perfect wave and there's still a challenge there, but I understand the idea to over froth, managing that froth level you're one of the most excited surfers I've ever met, BL, and I'm sure that was just torture watching perfection, and then all you want to do is surf it all day. I'll never forget your face, Laura, surfing at Cloudbreak Fiji. You got a 10 out there. I'm sure you had that similar feeling of being at a wave you always wanted to just surf at, let alone compete at with one other surfer out.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Barton. It's like you see these amazing waves, you get so excited for this certain wave and this wave that's going to suit your surfing, and then sometimes you just try to get like too much of a good wave, or like just wait for the bomb that you're like wanting to come in, but you only have 30 minutes and sometimes the bomb doesn't come in 30 minutes.
You don't even get one. You don't even get a chance.
You just shoot yourself in the foot.
That's what's going to be so fun to watch once we get there. That's where Gabriella Bryan wants to be, advancing past that mid-season cut. She just won the last heat, and she's hanging out with Rosie Hodge.
A solid showing in that elimination round. Your first heat win as a championship tour surfer. How does that feel?
It feels so good. I haven't had a very solid heat yet this season, and to go out there and get 2 sevens feels really amazing.
And you can't let off the gas just yet. You're going to be coming up against Stephanie Gilmore in heat number 4 of this round. What do you make of that matchup?
Oh, yeah, it's a good matchup. All the matchups are super good, and hopefully the waves are good, and we can both get some good waves.
Well, we love that attitude. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. All the rookies successful in surviving the elimination round. And Gabriella Bryan, she's like, yeah, I haven't had a good heat on tour yet. It's just stop 2 of the season. So it's very early. She's going to bring so much to so many venues. I could see her mixing it up well. The long point breaks on tour. She's really powerful, very quick in her transition, and just has such a positive attitude. Such a treat to hang out with.
Yeah, I'm so excited about the whole rookie class coming on this year. I mean, even just seeing Betty in round 1 and, you know, Luana just then was just, you know, so clutch, and it means so much to them. They know that they, you know, in a way, waves like this can put it to these girls, and they have that confidence, and they're not going to shy back. So it's really cool.
Really cool. BL, what are you seeing here? I mean, we have a start of a heat, even though we have no waves ridden. The competition has begun. So what's happened so far?
And the most challenging thing is that there's no one else out there to line yourself up off. And that's kind of a traditional thing at Sunset Beach. There's normally so many people that you kind of play the crowd as much as the lineup. And it looks like the ladies have gone a little bit deep. They're kind of making their way back across, which the lulls do. When those lulls hit, you tend to drift across and go that little bit deeper. And then you see the big set come out of the west, and you've got to streak back into position. And here we go, having a look at this one on the inside.
Looks like we'll get the round of 16 started. Wearing the red jersey from Reunion Island, Joanne DeFay. Just an under the lip move there, just to project down the line, waiting for her first major turn. There's the frontside whip off the top. DeFay looks at an aggressive approach to finish on her feet. What an attempt and a completion from Joanne DeFay, as Courtney will kick out of that shoulder. Not holding back whatsoever, Laura.
Wow, that is the way that you want to start the heat. Yeah, the girls waited for quite some time then, and just looking over my shoulder at the lineup, Joanne actually caught that quite far up the point. She ended up, she didn't even go near the West Bowl, and it just gave her that incredible, you know, top to bottom, those critical sections. She wasn't going flat, she got to unload in the pocket, so amazing stuff here. As we see her taking off, it was a bit of a wobbly start. She had to put on the gas to get around this section, under the lip here, reads it really nice and well, and then coming around and looking at that's her nice, beautiful snap. This is the money turn though, into the lip, critical. I don't know how she held on there and just looked like her foot slipped off and she pulled it back on. Amazing leg strength.
Great to see this angle from the channel as well. That kind of correction off the top got her a lot of speed for this next big move, BL.
Yeah, the water angle really makes you appreciate the difficulties in riding this wave. And there's that inside section. Look how big that section was throwing. And I was surprised. I was like, whoa, and then she made it. It's going to be interesting to see where that comes and sets this scale for this particular heat, because great opening ride, great positioning for the takeoff, and the waves look like they're getting really, really good.
Oh, it's one of those days. Sun's out, and the goal is to have the semifinals set for the women before we leave the beach this evening. As we go into the deep stats powered by Hydro Flask, these two have had 6 one-on-one heats in the past. Courtney leads at 4-2, as their last heat was back in France, going back to 2018. So they've had some great history. Favored for Courtney at the moment. But they've had some interesting moves in the last couple of years. Courtney, a title threat, 2015, 2016. DeFay's turned into that title threat, really based on last season before, starting to win multiple events in the same year.
Yeah, Joanne she finds her groove. She's one of the most mentally strong competitors on tour. I feel like she is just so amazing at surfing heats, and she's so amazing at fighting back. And yeah, I think just looking at that turn she did then, that was one of, you know, the only turns we've seen today where one of the women have actually hit and attacked that like end critical section. So I think the judges are going to go pretty big on that score.
Yeah, they love commitment to heavy water sections, and Joanne DeFay has been known for her power ever since she qualified back in 2014. Let's have another look, Barton.
Drops down, the offshore wind just grooming the face. You can see the board kind of skip a little bit right there. Underneath, you got to get over that front foot and get that front end of the railing, but she had no issues with it in attacking that lip. It got clean down the inside. She threw it up on top and managed to make it critical. It's going to be a good scoring situation for sure, as you said, Laura. Courtney got the bigger wave behind it, bigger set wave, but unfortunately it moved a little wide and she ended up on that flat shoulder and didn't get the length of ride. Having a look at this one now.
Setting up another ride here is Courtney Conlog. She tried to grab the nose of her board to maybe save her priority, but Joanne wants this one anyway. DeFay will kind of just hop up and out of the soft shoulder. Courtney has priority, 28 on the clock. Wave selection, always so interesting at Sunset Beach at this size, and Joanne will be happy that she starts with something pretty big. We're still waiting for that number, but I think about her heat before as well. She often keeps her first wave in a lot of her matchups. She starts off strong and then spends the rest of the time maybe intimidating her competitors and getting a backup score, but her energy typically on her opening wave is really solid.
Yeah, I think that's always been Joanne's weapon. I mean, as we see, the score just drop an 8.5 for Joanne. That's an amazing way to start the heat for her.
I think that's the best start we've seen. 8.5 straight to excellence. Few nines thrown for the commitment on a heavy section. 0.5 as a backup, so that's why you see the 9-point total out in front. Courtney just kicked out of that first wave, so now the pressure will be on Conlog to try to find this momentum to come back, Barton.
Yeah, it's you know, that, and it's a kind of two-edged sword. The fact that you haven't seen what the 8.5 was, and you just hear 8.5, and you go, oh no, 8.5. But I think if Courtney would have seen the 8.5, she would have, well, I can do that.
Yeah,
sweet.
Totally.
I reckon I can get a 9.5.
Yeah.
And so with the advantage of seeing it, I go, well, it's not such a bad situation. But if you haven't seen it and you just hear the score, it can really have an impact on the way you feel about your heat.
Yeah, this is a situation now, I think, for Courtney. If, you know, hearing that 8.5, she's either going to sit way out the back, try like get a bomb, or she's just going to try stick to her guns and just try go for those big turns. She doesn't need a massive wave. She can do really critical turns on a mid-sized wave. So hopefully she just, you know, stays calm and doesn't try to get something too crazy like you're saying.
Yeah, and I suppose the use of priority, when you've got the priority, you may as well just stick to your guns and know what you're looking for and go and sit for it and wait for it. Then when your opponent's got the priority, that's your opportunity to start fishing around and hunting about and seeing what else you can find out there.
It's really unique, isn't it, with surfing? As you see, Keikoa Bacalso, former Rookie of the Year on the championship tour, in the corner of Tyler Wright, giving her some words of wisdom. He's got some of the quickest hips in the business. When he lays down that rail, a lot of spray goes flying.
He's got a pretty quick wit too, I would say.
He certainly does. Always makes you laugh.
Good whip, a lot of wit.
Tyler will have Malia Manuel in this next heat. But BL, you just brought up an interesting point. I mean, how many sports in a one-on-one environment does someone perform and their opponent doesn't know what they did? You know, it's really interesting where it's all by feel. You get those little meeting points, but that show is for the people on the beach, for the judges. You know, sometimes you're paddling back out, you get a vision. Maybe if you're in a city event, there's a Jumbotron, you can kind of see the replay. But there is a little bit of guesswork involved there.
Or you turn to your caddy and go, what did she do on that 8.5? Yeah. And the caddy goes, nah, not much, mate. You can do that. Don't worry. No stress. You know what I mean? So the caddy can come into play in these situations too to let you know what field it was in and what your chances are.
24 on the clock. Laura, you've moved on from the championship tour, at least for the time being. I wouldn't mind a comeback. But now you can give us all the insight. Starting with Courtney Conlogue, what is Courtney really good at, and maybe what's really intimidating about having her in the draw?
Oh, I think just, you know, she's such a go-getter. She is like, she's like a sweet little teddy bear, but then she's just has that switch of competitiveness that she flicks on, and it's just, she wants to win so bad, and she is still one of the, she's been on tour a long time, she's still one of the best, and she will always surprise us. She'll always, you know, even if she hasn't had the results that she's obviously been wanting lately in last season and stuff, so but she's still there and really wants it.
Anytime we see a vision of her on camera, it doesn't look like she says a word in her heats. Is she vocal at times?
Sometimes she'll get a little giggle out of her, but I used to try get a little giggle, have a little chat, I feel like. But no, in heats...
Was that part of your strategy to kind of like talk story a little bit and throw them off their game?
I got told to shut up a few times by a few of the girls.
Whatever it takes, just to see what they're up to.
But yeah, they're like, we're in the heat, Laura, you can't chat now. I'm like, all right.
1.33 for Courtney. Her rookie season was back in 2011. And she's won events all around the world. Dangerous when the waves get big, and she's just planning her strike to come back against Joanne Defay. And really cool that Courtney's signing up with Jack Freestone for some help at this event, BL. Jack's been your neighbor the last couple of months.
Yeah, he moved into the neighbourhood at the start of winter. They've brought the family in, which has been great. Another Aussie in the neighbourhood. And they're a lovely family. But interesting to see in this particular heat the difference in positioning. They're really not paying any attention to each other whatsoever. Courtney's sitting where she wants to sit for what she wants to do. Joanne's been sort of hunting around more on the inside there, seeing what she can find. But it's just they're playing their own games, which is good to see.
Liking that. We wait for Courtney Conlogue to really get a score of consequence as she's still chasing Joanne Defay. Getting close to the start of Tyler Wright versus Malia Manuel. We'll be right back. Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WSLStore.com to get your official 2022 Championship Tour merchandise. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. Joanne Defay still leads over Courtney Conlogue. She threw down a big 8.5. Had a crazy hammer of a finishing move, and the judges ate it up. And Courtney's just been waiting ever since, dropping anchor and sticking to her guns, her lineup markers, and just hoping that she gets right back into the swing of things. She was very active in her opening round heat this morning, catching a lot of waves. It was pulsing in that morning heat, and her lead was really never questioned as she moved on quickly from her tough result at Pipe. That's her throwaway, and she's planning on winning this event. Tyler Wright and Malia Manuel are about to paddle out, and we'll see how this overlapping format gets underway. As we see Defay, what a great year she had last season. She really only lost in this round at Honolulu Bay when she lost to Tyler. After that, she was always quarters or better, which set her up quite well for the final five.
Yeah, it really did. She had an awesome year last year, and I think, you know, she has what it takes to be in that final five most years. I think she is just such an incredible competitor. Like I was saying before, like, she has, like, her mentality towards competing is, you know, one of it's always to the other girls on tour being like, how does Joanne do it? Like, how does she stay so calm and composed and pull off all these, like, she'll just, you know, just do incredible stuff that we're like, wow, she's a magician, or has like a full-blown dial-a-bomb phone in her pocket. Like, but she's just done the work and she's done the mental work.
She's won on her backhand a few times. Cloud Break, it made a lot of sense coming from Reunion that she'd do well there. Also Uluwatu, the Margaret River continuation event. That was over Tyler in that final. And then showed her depth, winning events like the US Open more recently, the Surf Ranch as well. Seeing her just pick up multiple event wins has been really stellar, as a clock is still, or just starting for our second heat of the round of 16. Tyler and Malia Manuel. So great to see this overlapping format underway at Sunset. It makes so much sense having a huge playing field like this. You have 2 heats happening at the same time. The priority heat is the one that starts first, so that's Joanne and Courtney. If they want to wave, Tyler and Malia just have to give way. We don't want to see any interferences happen, so they'll get out of the way for sure. They'll have priority for the back end of their heat, so Tyler and Malia, once they pass the 20-minute mark, then they'll have priority over the next heat that paddles out, which will be Tatiana Weston Webb and Luana Silva. This format was often used at Pipeline for many years, and it's great that it'll be utilized quite a bit this season, Laura.
Yeah, I feel like it'll be used a lot of places. We saw it at Margaret River. We'll see it at Bells, possibly. And then, yeah, the reef breaks and point breaks. I think last year was obviously the first time we sort of saw it in Mexico on one of those long points. And, yeah, I think it's a really awesome format.
And I suppose with the goal of getting the best waves in a window after the cut when the tour shrinks, think about maximizing on the best day of a swell with the overlapping format. Events are going to go by like a snap of fingers, BL. It's going to be very quick on the back half of the tour. As we'll see the start early for the non-priority heat, Malia Manuel almost had a free surf this morning, the way it felt, how many waves she got. Really fun to see her just freestyle on this wave at Sunset. So much open face, there's so much time to enjoy a surfer style like Malia. And she'll just make use of the non-priority time, get a score on the board. BL, what's the clear strategy when you're the non-priority heat in that first 20-minute block?
Get busy. Get busy. You've got to understand what that minimum quality of wave that the judges are going to accept as something that they would consider scoring. As we see the replay here, if it's below that standard, it could be a waste of time. This wave was not below that standard. It's right there, and these bonus sections that come up right inside here, you get those ones when it kind of moves back onto the reef and then they connect on that inside with valves. So very well surfed, great opening ride, and exactly the type of strategy you would imagine employing without the priority.
Very solid competitor, Malia Manuel, who had such a heroic effort at Mexico. Back to this one, Joanne DeFay is looking for a backup for the big 8.5. Hard off the bottom, there's a big committed down carve. There's the swing on the open face. Behind her, Tyler Wright's getting started. Two-time world champ throws down the forehand hook, a little bobble, and she'll hang in there for a moment. And she'll just hop her way down, getting a warm-up out of the way here against Malia Manuel.
Yeah, it seems like, as we see, Courtney stroking at the back.
Courtney gets a nice little chip in. Had plenty of time before the wave was breaking, snuck in that hack before a mountain of whitewater comes down with her. So you know she's already chasing a big score. Nice patience again, cleaner section, throws down the snap, and she's in the channel. So after a pretty serious wait, she heard that 8.5 resonate a long time ago now. Courtney puts her first couple of turns together in this first heat of the round of 16 BL.
Yeah, 14 minutes, essentially, a little 1.33 and then a good long wait.
Luana Silva had a heroic effort in the elimination round. Got her last wave in, the horn sounded. She heard that she was in third, score went in. She went from third to first. That was that heat with Stephanie Gilmore and Moana Jones-Wong.
That is one of those heats you'll sort of never forget, and I think Luana's going to be really deadly for the rest of this event after that. It's like one of those waves that just switches everything up and you're like, wow, I can do this. Like, I think, you know, she knows this wave, and she actually said she let go of the first set that came through and just said, I'm praying that there's a second one, but sort of also knowing, being a local, and said the second one was way better. So amazing knowledge there.
So Lulu coming up next against Tatiana Weston Webb. 14:30 on the clock, standing by for the number of Courtney Conlogue. Second scoring ride for Joanne Defay, already ended at 5.6. So that put Courtney needing 2 waves already. We'll see how well she did, if she'll break that combination.
So we see some bombs roll through the lineup. Wow. All the girls just getting back into position at the moment. I feel like Courtney would have been sitting a fair bit further out the back than the other girls that all had that last exchange a bit closer in. All sitting pretty close together now. But it'll be interesting to see Courtney, where she goes after this.
6.5 for Conlogue, now needs a 7.61. That'll probably feel good that number is decreasing quite a bit, BL.
Yeah, and just to get a score under your belt, even though it's 2 points shy of your opponent's best ride, and you were hoping to match that in some way, it's going to be interesting to see Tyler and Malia's waves come in, because the 6.5 was a significantly bigger wave.
Yeah.
Courtney waited and caught a set wave. So there's going to be information out of the scores of Tyler's and Malia's, which were particularly Malia's, which was a smaller wave and ran through but delivered a couple of bonus sections. And it'll be interesting to see if that comes in, call it a 6 or a 5. You're like, oh, you can catch small ones. And then you compare it to Courtney's 6.5, and she waited all of that time for a set and only got a 6.5. So it's going to be there's interesting information going to divulge itself in the next, when these scores drop.
That's right. 13 on the clock. Let's send it to Rosie, who's with the medical team.
To Hawaii Pacific Health. The medical team is taking care of the athletes' needs here at Sunset. Hawaii Pacific Health, they are a not-for-profit healthcare system here in Hawaii. They have over 70 locations statewide. Their goal to create a healthier Hawaii. So really stoked to have them on board at these events, taking care of all of our athletes. We'll send it back to you guys.
It's beautiful health as well. Thank you, Rosie. Great to have them on board. Clean turn right there for Malia Manuel. Hard off the bottom, sending a fan of spray to the sky and putting together a couple of great waves under priority.
She just throws so much spray. It's amazing. All of her turns, she's got like a spray gun under there that's extra.
And there's a secret to throwing spray, isn't there? It's about timing, obviously your connection to the most critical part of the wave, your speed going into it. Certain surfers seem to do it so well. Remember Wiggly Dantas when he was on tour? It's just like he'd barely look at the lip and it was like a fire hose. What's the secret to throwing a lot of water, BL?
Bit of power, as you said, the right timing, and then actually giving that back foot some when you get to that lip, so that the back foot pushes out against the lip, uses the braking lip. Oh, Courtney driving off the bottom.
Big re-entry off the roof. She was looking for a bomb drop into the flats.
Those are the turns that I was talking about. Courtney just will hit the gnarliest lip of the day, and it's a weapon.
Huge bottom turn, a 2-time world champ crushing that opening turn. There's that patented layback. She kind of just used that as a filler move to get down the line, and it goes flat. But yeah, she brought that layback to the tour when she was a rookie. She even used that in her win when she was 14 and became the youngest surfer to ever win a championship tour event. So a lot of things happening in these overlapping heats. Joanne Defay actually paddled for a wave before Courtney's, lost priority, which allowed Courtney to take that last wave.
Late whitewater drop. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's
something you see every day at Sunset. And then Courtney got this wave. Laura, what'd you think?
Wow, see, that was such a critical turn. That probably would have been a 6 in itself if it was a made turn, but unfortunately just only one turn there.
And then BL to Tyler.
Beautiful first turn, great arc in the board. This one, kind of the board didn't follow the arc of the body, but still a second turn. The first one was, she liked it, she loved it. The first one really would have felt good. You watch her, sets the rail, you can feel that back arm touching the wave, and then she buries it there as an anchor point to pivot off and drives and pushes the legs out to make the spray go. Liked it so much, she thought, I'm going for it again. And there was time to wrap that one further around because it went sort of flat on the shoulder. So there was a little bit of, there was some points left on that second turn. But that first one was feeling good.
Tyler Wright, such an amazing surfer, multiple-time world champion. Kind of an interesting year last year where she kicked off the season in yellow. She had the 10-point ride at Honolulu Bay before we moved to pipe. And then interesting things started happening. She kind of had the awkward heat with Courtney at Newcastle where she was playing the inside game. Courtney went out the back and then had some early round losses. So I think the big story for Tyler was missing out on a chance with the final 5. Last to Malia here, Laura.
Yeah, beautiful swooping turn. She found this one. It has a nice little inside. That's the turn that we love where she just hits it. It was almost like a little backwash that she connected with at the perfect time. You see her, she just eyes it up and hits the lip, and it just, back off, just sending the spray into the air, making that one.
Interesting maneuver, isn't it? Because the board didn't move too much. It was almost just like the timing of the backwash made a big explosion. And the score comes in at a 6.5. So under the last of Tyler, who turned in the 7.0. What was the major difference there?
The first turn for Tyler was the best turn of anything that was done there, and that's where the points came from. The second and third best turns were Malia's, and then back to Tyler for the fourth. So quite even, and that reflected in that 6.5 to the 7. But I'm sure it was the power and the energy of the very first turn of Tyler's that gave her the edge.
They've accomplished a lot in their non-priority part of the heat, and they still have so much time, just under a half hour really for Tyler and Malia, as a gorgeous peak is standing up, setting a beautiful wall up for Joanne Defay. Just kind of feeling her way back to the power source, driving up into the lip, clean snap. Solid bottom turn, really heavy on that back foot. Now she's into some full water. And she might have a quick chat with her caddy, talk things over. Joanne Defay still leading over Courtney Conlogue.
I think that'll be a nice, I think that's going to better her 5-6 there and put some more pressure on Courtney.
So much time on this gigantic wall. Managing your speed at sunset, you're always going to have a ton of momentum. You have to decide where you're going to put it. This ever-changing platform. Solid control on the takeoff, BL.
Great takeoff. Into the nice snap. Kind of just, it wasn't really given anything with any venom or aggression. That turn was better, stronger. And then just a nice little finishing one there, and you can see a flag to the jet ski taxi.
Another great view from the channel. So much power in that wave. What was your favorite part about it, Laura?
I think, I mean, that takeoff was pretty wild. Just like got barreled, and then but holding on to it was awesome. But this is the turn, almost Tyler Wright-esque, but into the lip, and you know, getting that fin release there, and a bit wonky at the end there. The wave just didn't really give her that nice ending she would have wanted. But I think that she might get some good scoring points for that second maneuver.
Solid showing for Joanne Defay, still waiting for that last score. And BL, you would have had a few events at Reunion Island back in the day. That was a pretty frequent stop for your crew.
Yeah, St. Leu was an amazing place to go. I had an incredible place. I used to stay on the hill, little cabin there with goats and it was really special for us to go there to a sort of French, more Creole-based almost environment, and culture was so different. And it was, you know, we'd been to France and we'd experienced that, but then to go see it in the Indian Ocean and with that sort of style and culture added in was just amazing. It was one of my favorite places to go.
Well, what a special place. Joanne Defay was able to grow up surfing perfection. Backhand, very solid. Obviously, Jeremy Flores as well. Very proud of where they come from. Those roots are so important. They've got their fan base also through the southwest of France. We saw so many fans for Defay there when she goes to compete. Well liked. She's always got a happy smile on her face, especially when she hears another big score. 7.23. Courtney could be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, that's putting Courtney into needing an excellent score of a 9.23. So with 5.5 minutes to go, I mean, it's not what Courtney wanted at all. But Joanne, look at the heat she's just served. It's just amazing.
And it feels a little bit like Courtney's she wants the sets. She wants to catch the bigger waves, but she may not have considered that she's surfing in a dwindling swell. The energy's dying, the period's dying. And so, well, you know, when we say dying, it's still there, it's still strong, but it's not what it was this morning, and it was never going to be what it was this morning, and back off through the day, and it feels like she may not have taken that into consideration and sort of got on the hunt early, found a few waves early, then start to wait. She's been waiting since the start, and that's problematic sometimes. Or more often than not, it's problematic if you just sit and wait.
And how interesting is that, Laura? As a competitor, you win your first heat, you feel fantastic, and then you relax, and you can be caught off guard if the tide changes or you're not really paying attention to the swell model.
Totally. You go out with the same game plan and you're out there and you've got your lineups and you're like, why isn't it happening for me this time around? But you can see Courtney's sitting a fair way further out than the other girls, and you know that just takes her out of getting into some of the small waves. You see her paddling in now to reposition, but the other girls can always paddle out and maybe take those hard whitewash takeoffs like Joanne's been doing, but Courtney's taken herself out of that picture, and she's still just going to, now knowing that she needs the 9, has to go for it and hope that that bomb of the day comes.
And when you've got the priority, or the person with the priority is not sitting near you, and there, if I'm sitting there and I'm one of the other 3 ladies and I'm looking out to Courtney and she's got the priority, she can't do anything to impact me whatsoever. And I'm going to have the choice of anything that comes underneath her that doesn't break where she is. I'm thinking, yeah, this is playing to my advantage. I like this positioning.
Look at the distance between where they're all positioned. So you can just see that Courtney's just going after that bomb, and I think that's always, that has been what's let her down sometimes when the waves get big. I know she just wants to go out and just do the biggest surfing on the biggest waves. And
that's sometimes if that's your intention, that's what you want to show the world. Sometimes she has to reset and just win the heat, play the game, what's in front of you. Because I think there's a lot of surfers like that. I remember Lakey, when she had a goal and she qualified, she wanted to do an air in every heat. She kind of had that young goal, then realized I got to win the heat first. That opportunity in front of you, and she developed that overall performance act. You know, for Courtney, she knows she has that on the tour. She's one of the hardest charging athletes that probably would even get her toes wet in the big wave tour one day. I brought that up to her once. She's like, oh yeah, maybe not now. She's got her world title hopes, but probably later. It's like she's very excited when the energy really comes out of the ocean. Yeah,
we chatted about that the other night, actually. I was like, come do some big waves. She's like, I can't get hurt. I was like, yeah, it is very dangerous. A lot of injuries in big wave surfing. And but yeah, you can see Courtney there. She actually is wearing the impact suit today, and she's probably just hoping that those sets that were coming through this morning could just come back for a little bit more.
2:15 to go for Conlog, holding priority. So dangerous at so many venues. She's won at home at the U.S. Open. She kind of has a cool part of the world where she can go to Lowers or Huntington. She's jumping on the freeway, but she's so well traveled and a lot of experience on the North Shore of Oahu. And when you qualify 2011 and now it's 2022, she's won a heats in the hard way quite a few times. She's had some amazing buzzer beater moments. Right now she's relying on her instincts to try to just throw down, which would be one of the best waves of the contest if she can get it in the next 90 seconds.
Well, we saw some boys getting up into the 9s yesterday, and all it took was 2 or 3 massive turns on a set wave, so it's doable.
The unfortunate reality is that even Malia and Tyler, who paddled out 20 minutes after you, are beating you. When you look at the heat score totals, the utilisation of what's been on offer has just not been on for Courtney, unfortunately, and the strategic, ideas that she had in her head haven't worked, basically, and everybody who's watching these heats has had a great example play out in front of them to help them understand how to play this sort of lineup as the swell drops.
Courtney Conlog did have a 9.1 in the opening round heat. Needs a 9.23. You can see Joanne DeFay's mom just checking out her scores, making sure the judges are all right.
She's just doing her fantasy picks.
Oh, probably trying to, it's too late now.
Oh, no.
Yeah, round of 16 just started. All the fantasy teams are set. As we're down to 30 seconds. DeFay still with her momentum from last season. She wants to be back in the WSL Finals. And a tough one for Courtney. Wow, she's always a favorite in venues like this. Feels like from last year at Margaret River, you could want it so bad, and she got a 17th there when we expected her to win the event. And another one seems like it's going to be slipping through her fingers here today.
A tough loss. I feel like Courtney's going to feel that a lot.
Yeah, it hurts for us, doesn't it? 'Cause it's worse when you don't get the chance to surf.
Yeah.
When you just want to surf. But there were the opportunities there, and Joanne Defay on the screen now. She played her cards beautifully.
Joanne Defay moves on to the quarterfinals. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see Tatiana Weston Webb and Luana Silva get started. It's always a good day when you're in Hawaii, hanging out on the north shore of Oahu. Getting another heat started as we see a clean wrapping turn from a local girl, Luana Silva, setting up another carve on the open face. Silva just getting started against last year's runner-up in the world, Tatiana Weston Webb. And she'll even complete that crazy reverbing section that she put her board on top of, and she'll get an opening score quickly, probably taking note of Malia and Tyler getting started early in the non-priority start of their heat. Silva will be on the board as she takes on a feisty competitor of Tatiana Weston Webb.
Feisty, all right. And there's that Brazilian blood there in Luana Silva as well. Both these ladies have got that connection to Brazil through their parents, and then had the advantage of growing up and spending so much time here in Hawaii.
As we check out another opportunity for Malia Manuel, now in the priority side of her heat and holding the lead down over Tyler Wright. Tyler's got priority now, needing a 5.17. She does have the single highest score of a 7.0.
Yeah, so even though you're in the lead, the question is, would you rather have the 7 or be in the lead with the 6.5 and the 5.6? I'd rather have the 7.
As we see Tyler once again kind of feeling her rail. Now back into the power source. Section's already coming down. She's got to go around it. Does she have time for a big turn? She does. Styles through her cut back. We'll see if that'll get rid of the 4.77.
Yeah, I think it will, based on the complete nature of the ride. That nice layback gaff, that worked for sure. Towards the end of that ride.
Yeah, she's going to be relying on that power move quite a bit in this heat. Here comes Tatiana Weston Webb. Coming off her best season to date, still working with Ross Williams. Backhand carve to start. Digs in on that rail work one more time. Tries to find a corner of the lip. She'll sink on that landing. You see how that wave goes completely flat into the channel. Sometimes you can sneak one last turn off there. This time she'll sink. But getting an early start as well with Luana Silva. What a gorgeous afternoon. Ocean looks amazing with this beautiful sunshine. Back to Tati's start.
From behind the peak, bigger wave. Set wave drives around the corner. Nice, powerful snap. Back to the pocket, gets really low and drives that bottom turn, and also drives the top turn and uses that rail and goes for that last. Nothing lost there. The other, what's the option, is just to cut out of that wave, really. So this last turn here, in my mind, you may as well have a go at it. You pull it off, fantastic. You don't, well, the wave's over anyway, so there's nothing lost.
And then also Tyler here, BL.
It's a bit bumpy at the start. You can see just gets settled on a rail of a board there. Nice patient part here, and then goes, oh, I better get going if I want to get something in, and then goes to the layback snap that we've seen used by her for quite some time now. It's definitely a go-to.
Then the angle from the caddy's view, you can see her just fishing a little bit. Was there another option on that wave?
Well, not really. I mean, it took time and then it ran, so it was an awkward wave. It had that flat part at the beginning that you had to bide your time through, and then it ran through the middle and just gave you that one section at the end, but it was still a complete ride. Malia Manuel on the replay. Beautiful carving arc. Lost the rail at the end of it. Will she get around this section? Nope, white water everywhere, and decides to cut out. Not the prettiest looking wave right from the very start.
And also seeing some great rail work early from Luana Silva.
Exactly. That first line that she drew was so confident, so clean and smooth. And, you know, while there's that need to be explosive and exciting and dynamic, good surfing also means that the wave calls for different approaches at different times, and you can't always be, you know, going at 100 miles an hour if the wave doesn't want you to, and you need to adapt the tempo of your performance to the tempo of the wave and turn it into this overall beautiful performance. And Luana did exactly that with that swooping carve at the start.
Oh, such a clean move. She was able to celebrate with her friends about a week ago in Waikiki for her qualification after pipe. So enjoyed that with her closest friends. Snap to start. Malia Manuel setting up another clean hook. Solid two-turn combination, and she'll step off.
It's funny how those end bits, they don't add, you know, they don't detract much from your score, but they just don't feel good, do they? You know, it's just like,
where they're just a solid kick out, or you nail it. And
just a nice, clean, controlled finish to the wave. It's like a full stop on a sentence. You know, it's like the sentence is written, but there's no full stop at the end of it. It just doesn't feel right.
And you can feel it coming. You're, oh, wait, I've got a little piece left. Should I go for it or just kick out? For Malia, though, she did execute some beautiful moves. Let's have another look.
Drops in, compresses into the first turn. Lovely snap. You see that throw of the arms to give the lift. Drives and waits patiently, but perfectly times that section. That foam climb was there to be had, and you know, a little completion there to a cutter would have made it a really pretty ride, but those first two turns, there was a lot of good stuff in that.
Malia's had a tough time with Tyler in her career. They've met 10 times. Tyler's won 7 of those, including the last 3 meetings. And Tyler usually wins in bigger waves. She's beaten Malia at Margaret River, you know, even at Pipe last week. Usually in those heavier water waves. Tyler's actually gotten the nod over Malia. Malia was great in waves like that. Malia's wins over Tyler, the few she's had have been waves like Huntington, beach breaks on the northern beaches, even way back in the day at DY. So now Malia is probably trying to change that theme around. She's proud to be surfing in Hawaii, and she wants to get one off Tyler in really good waves. We'll see if it happens today. Last heat, we saw Joanne DeFay eliminate Courtney Conlog. She's with Rosie Hodge.
Joanne DeFay, such a strong showing out there. Into the quarterfinals, such a good result. Already got quarterfinal at Pipe, so this is feeling really good for you, this Hawaiian leg.
Yeah, thanks, Rosie. It was definitely 2 waves where, you know, I never compete, so I didn't know what to expect, and I was trying to calm my nerve and just like believe in the process. I also know like I'm quite strong, and I'm working hard to hold those big waves. So but I know also like the experience out there is important and stuff. So I was just thinking I would maybe be you know, just not enough experience, but at the same time in 30 minutes it's just it's a heat and it's strategy, so I'm really happy to make that happen.
And you women are so gracious, even saying, you know, that you felt really bad for Courtney, and obviously such a big matchup for both of you women. So yeah, such good camaraderie on the Women's Championship Tour.
I know, yeah, I'm super like proud of all the women, you know, and I think I don't know how it was before or how it's gonna be, but I think I'm very happy to be in that time. And even, you know, those first event at Pipe, and I think it's like the changement are like right now, and it's not easy for us, but I think everything that we trying to put in place, you know, pushing our surfing and also being very kind to each other, it's really important for the next generation. And thank you for Courtney also, because she also came to me and said good job in the water, so she's really great.
All you women are so inspiring. Thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Joanne Defay is surfing with confidence. She's been around since 2014, and she's not just feeling her way through events now. She knows she's here to win, and she's happy for everything that's happening in women's surfing. Big snap there for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Smaller section, but she hit it so perfectly.
And you could see the look at the earlier scores, the 4.83, the 0.5. There was the fall on the 4.83. That felt a little more desperate, a little more determined, a little more, we've got to get something going right now. And she did exactly that. Malia Manuel, on the other hand, a 7.83 for that last two-turn combination. So great score there, taking the lead over Tyler Wright. And the 7.83 matches the 7. The 6.5 beats the 4.77. So in a strong position right now, the Hawaiian Malia Manuel from Kauai.
She had a wild year last year, losing early through the Aussie leg and put herself in a position where she needed to win in Mexico to re-qualify. And then when she has everything on the line, and she had the tribute to Andy Irons on her jersey, it said AI forever. It was almost like I'm surfing for one of my heroes and one of her neighbors back in Kauai. And all of a sudden she's winning heats. The scenario unfolds where right before she paddles out in the final, her coach at that event was Reynos Hayes, and he's like, I've got to tell her what's on the line right now. Going against Stephanie Gilmore, you win this final, you re-qualify for the tour. She ended up getting second on that day and had to deal with the idea of falling off tour after being on the top 17 since 2012. And then the great message came a bit later saying that she did get the wild card spot to be back on tour here in 2022. So a bit of a roller coaster and still turning in a huge result at the end of the season. Let's now hear from Courtney Conlock with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Courtney, you are a fighter. That was a tough matchup with Joanne Defay, but you're never giving up. Tell us about how you transition after this event and how you regather yourself, and what's the lesson that you've learned from this?
Gosh, I mean, that heat was just strategy, you know. I went out there, I won the second wave of the set. It happened to be the first one was the good one. And I mean, normally you don't ever go for the first wave of the set. Everyone knows that. But yeah, it ended up turning into a great wave for her, and then mine kind of shouldered off, and it just switched the rhythm. And then I kept trying to adjust the rhythm, but the first like 15 minutes were really, really slow out there. And I mean, you don't go dropping sixes when people are dropping eights, you know. And so I just was really calculated with my decisions and waiting for that set to come through, and it just didn't happen. But yeah, and then she ended up having priority when the little opportunities to switch the heat happened. So yeah, it's all just strategic learning, and I mean, you just wash it off and keep evolving, you know, that's all you could do.
So many elements at play. You will be heading back to Portugal. How's that going to feel? We know what you did at Bells, you know, turning that injury into a win. So how you feeling going into Portugal?
Well, Portugal and we have some making up to do, you know. That spot took me out of the water for quite some time. But, you know, I love Portugal. I love the wave. That wave got a little sassy with me. So, but it's all good. You know, you just wash those moments off. I had a lot of growth from that experience. And so I'm just going into this next stop, you know. With the mid-year cut, got a little catching up to do, but I've been put in corners quite a bit, and you just kind of let go and embrace the moment.
Revenge is sweet, Courtney. We'll see you back in Portugal.
No revenge.
So fun to hear from Courtney Conlock, and what a great interview coming after what would be a tough loss for her to start off the season, you know, losing in the elimination round at Pipe, now the round of 16 at Sunset. And she had a lot of wise words, a good breakdown. I suppose, BL, as you noticed, it was the non-priority. He'd had big scores. One thing I guess that's positive, she stuck to that game plan. She dropped anchor, hoping a set came, lived and died by that formula. You know, say that set comes, it could have been a different story.
You know, the idea of a game plan is an interesting concept in itself, because it means that you've decided and determined that you understand what's going on out there and you believe that this is what's going to happen. The game plan really is something you create so you've got some confidence, so you know what to do in that moment. But in that moment, perhaps your opinions and your biases that you've created actually close you off to the other information and the flexibility and adaptability to change to the moment you're actually in, rather than the way you've interpreted or anticipated it to be. So, you know, in her words there's some lessons in there as well, because the game plan idea, I know everyone wants one, but the best game plan is no game plan, and just to be present. And it's a very hard place to come from, because it takes enormous amounts of confidence to be able to put yourself into that place. But the thing we know about Courtney is she's a very smart young lady. You could tell in the choice of her words, she understands her situation, what she went through, and she just keeps growing, keeps getting better, and that's what life's all about.
And she has some bells at home, and she's great at Margaret River, so she's got some great events coming her way before that mid-season cut goes down. Tyler just fell doing that signature turn. Now needs a 7.34 to survive against Malia Manuel.
And interesting to see the pressure of the lead that Malia had grabbed off Tyler kind of have some impact perhaps right there. And now Malia's got the priority. There's 3 minutes and 37 seconds on the clock. Your opponent needs a 7.34, and lulls are your friend at about this point in time.
They certainly are. Just want to have the clock wind out with nothing jumping on the horizon and ride your way into finals.
It's amazing how different the experience of that 3 minutes call it is for the person with the priority and the person without the priority. You know, it's such a different 3 minutes depending on which side of it you're living.
Oh, it's so impressive what these athletes do in a short period of time in an unpredictable ocean, as Tyler needs a 7.34. Started off with an equal third at Pipeline. So in a great position on the leaderboard heading into stop 2. Tyler's partner looks a little stressed, just calm, trying to will a multiple wave set to come through. That's what she'd want, because then Malia would have to use priority early. Looked like Jackson Baker as well. He's watched every single heat today. He surfed so incredibly well. Ended up going down to Jordy Smith yesterday morning.
Yeah, he surfed amazing. He put a lot of people on notice and made people aware of his potential and his presence here in Hawaii. So a successful event for Jacko, regardless of the result, really.
Pretty young looking finals series for the men.
So young.
Wild. Under 30 club, we're talking for the finals. Only 2 surfers in the draw that have had a CT win in the past. That's with Kanoa Igarashi and Jack Robinson.
Kanoa's like the old bloke in that quarterfinal lineup, you know,
It's
literally.
wild. It's crazy.
It's a real, you know, shifting or changing of the guard, and Sunset Beach is one of those places you expect the established guard to do well because of that base of experience. So there's a lot of really good things to be seen in that men's event, and the future of surfing sort of stood up to show itself.
Reached out to Mick Fanning and Joel Parkinson, and separately, they both said they felt like the winner of the men's side will come on the bottom half of the draw, highlighting Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson. We'll see how that one plays out. Start making your predictions now. We will have the semifinal set for the women by the end of the day. That is a game plan here, BL.
Yeah, and if we look to the inside, you've got Malia and Tyler sitting there. They're the two who are surfing against each other. Malia has the priority, and she's sitting inside of Tyler. And the reason she's inside here, let's have a look at this as they paddle. Malia's going to go.
Malia Manuel with priorities, able to take this wave off the 2-time world champ. Solid effort off the bottom. Super clean surfing for Malia. Straight up off that whitewater section. Here comes the fade. Laying down a frontside cutty for Manuel. 45 seconds. We'll see where Tyler is now.
Looking to improve on the 6.5. I don't know that it goes there. It's somewhere in that range, isn't it? You know, but there was nothing about those turns that made you kind of go, oh yes, it's, you know, she might up the pressure a little bit. But Tyler Wright, 28 seconds, got the priority. The door's open. Only needs that 7.34, so call it a 7.5, a flat 7.5.
And you'd still say, even though it's been quite a few years, over a decade, Tyler is still the defending champion here at Sunset Beach. And we will be winding out the clock. So Tyler's been on a hot streak against Malia Manuel, and she finally turns things around as she will officially run out the clock and get a crucial heat win into the quarterfinals with a 7.83 and a 6.5. More action to come in the round of 16 with some big heats to come. We'll be right back.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido, continues to roll on. Round of 16 action, overlapping heats. We got heat number 3 in the water, in the priority heat, and just entering the water. A matchup for the ages. 7-time world champ Stephanie Gilmore versus the rookie on tour, Gabriella Bryan. Wow. So we've had a lot of action, and we're just catching up right now on the beach with a victorious Malia Manuel over Tyler Wright. So Tyler Wright's gonna take a 9th place finish out of Sunset, and Malia Manuel on to the quarterfinals, in which we are gonna run those quarterfinals today. Big day of surfing action. And we're here. I'm Kaipo. This is Walls on the Water. He's actually on the set today, Strato Wazalewski and former champ, Makua Kai Rothman.
It's on.
Isn't it going to be? This is going to be fun, guys.
Yes, it is.
And I like this pairing right now because we got a lot of ocean knowledge here at Sunset, especially with you yourself, Makua.
It's great to have Strider here in the booth with us, not way out there. You know, yep. We get to hear everything he has to say now on set. Welcome, Strider.
Look at this live action.
And it is Gabriella Bryan off the bottom, off the top. The exciting rookie from Kilauea on the island of Kauai, Pine Tree local. And has a big challenge in the way of Steph Gilmore. But you know what, Makua? The surfing that I've seen from Gabriella Bryan so far here at Sunset has been very impressive.
Oh, yeah, Kaipo. She's strong. She has the power. She has the rail game. I mean, the champ's got to be on her game right now with this rookie. This rookie is not a sleeper. She's ready to go, and she's not going to hold back. You see drawing first blood right there in that heat.
And we saw the champ earlier today having a struggle. She had to get back into the rhythm. Here's more live action. Tatiana Weston Webb.
Tatiana Weston Webb in the priority heat. A frothy phase and another couple of turns. Handling some of this warble and the awkwardness of the second, third wave in the set. Find Tatiana Weston Webb looking to better her low of a 4.7 in her challenge against another rookie, Luana Silva. So I like the tail right here, you guys. In this round of 16, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rookies. So the new generation of women surfing in front of our eyes. Let's look at some replays, starting with this one, Makua.
We got a lot of local girls still left in the draw as well. Talking about local girls, Gabriella Bryan, beautiful carve off the top. Right back up, throwing the fins on that one. I like that turn. Wrapping it back for a finishing move. But Kaipo, she is not afraid to throw her board up there in the lip at all.
I mean, look, she's just one of those surfers that I feel like we're just getting to know. But she's been putting on some performances from what Kaipo Guerrero has been telling me at Backdoor, out here at Sunset. And so it's impressive to see her now on the main stage pushing through. Tatiana right here, Makua.
Yeah, she's just going through the motions on this one. I mean, I don't know about this wave selection. She has 2 4s in her score line right now. Maybe just looking to reposition herself, maybe get a little higher score on the board, get back out the back, and really try and seal the deal. You know, Luana Silva only has 1 wave of 5.67. She has the highest scoring wave in the heat, so Tati really looking to improve on her wave, and here we go. Just like we said, Luana Silva up and riding.
Luana Silva smooth off the bottom, a nice hooking turn off the top. Fades again, the bottom turn. Big snap for Silva. Needs to put that down in the challenge against Tatiana Weston Webb. And that finish would have played well in Luana Silva's favor. That was an unfortunate error, Makua.
Yeah, she definitely has to, with a veteran competitor like Tatiana Weston Webb, who has a lethal backside as well, she has to finish those waves. She started off strong, you know, got a little bit too, I would say a little bit greedy on that one, going a little bit too high in the lip at the end of that wave that was fattening up. You know, she's looking to complete rides and put better scores on the board, Pickle.
Hey, let's hear from the last heat winner, Malia Manuel. Thank you. She's on my fantasy team, and she's with Rosie Hodge.
I'm sure she'll be stoked to hear that. Malia, such a great heat with Tyler. Recent history between you guys. Quarterfinals, that pipeline, you got the nod on this one. How good does that feel?
It does feel really good. I think just riding a lot of waves and having a good heat total regardless feels really good, and I'm happy that we had a better opportunity here.
Second time out in the lineup at Sunset. You're going into the quarterfinals. How are you going to get ready for that matchup?
Take some time, take some space away, regroup again. It's been a long day already, and I feel like Paumalu has blessed me with some good opportunities and some good luck, so I'm just rolling with it.
You're coming up against another informed surfer in Joanne Defay in that quarterfinal. What can we expect in that one?
Hopefully some good surfing, and hopefully some really good waves still. It's really beautiful, and I'm looking forward to it.
We love it. Go rest up. We'll see you in that matchup.
Oh, man. I love the Olelo Hawaii from the native there. Paumalu has been good to her. Paumalu, the Hawaiian word for Sunset Beach. And Makua, this stretch of beach, not just for professional surfing, has a lot of history in it, all the way back to ancient Hawaiian days.
Yeah, Kaipo, and back in the ancient days, the women really portrayed surfing as a sport, or, you know, as a discipline back then. And it's good to see the girls back out here, taking it back to the world, showing that aloha and showing what the women can do out on this big stage that has a lot of cultural significance to it.
Yeah, the Manawahine taking it to it. Well, a number dropped in during that interview for Gabriella Bryan in her start against Steph Gilmore, a 6.33 strider. Look at these numbers.
Yeah, pretty solid. I mean, she was attacking the wave. You could see her board on edge the whole time during her attempt on that wave, and that's something that I think the judges take note to, you know, how hard they're pushing their equipment and trying to get something out of it. I heard Tommy Whitaker talking in the water, as well as Mike Parsons, to their athletes, and they were saying, you know, I want more. I want to see you surf stronger. I want you to see you put more on the line, and I think that translates over to their scores, you know, for the judges.
In the priority heat, it is the veteran of Tatiana Weston Webb who's above Luana Silva. Luana Silva trailing Tati and needing a 4.23 on the paddle here, and up and riding in the non-priority heat. Gabriella Bryan getting to work early in this heat. Another big snap from the teenager. Another carve, working through this section, and make it 3 for Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, Kaipo really pushing on that board. Like Strider was just saying, you know, these girls are riding a little bigger equipment out here. So their coaches are going to want them to give a little bit more, to push harder on that board. They're really used to, you know, women surfing, you know, up to this point, really using, you know, shorter boards most of the time. Sunset is forcing them to compete on bigger equipment. And that being said, they have to push harder to make that bigger board look nice on the wave.
Oh, Strider, talk about another challenge. Another rookie coming up against a world champ in heat number 5. Molly Pickle warming up on the beach. She's going to be facing off against Carissa Moore.
Pickle is impressive. She has got so much tenacity out there at Sunset. She was just letting it go. She looked so good on the faces of the waves, the way that her confidence on her turns, and you know, maybe it's the equipment, maybe it's the coaching. You know, she hasn't put in a lot of time out here. She's a young rookie on tour, so, you know, where does that come from?
I like the coaching call, Micro. is out there. And I like the equipment call, too. She's on Glenn Pang equipment. Glenn Pang, a local shaper. You know about him. You got some of his boards, Makua.
Yeah, I rode Glenn Pang's boards for a long time. Wade Tokoro, all those guys. And these caddies know, their coaches know. They spend a lot of time out here, a lot of time on the North Shore. And just beautiful, beautiful, I guess, what would you say? Wave knowledge, board knowledge, and equipment knowledge to their athletes.
Dropping in, fading. Luana Silva, nice arc off the top. Beautiful turn to open up. Cut back, she's got to hang on through this wave. Silva looking for a 4.23 to take the lead off of Tatiana Weston-Webb. Banks the whitewater, and the whitewater gobbles her up. I don't know if that's going to affect the score that much, but the first couple of turns there were beautiful.
Yeah, I think she got the work done for sure. Nice big wave, opened up on the turns. You know what I'm really enjoying about watching the women surf here at Sunset right now is that I feel like they're all getting better by every wave that they surf out here because they're learning as they go along. Here's live action with Steph trying to get out on the face.
No open face for Steph Gilmore, and that is just going to be a reset for her. She's going to take that Red Bull ski back out to the peak in the non-priority heat.
But back to what I was talking about, Steph was out there trying to learn last night, but there were so many people in the water, it was almost impossible for her to actually get the wave she wanted. Right now, these ladies are in the lineup. They've got it to themselves. They're able to find the waves that they want, identify them before they get out there, then actually go out there, wait for them, and then actually do the surfing that they want to do on those waves. So they have a game plan on each wave that they pick, and it's so fun to watch them get better as this whole event evolves.
Yeah, and it's really hard to just learn as you go in a heat and not be able to really put that time in with all the rest of the surfers, how big the surf has been. The guys are out there dominating the peak as well. But very good surfing right there by Luana Silva to, try and get that score she needs.
I feel like Luana has got so much more to show us. I feel like she does and has done her best surfing outside of events and knows how good she is. And I feel like that's why she's on tour, obviously. But the fact that, we're getting to see her incrementally get better and better, this was so fun to watch, Makua.
Yeah, just really solid off the bottom right here. Nice wrap right into the lip right there. Looking for another move. Wave kind of shouldering off. She does well to bring that board back into the pocket. And let's see about the finishing move. Just a little tap off the whitewash right there. Yeah, Strider, that was beautiful surfing by Luana.
She got the job done. 6.33. She takes the lead off of Tatiana Weston-Webb. So now Weston-Webb against the ropes just a bit in this matchup, Makua. She's going to have to make up. She needs a 6.93. Not an easy number to come by right now.
Yeah, I think she got to tap into that Nat Young backside. Get up there, smash that board up into the lip. She's got it. She's got the power. She's got the speed. She's got the flow. And she's also got the experience out here to compete.
You said it earlier. She was not on the right waves. We've seen her on a couple of waves that didn't really offer that much of the scoring potential that we know that she has. So I think there's just a moment of sitting back and trying to find the right wave to get her that 6.93 that she needs, because she's capable. It's just actually identifying and finding that wave.
That's right, Strata. Sonny Garcia once told me there's no reason to take off on a wave that's not an 8 if you need an 8. And, a lot of jockeying for position and wave selection out here, Kaipo.
Yeah, that goes back to the old Hobgood saying, 8s or lates. If you want to make a heat, you need those 8s. Let's get to an interview right now. A disappointing finish for Tyler Wright. Tyler is with Rosie Hodge.
Well, Tyler, coming up against Malia Manuel, you guys have a lot of heat history together. You still have the upper edge. She's got 4 to your 7 now. So, yeah, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good average. But, yeah, tough heat coming up against Malia. Sunset is always another element.
Yeah, look, Sunset and Malia, I think, really suit. I'm a big fan of hers out here. I think she's probably one of the most underrated surfers on the tour. And when she connects, she really does connect. She dropped the biggest score. She was kind of been ripping at pipe before, and we had a heat at pipe. I got in the last second there, and here, it was one of those heats. I had the waves, and there was enough waves. I just didn't capitalize, and then I had a 7, but I had to safety the second turn of it, and is what it is. And massive respect to Malia. She put on a good show.
We love watching you guys surf. Looking at the schedule for the women, a lot of great stops on this tour. It's going to be fun to link together a whole year.
Yeah, I'm really excited. It's I think
where the tour is moving for the women especially, like it's been 12 years since we've had a permit here. We've never had a permit at Pipe. And so realistically, a lot of us haven't spent time putting in efforts out here. So I think, you know, in the next few years, we'll get more comfortable. We'll get more like reps under our belt. I'm like, even this event, like I got knocked early, but the amount of stuff I took in from BAM, just in the water, I caddied once, I was here, and it's just amazing. Like, it's just like a whole, like feeling like a sponge again. And, you know, then that's 12 years on tour. So it's an incredible opportunity at this stage for me and for all the women as well. So it's pretty cool. I think we're progressively moving towards bigger and better stops, which is, it's good. It's testing the veterans, that's for sure.
Well, it's so fun to watch you guys at all of these events. Thanks for your time. Good luck in Portugal.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it, guys.
And Tatiana Weston-Webb coming out of that interview with Tyler Wright on the comeback. Again, she needs a 6.93, did a pretty good job, but right behind her, big snapping turn. And again, gaining momentum and just rail control. The young Luana Silva answering right back and forth between Tatiana Weston-Webb and Luana Silva in the priority heat, Strider.
Yeah, I like I said, I love seeing young new surfers on the stage, opening up and seeing those turns. She's using her body language the way that a veteran would. She's coming up into the bowl, full power stance, and opening up her arms and putting her board on the rail, and that's some veteran moves by a rookie right there. It's beautiful surfing.
What do you think, McCool?
I think it was a beautiful wave. I want to see this replay coming up because I'm going to break this wave down for you guys. This is an inside wave at sunset. Sometimes the waves look like they're going to run on you, and you do a few extra pumps to get towards the end of the wave. And maximizing scoring potential is very important on these waves.
Here we go. Break it down.
So here we go. You know, she sees the double up coming, kind of races out in front of it, waits for perfect timing, bang, right up in the lick, big turn. And right here, this wave kind of starts to flatten out. She does a great job at wrapping it back into that nice section of the wave. Nonetheless, beautiful surfing on that wave.
And what about Tati?
Tati, little bobble off the bottom there, which kind of hindered her performance at the top of that wave. Right off the bottom, another cut back, kind of more of a cut backish wave for Tati on this one. I don't know if it's you know, it could improve her score line, but you know, right here we see, had she not bobbled right there, she probably would have got a huge turn off the top right there. But she did some great surfing on this wave, Strider.
Yeah, and it would have changed her entire pace of that wave. That one little, you know, probably second off the bottom would change each maneuver for the rest of the wave.
And
like
it was not enough. Yeah, 5.27. Tatiana remains trailing Luana Silva, but Luana's going to put up another score and increase her lead over Tatiana Weston-Webb. A 6.17 just drops for the rookie. Now Tatiana Weston-Webb, with 2 minutes remaining, needs a 7.23.
Wow, that's a big ask right now. You know, her score line's in the mid-5 range, and there's 2 minutes left. She doesn't have priority. She's going to have to surf smart here. She's going to have to try and pick something off under Luana, or use her veteran knowledge to maybe sell her on something and get the next wave.
Yeah, we're going to see the test, too, for the young rookie. See if she can hang on and do the right thing with priority here, Kipes. It's going to be fun to watch. We got action, though. There's waves coming in. Those buoys were still on this morning. We had like 8. It came back up to 9.8 feet at 14 seconds. So this afternoon, we should see another pulse of swell coming, which could be any minute.
Hey, a welcome reinforcement. Luana Silva utilizes her priority. Long wall in front of Silva. She's going to have to straighten out. And now, we talked about rookies, and we talked about playing the last 2 minutes smart. The door has opened for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Again, she needs a 7.23, Makua.
I think that was a good, more veteran move, you know, taking away that wave, taking away the scoring potential. I think Tatiana can get a really big score on just 2 maneuvers. And look, Tatiana is out of position right now. It's Gabriella up and riding now.
Gabriella Bryant searing lines at Sunset and just going high risk there, pushing it, punching it, and Sunset punches back at the end. But I like the approach for Gabriella Bryant.
Yeah, she definitely just laid everything into that turn, Kaipo. That was a straight up hack. I mean, women's, men's, whatever. She hacked that thing. Here we go. What do we see here, Kaipo?
This is the opportunity for Tatiana Weston Webb. And, oh, this looks like this wave is really hitting that inside section, and she was way too deep, and that's going to take it away from her.
Yeah, that was that wave didn't have 7 at all. It was just a last-ditch effort, which any athlete would do. You know, a few seconds left on the clock, you're just going to throw caution to the wind and try your best.
Hey, the buzzer's going to buzz, get the ball out of your hand, take a shot, why not?
That was tough for Tati. She was playing the game inside of Luana without priority, and then that big set came and she was out of position. There's Luana's mama.
Luana's mama's happy right now, and you can see her with some deep breaths and exhaling. Oh my goodness. More action on the way here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido.
When I think of what born from water means, I think that's a big part of who I am, and that's where I grow from.
More in backdoor.
That was so deep.
Being in the ocean is just amazing, and it gives us another new feeling and vibe. Born from water means literally myself.
There's just something about riding waves that is just so freeing, and it brings me back to the present moment, which is really hard to do in today's world.
Being able to do whatever you want to do in a wave, it's just priceless.
Again, it is the Toledo Show.
And here goes Carissa Moore.
Hikes to the sky.
Wow.
Oh my.
Doing what I love to do, you know, being out here, competing and going to beautiful places.
Oh, you gotta love it. It's a beautiful, big, deep ocean.
Oh, the beautiful sights of Sunset Beach, the venue for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. New heat in the water in this round of 16. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, versus the Australian rookie on tour, Molly Pickle. This is another great matchup. I'm Kaipo Girl, joined on the set by Strider Wazalewski as well as Makua Kai Rothman. What do you think about this one, Makua?
It's going to be a cracker. I mean, you got the, what, 5-time world champ?
Yeah.
In this heat, and you got Molly Pickle. I mean, this is the first heat for me. It's a treat to commentate for Molly, such a great surfer, and yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, she's got her work cut out for her, and on the, you know, on your screen you see Tatiana Weston Webb.
All right, Weston Webb hitting the beach here.
No, not at this beach.
And of course, Hawaii Pacific Health on the scene for all of our athletes. Out to the point, Molly Pickle. And just up and out for the Australian rookie. One more wave behind that. Let's see, on the go is going to be Stephanie Gilmore. Stands up straight up the bottom, carving a nice turn, shouldery wave, hitting a little bit of a deep section, hoping for inside section to stand up, and it does so. Slashes that turn for the 7-time world champ, and a little late for the finish. Carissa Moore in the non-priority heat has to chatter through some whitewater turbulence, regains composure, and throws another carve. And the kick out for Carissa Moore. Overlapping heats allows us to have 12 world titles in the water right now, Strider.
That's amazing. I just wanted to, does this give you confidence? You see somebody like Tyler Wright bow out of the event, and you kind of start getting that little bit of energy, thinking, okay, we could make a little bit of a separation here on the point line. We can start to, further our distance into that #1 spot. Carissa Moore, coming up #2 at Pipeline, she's probably feeling like, okay, this is a good chance for me to get some legs and start running down this track and get a little separation from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, I mean, good point, Strider, because Tyler Wright with that third place finish, that semifinal finish, is right behind the leaderboard of Carissa Moore, and Carissa obviously wants to take advantage and gain some more points. Here's a replay, McCool, of Carissa.
Yeah, just looking a little bit bouncy on the face right there. I'm loving those colors of that board, but Kaipo, I mean, that board looks solid under her feet, kind of bumpy, like I said, but negotiating it well. And a 5-time world champion like Carissa Moore, I think she's just going to do what Carissa Moore does, and that's surf and smash the lip. I don't think she's too worried about it. Here's Steph Gilmore up and riding on her second wave of the heat. Coming into this section, beautiful carve right there. Signature bent knee jive by Steph, but unfortunately it gets cracked at the end of that wave.
So we'll be waiting for that score for Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore. Molly Picklem's already got one wave on their belt, an inconsequential wave. This is much better for the rookie. Running on down the line, Picklem picks her spot and just could not get up into the lip on time. So a little bit of mistimed finish there for Molly Picklem.
Yeah, Kaipo, she's Gabriella Bryan, right backing her up.
Gabriella Bryan just really busy out there, Strider, and just continues to just catch waves and hammer away. I like the approach.
I'm a fan. I saw that one turn she did in this heat already where she hacked it underneath the lip and turned so hard, redirected the board, the shoulders, everything, right back into the power pocket and almost came under the lip to get under that falling lip and like almost a pseudo barrel coming out through the turn. It was pretty impressive.
Steph Gilmore, smooth as silk off the bottom. Nice carve off the top. Good looking wave face here. Another carve, and now it's going to get into some of that wonkiness on the inside. Let's see how Steph handles it. And it just flattens out.
Yeah, that section right there, Kaipo, is so tricky because some waves, you're going to come off the bottom, you're going to do a big wrap. It's going to flatten out. A lot of people try and drive through that section a little too far to the bottom, and it'll stand up faster than they think, and they'll be late to the turn. And you see a lot of people either dig rail, be late to the turn, or like you've seen there with Steph, she drove to her first turn, the white water, got under her fins. She wasn't able to set them right away. She had to wait. And unfortunately, the big scoring potential kind of got away from her at the end of that wave.
Here's a look at it, Strider.
Yeah, bottom turns, comes around, gets back into the white water like you were talking about there, and kind of was late to come up to find the lip. So, but she did get a nice little wrap off the top there, and then looking for more, but it goes into deep water. Steph looks like she's gaining a little momentum to me in this heat, which is good because she seems to have been struggling through the morning, if you ask me, out here at Sunset.
Yeah, let's take a look at some deep stats on Steph Gilmore, powered by Hydro Flask. Gilmore, impressive numbers with 32 career event wins, 313 career heat wins, top of the pack on both of those stats. Carissa Moore, live action here, and Carissa just weaving through. She's in the non-priority heat, so she's taking some of the kind of leftover waves in the first half of her heat.
Yeah, she's just, I think she's just surfing right now, really feeling that board. We know as soon as Riss gets an open face, she's going to tear into it. Yeah, I would really like to see a replay of that Gabrielle O'Brien hack that you were talking about, Strider. That thing is just amazing. Probably one of the most powerful turns of the event so far, especially here in the women's.
Yeah, North Shore teenager Luana Silva's on to the quarterfinals, and she's with Rosie Hodge.
She has been so impressive, surfing for the third time today, Luana. This is your home break. How comfortable does it feel, but how much energy are you expending?
I'm pretty tired right now. It actually feels like an ISA event to me. But I'm just so happy that the waves held up for us and it's still firing out there. Yeah.
And these have been big heat wins. You beat Steph Gilmore in the elimination round. Now to take out world #2 from last year, Tatiana Weston-Webb. What does that do for your confidence?
Oh, it boosts my confidence so much. I mean, I looked up to these girls my whole life. And I'm just so excited to just be on this tour and competing against them. And I'm just really grateful for that.
Does it feel surreal to have a championship tour event at your home break?
Yeah, never in a million years would I have thought I could compete out of my home break, but now I can, and it's amazing.
We'll let you get ready for the quarterfinals. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Grom. Good job.
You're in the quarterfinals.
That was pretty good. I just like, I like the realness of when you talk to some of the rookies on tour, Strider.
Well,
and
the wall's not there yet,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
The media wall, like the thought of like, am I saying the right thing? Am I doing the right thing? Am I going to give away too much? Live action.
Molly Pickle, another exciting member of the rookie class in 2022, hunting down a section, attacks the lip, and was late there. You could see she didn't have enough speed, Makua, to complete that maneuver.
Yeah, that was a tricky inside section, but here you go, Carissa Moore up and riding.
Carissa Moore has to wiggle through that first turn, but squares up there, but also gets the best of her in some tricky waters at this size at Sunset, Makua.
Yeah, I really think the finishing maneuver right now, especially because it's on that smaller size, is starting to hit the inside bowl, but close out into it. I think we have that replay we were asking for earlier of Gabriella Bryant's carve here. I mean, just banging it off the top right there, and then nice whitewater climb as well. I mean, she just annihilated that lip on that thing, Kaipo.
Gabriella Bryant, 6.83 for that wave. This is Molly Pickle, Boz.
Yeah, she does well to roll in and get a great ramp, but like we talked about, coming up a little late, I feel like on these sections, in general, watching from out in the water, you have to arrive at the lip line early at Sunset.
Definitely. I mean, here's Carissa arriving early. Just, it looked like she was holding back a little bit on that turn, didn't really push through the lip, and I think that's why her nose dug at the end.
I also feel like she's riding the same board that she was on earlier today, and I think it's a 6.8, which is a long board for, in the scheme of things right now. Great paddling power, probably great rail line, but when you go to whip it up into the lip, as you come down, you're going to have to try to get on that tail quicker to elevate the nose so that doesn't happen where she curled.
So turning our attention to the priority heat in the water with 8 minutes and 15 seconds on the countdown. The rookie, a 6.33 and a 6.83. Steph Gilmore, 7-time world champ, looking for a 6.89 to get ahead of Gabriella Bryant and earn a spot in the quarterfinals. Big opportunity for the rookie Gabriella Bryant, Strider.
100%, but I have to say, Stephanie Gilmore is gaining momentum. She, started out the day looking shaky. She hasn't looked great, and up until now, we are starting to see her use her rail line. We saw that one nice hack in the middle of that wave that she did, the patented drop knee snap. So I feel like she's gaining mojo, gaining momentum back into it, which is dangerous for Brian, because this is something where, a Stephanie Gilmore with confidence is near unbeatable, which we've seen.
Well, I mean, for her to start building like this is dangerous, because she started off, a little mediocre, still, getting through heats, but a 7-time world champion, someone with that capability, that competitive steez, once they start moving forward, once the steam train starts going, it's hard to stop once they get on a roll.
It could be up to the ocean, Kaipo, because, we have seen every day through the middle of the day, the ocean take these deep breaths. And then in the evening, it comes back. But we'll find out if we get some sets on the horizon coming here. Not a lot of time left, Kipes.
Not a lot of time. 6 minutes, 45 seconds. And to the rookie's credit, she does have priority over the world champ in Gabriella Bryant, priority over Stephanie Gilmore and the lead. So a bit of heat control in this last 6.5 minutes. The rookie, Gabriella, is going to have to play this smart. You can see her sitting right next to Steph Gilmore. She's in the white jersey. Steph's in the black. And Gilmore's going to have to play her cards really smart in these last 6 minutes, Makua.
Gabriella Bryant is not going to, she's not going to give back. She's going to put pressure. She's going to sit right by her. She's really surfing like a veteran right now, Kaipo. She's taking it to the champ. And, I mean, what can you say? The girl surfing is speaking volumes.
I got a theory, Strider. I'm just saying the rookies are so prepared right now. But a lot of that has to do with I'm going to say the broadcast at the World Surf League, because when you're coming up as a kid now, you can watch every single heat. You can see strategy. It's like, this is like a class for up-and-coming surfers. And so Gabriella Bryant's seen it a number of times already just watching the broadcast, and she knows what to do in this situation.
I mean, 100%. I have to agree with you, because on the broadcast, we're getting insight from the caddies, the coaches. We're putting it back out there for people to hear. People are watching, seeing the setup, watching the situation, watching and understanding what to do within those last few minutes of a heat and how it boils down. On camera right here, we've got an in-form Sally Fitzgibbons throwing the fins and getting ready.
And we're just, now we can see what fins Sally Fitzgibbons is riding too. So some inside equipment right there, courtesy of the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know what to do right now sitting in this chair if I wasn't watching you guys all these years, you know. I got a spot up here, and just like the surfers, I'm learning as well. And this broadcast team is so amazing. Everybody in the truck, Spectrum, everybody behind the scenes that brings us the replays and everything. Gabriella Bryant up and riding.
Gabriella Bryant again with that sharp rail work that she's been showing us. Wave selection, however, a little sus on this one, but she just banged that lip. I don't know if she's going to improve her standings. What do you think, Strider?
Well, I think that was just a maneuver for her to make sure that Steph did not catch that wave. It could have been a mistake just because the wave was smaller and it didn't have a huge scoring potential on it. Although, when you're in a heat, you're sitting here with Stephanie Gilmore, who's playing up her role, starting to, you know, gain steam. You don't want to give her anything. What do you think, Makua?
Yeah, I mean, this wave definitely didn't have, I mean, it's Steph Gilmore. She can produce anything on any wave. But that wave, being said, Strider, that wasn't a wave that had a lot of scoring potential. She left the door open with sets out the back, 4 minutes to go. Stephanie Gilmore's looking for a score.
She sure is, and she sure has an opportunity right here. Paddles over that one. Molly Pickle is going to pick this one up. Molly looking down the line. Nice roundhouse cut back into the suit. Wave flattens out, but good rail work by the rookie. She kicks out in the non-priority heat, Molly Pickle.
You know what I've been noticing, Kaipo? The girls are kind of taking off towards the end of the wave right now. They're kind of, you know, it seems like they don't really want to move up the point a lot. Under priority, you could almost get a wave out the back right now, because by the time you get to the girls, they're kind of looking at the waves, the girls with priority, and letting them go because they don't have too much of a shoulder. But that outside scoring potential is there right now. And maybe one of these rookies might get out there and try that.
Yeah, well, that would be, because you would be scored up until the point where you would have to straighten out, where someone took the priority wave off of you, but you could still earn some scores up until that point. So I see exactly what you're saying, Makua, as far as strategy.
Yeah, they're not really looking at the waves too. Like some of them, you could have done 1 or 2 turns out the back, and by the time it got there, they're kind of just letting it go by. But nonetheless, this girl right here just, oh, look at that style right there. Man, I wish I would have seen this wave would have gave us some more scoring opportunity for her, because she's looking in form right there, Kaipo.
Yeah, Molly Pickle, smart surfer, talented surfer. Got her call up to the championship tour when Katie Simmers declined her spot, and Molly was the next in line, and Molly said, hey, I'm on, let's do this. Here we go. Carissa Moore in the non-priority heat rolls into this one. Long bottom turn and a nice swoop off the top. Double pump bottom turn this time. Wave flattens out, but she handles it right on rail. Looking for a good finish on this inside section as it steepens up just a little bit before hitting the shoulder. So a paced performance by Carissa Moore, Strider.
And when you say paced performance, I feel like that's a key comment. I feel like there's a lot left in the tank. I feel like, you know, for her to just doing what she needs to do performance-wise to get through these heats, and then as she gets down into the finals day of this, let's just say she makes it through into the quarterfinals, and then, you know, I think she's just going to build on what she's doing. She's going to start pushing harder, and pace will just increase as the day goes on.
Well, we're down to 1 minute 15 seconds, and a reminder, Steph Gilmore is trailing Gabriella Bryant, and Steph Gilmore needing a 6.89 to advance out of this heat. Gilmore with priority, but just a minute on the clock.
Oh, she she actually let a few waves go by too at the 3-minute mark, and I was interested to see, oh wow, is she gonna go? She didn't take a couple of those waves. She does have nerves of steel. She once told me, Strider, it only takes 2.
Well, here she goes, Strider up in riding, Pickle.
This is it. Oh. That was
uncharacteristic right there.
Yep. I just seen hesitation on that one right there. She was going up into that turn, looking like she had the speed and power to finish that move and just kind of let off the gas.
Meanwhile, Gabriella Bryant continues with some great surfing. That wave's going to run away, but what a turn to open up.
Yeah, that turn was amazing. But you know what? Her wave knowledge and positioning going down the line really impresses me. She really gets out in front of it. That was a huge section to come around. And for her to do that turn and make it to the end of that wave, that was very impressive as well.
That turn was I just beat Stephanie Gilmore. And I'm feeling it.
Molly Pickle gets that board back underneath her after a lip glide, back up into lip one more time, and the explosion takes care of her, unable to ride out of that second maneuver. But in the priority heat, it is Gabriella Bryant moving on into the quarterfinals. Steph Gilmore eliminated from competition. Much more surfing on the way. Don't go anywhere. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido, and the round of 16 continues to roll on with a new heat in the water. This time it's Isabella Nichols versus Brissa Hennessy. Non-priority heat. In the priority heat, we have Carissa Moore versus Molly Pickle. I'm Kaipo, Strider's here, and Makua, all to talk you through today's action. And we saw some action in that last heat. Big upset, Makua. Gabriella Bryant taking out the 7-time world champ, Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, Kaipo, you're going to see that a lot more on tour. You know, these young girls are primed, they're competitive. And here we go, Brissa Hennessy up and riding. Brissa Hennessy
Gliding through that first couple turns before the aerial kick out.
How fun was that when you were welcoming us back in, that wide shot of Sunset Beach, how beautiful it is, all the waves rolling through. I mean, what a place to be on this beautiful day. Absolutely incredible to be sitting here calling these heats on the beach at sunset. What a studio.
I mean, it's the best place in the world, man. The North Shore of Oahu, Hawaii, Sunset Beach, bringing you the action right now.
Yeah, and Strider, you've been studying the buoys, and you were expecting a little bit of a boost this afternoon. We might be seeing some of those forerunners of the swell.
Yeah, we just saw a really solid set roll in right here on camera. A very interesting scene playing out right there. We saw Stephanie Gilmore shaking off a loss. Right above her, you've got Betty Lucica, the future of surfing. I mean, she is lights out Hawaiian punch power and just on fire with Ross Williams in her corner, just pushing her along, giving her all that, amazing insight that he's got after his years on tour. I mean, the future is bright.
Yeah, I mean, look at that right there. Molly Pickle with a 6.20, taking the lead over Carissa Moore right now.
There you go, Pickle's last ride, a 6.2, as Makua pointed out. Carissa Moore now behind her. Carissa Moore with priority, needing a 5.11. Plenty of time on the clock for the 5-time world champ and Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore. 16 minutes. Here we go. Non-priority heat, Isabella Nichols on a white watery face. And let's see how she handles it.
Tries to do an Olympic high dive over the bar right there. That was a big kick out. You know, I was watching her surf earlier. It looked like the board had a little bit of too much meat on the rail. Here's a replay.
This was the 6.2 for Molly Pickle.
Wow, the judges really rewarded that wave right there. I mean, had she finished that wave, we would have seen the scores in the excellent range. But here we go with Isabella Nichols. Little wiggle off the top there in the foamy section. And then, like you said, I think she was doing the pole vault without the pole. But
big jump over the back out there. Again, these pictures we're seeing on screen, just beautiful. So many different shades of blue out here. Whales jumping in the background. It is migrating season right now. There are, I mean, every time you look out to the horizon, just about you can get a good view. And you can see those lines coming in, Kaipo.
Here come some lines, and yeah, the whales are breaching. It is migratory season for the humpback whales. Kohola, the Hawaiian name for whales, and they've been pretty active out here in the afternoon.
Talking about migrating season, right after the event, the WSL is going to be migrating over to Portugal for another important stop on the tour.
Yeah, it's going to be just a little bit colder over there in Peniche for stop number 3 compared to the balmy Hawaiian waters. We got about temperatures here Fahrenheit about 78, 79 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind has a little bit of a bite to it if you're a Hawaiian, just because cold's tough.
We're super warm-blooded here.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I'm staying with Kaipo. He wakes up. He's got his pants on, his sweatshirt. He's got his shoes on. He's walking around the house. I'm making coffee. I'm in my trunks.
Yeah, I'm not good. I'm not good at the cold. 14 minutes on the countdown here, and some waves coming through. Priority with Carissa Moore. The task at hand for the 5-time world champ is a 5.11 in her challenge against Molly Pickle. Brisa Hennessy and Bella Nichols pretty quiet in their non-priority. We talked about it yesterday, and the fact is still the same. These overlapping heats present, basic to me, 2 halves: the first half and the second half. And you play you play either half in a different way. Your first half non-priority versus your second half in the priority position. And speaking of that, brilliant surfing. Gabriella Bryan, I want to hear what she has to say.
So impressive, Capo. Well, Gabriella, the last time we met, saying congratulations for winning your first ever CT heat. Yeah. Now you've beaten the 7-time world champ. Your initial reaction to that achievement?
It feels good. Stephanie is like one of my idols, and growing up watching her, it's so amazing. And now competing against her, it's kind of crazy, but it's super exciting, and I'm really happy I made that heat.
You're part of such an exciting rookie class, obviously 3 Hawaiians in that mix. So how cool is that to be coming up in 2022 full-time championship tour surfer?
It's so amazing, especially to be a part of the rookie class. It's one of the biggest ones I've ever seen, and everyone rips, and I'm just really excited for the rest of the year and this event. Just gonna try to make as many heats as possible. I love surfing Sunset, so I'm really excited.
The rookies are shaking up the game, guys.
Yeah, they sure are. Gabriella Bryan entered the 2021 Challenger Series with a blank nose on her board. No sponsors whatsoever. She ended up winning that entire Challenger Series and earned a place on the Hurley team, and a great pickup strider by Hurley with that talented young lady.
100%. And Hurley being a sponsor of this event, I was just thinking about the way that she surfs. Really low center of gravity, really strong base, and she's a go for it attitude when it comes right down to it. She's got nothing to lose in her mind. She's fresh on the tour, so beautiful work by her out there, letting it flow, letting it go, getting those big hacks into the bowl, really showcasing some power and some technical surfing, and taking down one of the all-time greats, who I thought we were going to see get on a roll out here, unfortunately had to bow out. And Stephanie Gilmore.
Makua, another point I want to make is both Luana Silva and Gabriella Bryan, both coming out of their heats and both into the quarterfinals. Neither of those rookies made it past this round in stop number 1. So the rookies are already showing progress as the year presents itself. Here is Brisa Hennessy. And Brisa trying to keep it smooth and on rail, but you can see some of that bounce out there this afternoon.
Yeah, Kaipo, the first wave of the set out here usually has a little bit of bump because of the wind. When the ocean starts to churn up and the sets start to come in, it tends to be a little more bouncy. I mean, talking about the rookie class, Carissa Moore is up against the fence right now, but here she goes on a beautiful wave, Kaipo.
Carissa Moore aims at the lip and attacks it. A little bit of a bobble there, but recovers. Looking down the line, the wave steepens up, catches a rail.
Okay, do you guys, she changed equipment. She's on a different board now. If you can see the board, that's the Wings board that she might have been riding at Pipe, but it's definitely not the board she started this heat on. She definitely changed equipment, trying to change something up because she felt like maybe she needed something shorter. And as you can see, she might not be used to this board yet. She's got time left in the heat though, Makua.
I'm telling you right now, Sunset and Pipeline don't take the same surfboard. I've been doing this a long time out here on the North Shore, and we all have quivers for Pipeline and we have quivers for Sunset. Right here, Carissa Moore just squaring up with this thing. I almost thought she was going to lose it right there, but she really regains her composure. That board looks really loose and sticky at the same time, Strider.
I think what we're going to see here, to be honest, is I think Carissa is just surprised by the speed and different things that are coming out of this board, because this is the first wave she's ridden on it out at Sunset for this heat. And I feel like her next wave, she's going to clean up and really attack and know where to put that board and how to use that rail.
That being said, Strider, that board looks a lot more responsive.
Yeah.
She's going to make the adjustments because she's a 5-time world champion. She's going to get on that board and really hit that
Check
lip.
it out, guys. Even with that air, she got a 5.37, Carissa Moore, and she did take the lead off of Molly Pickle. Even with that air, that 5.37 was earned. Now Pickle, with priority, 9 minutes, needs a flat 5-point ride.
Well, let's remember, Pickle got a big score. I think it was is it 6.20 for one turn. So
turn for turn.
Turn for turn. Even though it was a wild and broncoed ride, she came out of a big lip slam right there and pulled it off. So, you know, hats off. Let's see what happens next.
Molly Pickle with 8 minutes and 35 seconds left on the paddle. Kaipo, what do we have here?
Here we go. Oh my goodness. Too deep on that one. And that would be a classic priority error unless she can get back out to the heat. I can't see where Carissa Moore is right now.
She left the door open though.
Well, maybe she can get back to the peak in time and regain priority. That's her best bet. If she can just establish that. We can see Carissa Moore where she is a little bit further on the shoulder. This is up to the priority judge right now, and this is going to be a very, very important call by our priority judge. We'll be waiting for that decision.
I'm not sure why Molly's paddling to the left. The point is to the right, so the one closest to the peak of the wave, I think, gets first priority. And right here, just real uncharacteristic. I mean, like you said, Kaipo, leaving the door open. If you're going to go on a wave, you might as well have a good dig at it, you know. But getting back out, she did get priority, so
there
that's very smart.
There you go. So at least Pickle does get the priority. Well, the rookie came and had an upset against Stephanie Gilmore. Stephanie Gilmore out of competition, and Steph is with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, guys, we have to catch up with the GOAT, Steph. Not the Hawaiian season you would have hoped for. Do you want to summarize it for us?
Yeah, there's really not too much to summarize. Yeah, missing pipe was a real bummer. And then, yeah, I don't know. I've had some good success here in the past at Sunset, but it's just, yeah, I feel like every time you come back here, you have to relearn everything. And, yeah, there's sort of, yeah, so many challenges. And basically just had a shocker. That was kind of like, I had an hour heat this morning in the round 1 and round 2, and then couldn't really find my feet, but managed to make it through. And then, yeah, that was a battle of the sixes with Gabriella. She's an amazing surfer. And actually, I was talking about it with my coach before the event started, and he's like, oh, who do you think's going to be strong in the girls? And I actually said Gabriella Bryan for sure. I was like, she's got really strong legs, and I can see her doing well out here. So luckily enough for me, I got her early in the round. So yeah, that was a bummer. But, you know, I don't know. It's just one of those things. You kind of have to shake these things off. And, yeah, I'm excited to actually get to Europe and try and get a better result there, and that's all you can do really, is just keep pushing on and try and make the cut.
Shockers definitely happen in our sport. Let's talk about the rookie class that we have on tour, because you've seen so many generations of women surfing. What do you make of these new faces?
Yeah, there's, you know, a lot of them are from Hawaii, and they're just so strong on their feet. They I was thinking a lot about my career and starting at my home break and just how much of an advantage that was. So for these young girls, you know, they're starting, I know pipeline's kind of scary for everyone, but being here at Sunset, I know Luana and Gabby and of course Betty Lou, they're so strong out here, and having just the comfort of being at your home break is really important to start the year. So yeah, India's a great surfer as well, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how well they do, but I'm sure come like the midway cut, it's going to be pretty wild to see. I'm sure we'll see some top seeds from the past, like down in that bottom, like on the cusp kind of area, and yeah, adds a whole new element. So.
And we have to ask you, as a veteran on tour, coming into the 2022 season, what's the motivation for you?
Oh, like every year. I love that feeling of winning events and doing well. You know, the end of the season last year before the finals to win in Mexico, I had a really nice taste again of victory, and I just love it. It's such a journey from round one all the way to the final, and to be able to piece things together and find a zone and try and come out with a win is really cool. So that's really what I'm looking for. But yeah, I'd love to win an A Tour title, but currently I'm just not putting it together well enough to be anywhere near it. So I've got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll pull it out of the bag. Steph, thank you for your time. Good luck in Portugal.
There you go. Well, Stephanie Gilmore would know about coming out as a strong rookie. 2007, she was a rookie, and she won a world title. That feat has not been repeated until this day, but could we see a rookie take a world title this year? Well, from what I'm seeing here at stop number 2, yes, that is possible. As we go to live action here with Brisa Hennessy in the non-priority heat, and Brisa finishes off her ride. During that interview, a couple of really important waves went down. One of the most important ones in the priority heat, a 6.83 for Molly Pickle, and she has increased her lead over Carissa Moore. Moore now needing a 7.2 to advance, and this was the 6.83, Makua.
Yeah, just, you know, really wrapping that thing. And this was the meat and potatoes of this wave. I mean, speed, power, flow, everything you want, commitment. The judges are rewarding that one big maneuver, you know, setting it up, getting one, you know, medium-sized move, finishing off, or starting with a big slam. They're really liking it.
Can you believe what you're seeing, Strider? We saw Steph Gilmore go down to a rookie, and now we have another rookie that has Carissa Moore in a corner.
I think it all comes down to headspace. And I feel like I can believe what I'm seeing because the rookies that are coming on tour are strong. And they have a great camp, and they have headspace, and they have nothing to lose. When you come on as the reigning champ, when you come on as somebody on top, all you can fear is falling. And you feel that always. So you have to be able to get back into that place where you're going to try to quiet that noise. But right now, we've seen it with Steph, and we're kind of seeing it with Carissa. Can she pull it back together? And she says it says right now that she's got second priority again with 2:45 on the clock.
Yeah, that's huge. Molly Pickle is gonna, you know, she's putting the pressure on right now. And, you know, that board change that Carissa did, I'm not sure, you know, that board's looking really shaky off the bottom. I'm not sure, you know, what the theory behind that was, but she got 2 minutes and 27 seconds, Steph. If anybody can do it, it's Carissa Moore. But these veterans on tour have to be careful. These rookies are they're so fired up, Strider, like you said, headspace. They don't have the worrying about a reputation, a name. They're trying to take names, make their name, and they're out for blood right now.
Well, we're 2 minutes away from another upset, Strider, is what's happening right now. I mean, the clock's just ticking down.
But Mother Nature can dictate this because if a set comes, you know, Molly's going to have to play defense, take that wave or not, which is going to leave Carissa to do her work. And if Carissa does her work, we all have seen what she can do and to settle in on that board. Looks like we got something happening here, a little bit of a paddle. Not happening. Kaipo, this is good. I love this part of surfing. I love this part of heats where it's all going to come down to the very end. And I know we're not, you know, in to say the finals part of the event, but we are in a crucial heat here.
Hey, we're in a time where momentum is shifting in the scope of this entire event with these rookies.
We're in a time where priority really plays a big difference, because once upon a time somebody be paddling you all the way back to backyards. You know, no such thing as waiting inside or, you know, trying to pull a juke move on somebody. It's You know, look like Carissa Moore is going to pull the trigger on Cape. No.
It's going to be Brisa Hennessy a little bit further in the non-priority heat, further on the shoulder, and she's going to take advantage of this wave. Nice carve for Brisa. Around the corner again, swooping roundhouse cut back into the whitewater. Meanwhile, the priority heat's down to 45 seconds.
And not to mention, Carissa needs a 7.2. That's a big score. You need a real wave. You can't paddle inside and catch one of these smaller waves to actually get that score. So it's going to be up to Mother Nature as this thing winds down. 30 seconds. That's 2 waves starting now. I don't see it.
Well, I mean, they're way inside on the reef right now. You've seen where Brisa took off on that wave and what that wave looked like. They were just on the other side of the peak of that wave. To get the score that she needs in 15 seconds, I'm going to have to say, not going to happen, Strider.
Well, the theme of this event so far, both on the men's and on the women's side, has been upsets. And another upset happening right now.
Well, aloha also means goodbye.
Well, here we go. Molly Pickle comes through, is in the quarterfinals. Carissa Moore out of competition. We got more coming your way from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, all presented by Shiseido. Stick around.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. By Hydro Flask, every adventure starts with 2 simple words. Let's go. By Havaianas, official partner of the World Surf League. And by Expedia, official travel booking partner of the World Surf League. Wild day of action here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. As soon as you think you can make a prediction, the whole thing gets flipped upside down. Every single world champion in the draw knocked out before the quarterfinals. I can't think of another event that has happened, especially an event at Sunset Beach where we're calling it the World Champs event since they had all won it in the past over a decade ago. Let's see what happens now. Sally Fitzgibbons taking on India Robinson. Joe Turpel with Rosie Hodge. As Rosie spent a long time on the top 17. Knows how things can be flipped on its head a few times. And world title race and scenarios for qualification are getting really interesting. Carissa Moore out of the event.
Wow, that was a big shock to me. I think even watching Stephanie Gilmore, Tyler Wright, these rookies, they're shaking up the game. It's so amazing to see them in these situations, and they just grow their profile. I think we saw that same kind of feeling from Jake Marshall yesterday. It's cool to see them live up to that moment.
Yeah, and interesting how it happened on the men's side. Very young quarterfinal, final 8 that you can check out on worldsurfleague.com. And now things are looking the same on the women's side. Well, we've got a seasoned vet, someone who participated in the Sunset events and even had a runner-up finish in Sally Fitzgibbons. We'll see if she can be the veteran to move on into the final series. Nice solid takeoff there for Bella Nichols. Hard off the bottom, nice frontside cutty. And she will hop out into the flats. She's been here on the North Shore for a long time. She's actually staying across the street from me. And she just had, hey, I just want to put in some reps at backdoor, pipeline, Sunset Beach. She wanted all of it. As we'll see a misread off the top for a big lofty frontside float. Going for broke on that opening section. Fitzgibbons starts off underwater.
Yeah, that was a hard fall for Sally. I'm sure she's going to shake it off. But Isabella, just watching her read through these waves, I can't help but conjure up images of Lane Beachley, one of the best surfers out here on the women's side of things and such a legend. Almost has the same kind of similar style.
As we see a nice slingshotty frontside wrapping turn and powering through another hook on the open face. India Robinson looking to hang on to that one as the rookie just beginning on the non-priority side with Sally Fitzgibbons. Lakey Peterson's coming up next. She's a surfer that could potentially be in yellow. A lot of new scenarios are popping up now. We will keep you posted on that. But how's this rookie sensation eliminating a 5-time world champ? Molly Pickle with Strider.
What a day for you out here. Talk to me about your headspace against a 5-time world champion.
Yeah, I think prior to that heat, I was just like, this is a final, you know, versing Carissa. It's such an honor to be in the lineup with her, and I think you have to give it your all to beat someone like Carissa. So, yeah, I was super excited to come out on top.
And when you go out into a heat like that at sunset, swells dropping a bit, was there a different game plan for you?
Not too bad, I think. I just went down to 6'4" and just kept the ball rolling. I think it got a little bit slow, but you've got to take the waves as they come because, yeah, I don't know, sunset's tricky, you know, you can get lost out there if you stop surfing waves.
You don't sound like a rookie, but I have to ask you, what's inside of the rookies' heads? Because you guys are all doing so well.
I think it's a case of we have nothing to lose. We're here and we really do back ourselves, and we all have a little bit more confidence than maybe a normal rookie may have, but I think we just know that we deserve to be here and we can match the older guys, so I think it's just excitement and just, I don't know, we have nothing to lose.
Well, congratulations. Can't wait to see you on to the next round.
Thank you so much.
Molly Pickle on a roll, enjoying her time on tour. And I'll never forget when it came down to the wire at Haleiwa, the last Challenger Series event. It ended up being a tie for that last spot to qualify with herself and Luana Silva. She lost that tiebreak since Lulu had the win at Portugal, and she handled that so well. I was thinking, oh, here we go. This is going to be very tough to swallow, as it should be. Put in a lot of time, and she just was like, all right, I'm going to enjoy the Challenger Series again. And then she got the call up with Katie Simmers delaying her debut. As you can see, a quick check right there for Bella Nichols, and not much happening there. It almost looks like she's talking to herself there, Rosie.
Yeah, you see that self-talk. It comes into play here at Sunset, and the positioning and your wave selection, all of that. I mean, she probably has gone out in the lineup with a bit of a plan, and maybe she's not following through with what she had in mind.
Bella had a very strong showing in her rookie season on tour, especially at Newcastle. The waves were pumping. Got to get past her hero, Stephanie Gilmore. Had that famous final with Carissa Moore. Carissa was fresh off one of the best airs ever completed, and she was so thrilled to be a part of that. And now trying to carry that into a new set of goals for this year. But she's really active with her time. You were telling me earlier this morning she was actually studying for a physics exam while the waves are pumping. So she's always been focused on studies and obviously surfing at the highest level of the game.
That's right, Joe. I mean, just so cool to see someone that just has their head in different areas of life. I mean, a 3-hour physics exam was taking some of her attention away from perfect waves breaking out in front of her. So Isabella Nichols, she's got a steady head on her shoulders. She had such a breakout rookie season. Making a final in a championship tour event in your rookie season, that's a huge achievement.
And it just reminds me of what the legendary Peter Cole said about surfing your entire life. He always said you need a well-balanced life to surf forever. That means put a lot into your family, put a lot into your community. Don't make it as everything. He had a lot of peers that he charged big waves with that stopped surfing relatively early. And he was surfing Sunset until he was 77 on some of the biggest days and stayed in the ocean into his 90s, which is a really cool bit of advice to have that well-roundedness. It makes you really enjoy your surfs when you have that balanced lifestyle. Mid-face bottom turn and setting up a clean wrapping turn is Carissa Hennessy. And just stomping on the tail real quick. 4.5 and a 6.67 as she leads over Bella Nichols. And Rosie, you always knew that Carissa was going to be really hard to deal with at Sunset. What was your reasoning there?
I just see her as just such a confident surfer at Sunset, and knowing what success she's had in her junior career out here, her surfing seems to suit this wave. I think it's so fun when you see a surfer that really enjoys being out at Alana, but definitely shows in their performance. That comfort level is so important.
And then kicking out quickly there. Her father's always proud of her when she's getting really big barrels. Oftentimes you see her father Mike on a soft top, just having fun, but he's always in the pit as well. A professional fisherman, so there's always something good to eat in the Hennessy household, and obviously their whole family can make a good dinner. Carissa's been famous for sharing food and her baked goods that she does on tour with everybody on site. Such a kind person, and she really cares about the people that she connects with around the world. She said that energy is so crucial, and her post-heat interviews, you really get to feel her heart, how she speaks about her role on tour and the human being that she is. There's a nice aggressive forehand whip in the pocket, winding up off the bottom again. Nice form for Bella Nichols. And she'll step off. Non-priority heat, we've got India Robinson crushing a big section. Good timing on a bigger wave. Second turn solid as well. And she'll look to even get some more open water. And they're quick to kick out. Well-read wave for the rookie on tour.
Yeah, great to see India just sink her teeth into that wave. I think for me, looking at the rookie class that we have this season, watching that last event at Haleiwa, the biggest surprise for me came from India and the fact that she was able to qualify. Wow, huge turn under the lip there. Surfing definitely suits the open face of Sunset Beach. Surfed with a lot of speed through those maneuvers, Joe. This one right here just digs in that rail, just turns around those shoulders, throws a lot of speed, anticipates that free fall there, straight into this next maneuver. Yeah, that's a bigger wave that we've seen this afternoon too. So India's got a good read, good wave selection, and like I said, I was so impressed with her at the Haleiwa Challenger Series, just to keep her wits about her in that pressure situation.
She really has an individual style, doesn't she? It really is her own personality on a wave. Always looking for big, powerful sections to work with. And I love how she read that, put her board in the right place at the right time. It's kind of crazy. You see a rookie get a wave like that on a day like today, you're already starting to thinking, are we getting another upset? Are we going to see the tables turn on the usual suspects that are always in the quarterfinals?
It's funny you say that, because as soon as she took off, I was like, uh-oh, Sally Fitz. I mean, Sally is so consistent at events. Sunset is probably one of the ones that she's been looking forward to. So, yeah, I think India is really going to set the tone in this clash.
Rosie, I suppose there's always a changing of the guard. And there's always new rookies, new names. But there seems like there has been a stranglehold on the top four for a very long time. I mean, the world title is going to Steph, Tyler, Carissa. Sally's consistently runner-up. We have contenders pop up like a Lakey, you know, like a Courtney Conlog in the past, and a few others. But it seems like the shuffle is really kind of beneath them, you know, for what seems like over a decade now.
Definitely. I mean, you think about over a decade, we've only had 3 women to take the world title, and that's always been those ladies rising to the top of the occasion. And now to see this reinvigoration of these rookies coming on and really not paying any mind to those achievements, and they respect them, but in a way that they really want to beat them, and that's fun for the championship. So it brings in new energy.
Interesting situation as early as stop number 2 on the leaderboard, seeing Moana Jones-Wong go down swinging this morning as she came into this event number 1. She's out. The big shot, losing Carissa Moore. More than 80% of you had Carissa on their fantasy teams. It felt like she was a shoo-in for her to take out this event. She was knocked out by Molly Pickle. Tyler Wright was knocked out by Malia Manuel, and also Stephanie Gilmore. The champs fell in the round of 16. Carissa up and out. So the closest to grab yellow heading into Portugal is Lakey Peterson. She's coming up next against a dangerous rookie, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. But if Lakey can get to the semifinals, we'll be talking about yellow things at that point.
Yeah, I mean, Lakey coming into the season, what did she have, like 9 months off the tour with that back injury, had to do a lot of recovering. And see, she mentioned that she's enjoying playing this role of kind of, you know, flying under the radar.
Yeah, because she was in the spotlight with Steph Gilmore in this rivalry, and she was thrilled to be in a rivalry with Steph. It's an honor to enter that conversation. When you're starting to win events, then people start talking about titles. As you can see her on screen, entering the lineup with her caddy, who spent a long time taking down big wins, Mike Parsons. He's also caught some of the biggest waves the world has to offer. I think Mike's maybe done everything in surfing as far as the industry is concerned, with management, with coaching.
Commissioner for the Big Wave Tour.
Right, working for brands. If you got a question about anything that's even closely related to surfing, Mike's got the answer for it.
The thing I love about their relationship too is their initiative to go on surf trips to Hawaii, to sharpen the act of Lakey. I mean, identifying that Lakey, hey, maybe your weak point is bigger waves, and really working on that. And you see that payoff in a result at Pipeline, getting that semi-final finish. Now here at Sunset, winning at Margaret River. Yeah, I think they've done so well at sharpening her act. Ooh, up and out.
5 minutes on the clock now. Bella Nichols losing priority. Brisa still in the lead as well.
Ooh, that was a little paddle pull back over there on that wave.
So interesting with time running down. Brisa still able to hang on to her lead.
The waves definitely seem to be pulsing right now this afternoon, Joey. It's nice to see this lineup get more active.
Here comes Brisa, spending a majority of her life competing here in the Hawaiian Islands after she left Costa Rica at about the age of 9. So understands the power, working closely with North Shore legends like Kahea Hart and Poncho Sullivan. Now 4:14, we'll see if she can hang on to her lead. For fans watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream will stop at the end of this round. A new live stream will start for the quarterfinals and beyond. So for fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue exclusively on worldsurfleague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here as we continue with the quarterfinals for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. We've got another heat in this round, so you got time to get over to worldsurfleague.com if you need to. But we'll always be here on worldsurfleague.com for all the action, checking out your rankings. Fantasy teams are taking a big hit today, so maybe check that out, talk to your clubhouse, and see how you can make up some points heading into Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a very surprising day for all of us, just watching this all unfold. Cool to see, though, like I said, it's that upwelling of talent that we're seeing, a changing in this generation. And it's good also to motivate the older women on tour that have had it their own way for so long, Joey. It's good to see something come in and start a little fire.
And maybe a lot's going into that. Obviously, the rookie class has been more prepared than any other rookie class before it. Surfing waves like this all the time. New events like Sunset Beach. I mean, that's fresh for Hawaiian surfers that have been through their junior series here and their amateur events. They have so much time. And also new events like Pipeline. You know, things are shifting quite a bit. There's more events to look forward to. That'll be a clean slate for veterans, where they usually just got used to the same stops and they'd get them wired. They know what boards to ride. They know where to sit. There was no unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, and so cool to see all of the events on the schedule combined with the men's events, the women going back to Chopu. Yeah, Tyler Wright just touching on how cool it is to learn these new locations and have an opportunity to have a championship tour in waves of consequence and where you have to challenge yourself.
All surfers focused on being in the top 10 to survive the mid-season cut. It'll be a smaller tour for the back half. If you make the cut, you're also back on tour for the start of 2023, so you'll be back at Pipeline. Bella Nichols digging it. Quickly hammering that big section, but out of control. Wanted to put everything into that. Probably felt it was going to be a single maneuver option, and could have come close to the score if she could have hung on.
It's brutal. I mean, you just lose your concentration for a split second, and Sunset is really good at beating you down. So much coming into play here. I think the element of just the playing ground at Sunset Beach.
And a great fan there wearing a lot of hats. Enjoying championship tour level surfing in the backyard. Big shakas thrown to all the Groms out there that are being inspired and coming down to watch all their heroes compete. And what a special treat that is. The event comes to town only so often. You got to clear your schedule and see the best surfers in the world compete at the waves that you love.
I love it. I love seeing the energy of the fans on the beach and seeing the surfers reciprocate that love that they feel as they walk up the beach.
Crunch time for Bella Nichols as she needs a 6.74. She's caught a lot of waves in this heat. 8 rides total. Her best 5.6. But 2 waves better for Brisa Hennessy. Keeps her out in front.
Yeah, Brisa's put on a solid show as this heat winds down. I mean, she's got priority. Isabella on the inside there. It looks like she's kind of might be waving the white flag on this one, Joe.
Yeah, definitely she definitely put in an effort. Swinging for the fences on that last wave. Closing it out, it will be Brisa Hennessy moving to the quarterfinals. A job well done for the surfer representing Costa Rica. When we come back, Lakey Peterson hits the lineup with a local named Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
We Are One Ocean is an initiative led by the WSL to inspire our global surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean. This year we're partnered with Shiseido and we're working with local organisations in communities around the world where we hold our championship tour events.
Today we're really fortunate to come out to this area and do some planting of some native plants such as Nanea and Akuli Kuli.
Well done. All big changes start with just a single step, and I believe in the power of coming together and working together to create positive change.
It's so cool because I am learning more about a place where I'm coming from and a place that I get to help and hopefully make sure it's better for the next generation that's coming.
We're instilling in them stewardship and conservation and their responsibilities to our environment and our aina. We're all connected by the ocean, and we should make sure that we bring it back and revitalize what it really is.
Help us preserve the future of our sport. Go to weareoneocean.org.
Just had the last heat of the round of 16 paddle out, and they're ready to compete. Back to heat 7. We've got a veteran of the tour, Sally Fitzgibbons, getting a wrap out the back, extended bottom turn, clean carve down to the bottom of the wave. And she will kick her way out of there. Sally Fitz with a 1.0 before that. And now a solid takeoff, winding up for a big whip. India Robinson lays down the carve again into the whitewater and hops out of there. More waves in action to follow. Peterson chasing yellow in this event. Just up and out as she's getting going against Johnson. Non-stop action. Betty Lou. Clean frontside carve off the top of the wave. Goes off the bottom. Tough section. Somehow she manages to ride away clean. See the curve of the wave get kind of flat. It's always going to have power. Nice timing to pull that one off. Lakey versus Betty Lou. It wasn't too long ago where Lakey was that new face on tour. One of the more exciting rookies coming from Santa Barbara, California. That's all changed. She's veteran status. How's this one going to play out, Rosie?
Oh, this is a tough matchup. I mean, looking at both of these women, I think for Betty, losing out, I think it was to Isabella Nichols on a clutch performance from her at Pipe. She's got a lot to prove out here at Sunset. And for Lakey, she's coming in with that momentum. She's finished in a 3rd place position. She's eyeing off world #1. So it's a tough matchup.
And she loves sports and just that energy of being in the game. And I think when she knows that some of her biggest rivals and threats are getting knocked out early, she'll see that door open wide, and she doesn't want to squander this opportunity. So both coming in with a lot of positive strengths. You know, obviously Betty Lou used to just surfing in Hawaiian Power her entire life. That's always going to be an advantage. She kind of has that rookie, nothing to lose, I want to show you what I've got kind of game. And that one's just getting started. Lakey quickly up and out. You mentioned earlier that the back injury, that was really tough. Getting through the Australia quarantine last year, and then it was on the beach preparing for competition in Narrabeen. And she came in holding her back, and it just looked like a tough sign. She had to pull out of the rest of the leg and basically the season. She started surfing, eventually a couple months later, and started getting stronger and stronger. So happy to see her back.
So happy to see her back. And just to note with that injury, watching her progression at lowers as she was getting more reps, as she was starting to feel a lot better, starting on that mid-length board, and you're like, that's the best surf in the world, and she just had to cruise on these little waves, and she was just so stoked to be back in the water. And then obviously in a short amount of time, she's got healthy, she's really amped up her game, and she's competing at the highest level that we've seen her do. So it's cool to see the way that she's turned that injury around.
Well, India Robinson is trying to keep to the theme of this new guard, taking out the veterans. 7.77. Her last wave, a 7.0. She's on the Paizel surfboard program. She's riding a 6.6 next step. So a solid board choice for waves like this. And cool to note that she's been working with Joel Centeo even before this event. Last year at Haleiwa Challenger Series. Joel, what a legend he is. Such a standout surfer, a champion at Haleiwa. He's been really helping her out, figure out the spots. He's actually caddying for her right now.
Wow, I mean, that's so smart of India. And just like riding those Paizel boards, getting a good quiver under her feet, and taking someone like Joel and really tapping into his knowledge. I mean, she's put on such a great performance. And like I said, super surprised by her and really enjoying just that solid rail work that she's displayed to us.
And if you team up with Joel, you're probably going to be eating well. He's a great farmer.
That's what I've heard, just down the way, huh?
It's incredible. He's got a great spot. Him and his wife are so wonderful. They share with the community. Carissa Hennessy fresh off a win.
Carissa's had a huge day. All these women surfing multiple times. You need that endurance.
You certainly do. And once again, for all you guys watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, this stream is going to stop at the end of this round. So you can see the heat with Lakey and Betty Lou. Once that 32 minutes, 52 seconds wind down, we will be into the quarterfinals. So for fans watching in Brazil, coverage from the quarterfinals on will continue on WorldSurfLeague.com and SporTV. Everyone else, just keep watching, doing what you're doing here. Quarterfinals are coming up next here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, presented by Shiseido. Amazing how much you can accomplish in one day with the overlapping format. This morning, you got here, we hadn't started the women's event yet.
Yeah, I feel like we've really squeezed the juice out of today.
Paddling in, Lakey Peterson didn't have priority, so why not take a look there?
Oh, blessing in disguise, Joe. I think that wave was a little bit of a dud.
So she didn't miss out on too much, saved some energy, not having to paddle more for going further to the inside. Peterson just a 0.5 and a 0.57 so far. Winning events these days like Margaret River a couple of years back was a huge accomplishment. It was a wave that challenged her when she first showed up, and she just took that challenge head on and turned it into a strength.
Interesting watching the lineup at the moment, Joe. A lot of the women transitioning over to that sunset point. Also seeing a couple west peaks coming through, so there's that pulse in the swell. You can get caught in a tricky situation where you're a little bit out of position for both sides of the coin.
Rosie, oftentimes you got to wait for a solid swell to try out bigger equipment, but were you one to sometimes ride a bigger board on even a small day just so you knew what it felt like and maybe weren't too surprised when you pulled it out on game day?
Definitely, Joe. I think that was important just to get familiar with that equipment. I always am interested in getting boards shaped by shapers from Hawaii. I was very fortunate to ride Jeff Bushman's boards, also Matt Kinishido, Kazuma surfboards on Maui. Sean O'Donnell shaped me a couple of great boards, so super lucky to dip into a quiver shaped by Hawaiian shapers and really get familiar with the longer length.
Oh, that's so cool. Last heat winner, Brisa's hanging out with the Wasps.
Thank you, Joe. Brisa, what a heat. I mean, you seem to have been preparing for these moments, though, way before the event started. We saw a lot of training going down and competitive aspects with, you know, a lot of coaching going on before this.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really important to just have a balanced, I think, headspace in and out of the water. I've been training in the gym with Kahea Hart and Billy Kemper, and they've been totally pushing me and challenging me, and that's been super rad. And then obviously just, you know, working with my amazing sports psychologist, Mike Duff, and I think it's just all a balance on how, yeah, being strong mentally and physically for sure.
Starting out the year, you're coming into the quarterfinals, and everything must feel like you're just kind of on a big wave coming in.
Yeah, I think that it's, especially with Sunset, I mean, obviously it's solid waves right now, and yeah, it's pretty exciting, I think, just being out there with the girls and pushing each other. Yeah, I'm super excited.
And what about coming up with Molly Pickle?
Yeah, I can't believe we're matched up against each other. Obviously, our coach is Glenn Hall. We share the same coach, and we've been rooming together at the Rip Curl house, which has been pretty classic. So I think it'll be a fun battle, yeah.
Can't wait to see that go down. Can't wait to see what comes out in the cookbook next. We can't wait to see your awesome cooking on the beach and in the water.
Thanks, Strider. Yeah, I'll cook for anyone. That's my other passion. So, yeah. Muchísimas gracias a todos en Costa Rica y pura vida.
Pura vida's right. You're making me hungry. And well done for Brisa. She's in the same camp as Molly Pickle. They've got a matchup in the quarters. Sally Fitzgibbons going for a big first turn, but she's down. Priority and the lead with rookie India Robinson.
So unusual to see Sally looking so out of sorts in this heat.
And strange that theme continues for our veterans, having some trouble with the fresh faces on tour. So yeah, once again, Glenn Micro Hall coaching Molly Pickle. Molly got to shadow the world's best. Last season, she'd be at CT venues and hanging out. She's got a great personality. And most coaches do talk about that. If they're going to bring somebody into their crew, they'll talk about the surfers that they've been coaching for a while. Hey, what do you think about this individual joining us? Because that means you're spending a lot of time together. As you know, Rosie, on the road and tour events, you're preparing for heats, but you do have a lot of downtime. And you definitely want to surround yourself with people that'll help you succeed.
They have created quite a tight little clique, though. Connor Coffin, Brisa, and the rookie now, Molly, just all under the tutorage of Glenn Micro Hall. So they've got a good thing going on, and Molly's probably that new energy that's kind of pretty fun to be around.
So quarterfinals already stacking up. Will India create another upset based on veteran status and a rookie that's showing up with some big turns? Holding down priority with now 7:30 remaining. And situation just starting the same. Betty Lou with a 5.33 already is holding down first place. You know, for the last few years, Rosie, I've always asked you, who's coming next? Who's coming next? Well, now they're all here. All these names that you're predicting to qualify. But it feels like there's even more underneath. More than ever, there's this amazing amount of young women that are surfing powerful waves here on the North Shore and globally that want a spot on tour one day.
Yeah, I definitely feel that, Joe. The depth of talent coming up in those junior ranks are really, it's changing the game completely. I mean, I look at what young Erin Brooks is able to do, is at Waco, and then also paddling out at Pipeline and getting barreled and just getting such a well-rounded approach. You know, you've got Sierra Kerr. There's so many young girls, teenagers that are making a big stamp and a big push to be that next generation.
And I think you mentioned a big thing, wave systems, wave technologies, where you can actually repeat airs on demand. And I think Erin Brooks was very committed, knowing that she could get a lot of reps in. She'd go to Texas so many times to just work on airs. And then the big goal after that is to bring it to the ocean. And once you can pull off those airs where you know the air section's coming, use all those fundamentals you're learning and bring it to the great ocean, that's when you know you've done a good job. Erin's doing that, which is so cool to see.
Yeah, it's really fun. I know there's the Ladybugs division for the stab contest where they get some of the best aerialist women together and watching them go at it in the ocean. I think they were in Costa Rica for the last one. That's super fun. Katie Simmers, another one with that progressive element.
5:45 to go. Laura Enever has entered the lineup. What's it look like from your view, Laura?
I have my first sunset sesh since the event's been on. Strata, thanks for switching it up with me. But yeah, it's amazing out here. Not as big as yesterday, but yeah, I mean, the girls are still finding a few. That swell is coming down. That wind has swung around more to the north. So, you know, there is a lot of bump out here, but the faces are still clean. So the girls are just trying to identify those nice clean waves. So I tell you what, day of the rookies, hey, I cannot believe the charge from all the youngins, just like we've seen in the men's side as well.
Interesting also, India Robinson, the Australian. Laura, have you seen a lot of her growing up?
I have. India grew up down in Victoria. She's always been that really powerful grom surfing at Bells Beach, Phillip Island, all those waves down there, a lot of heavy water waves. So India's always been known for being like this amazing young power surfer, and to see her make it up onto the top tier and go against these girls is amazing. And I think she'll be one to watch for sure. Like now she's got Sally with her back against the wall.
What's the vibe like with the caddies right now? Is it pretty intense with all these upsets today?
Yeah, pretty intense. But I'm going to go get commentary friend Ross on the mic soon and pester them all. So we'll get the secrets out of them.
I love it. Thank you, Laura. Ross Williams is already in the water as he is caddying for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And so far, she's out in front, probably sticking to their game plan with that 5-3-3. And she's looking to eliminate Lakey Peterson, who has been runner-up in the world in the past.
Yeah, and I like that insight about India. I mean, just I saw a post from Jessie Marley Dyer when she qualified that India was one of the young Groms at Bells Beach being the caddies for all the pros. So she's probably taken Sally's board down to the beach for her and brought her a hat for the heat interviews. So it's funny how you see that all change.
And it's interesting how you always see those caddies say, maybe we'll see you on tour one day, and it actually happens. I love it. Big turn there for Betty Lou. Finding a section to work with and was able to release a lot of spray. Fitzgibbons needs to get going, up and out. Sally was one of my favorite surfers to watch last year for so many reasons, but for how dedicated she is to the tour. Loved watching her compete at Wajima, how dangerous she was in competition out there. Winning events, you know, in El Salvador on the way to represent Australia in the Olympic Games, and also making the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Back to the rookie here.
Yeah, this is such a good read as we see her just go up and attack that lip. So just building on that 5-point range that she has, the 5.33. This is only her second wave ridden in this matchup. She just takes her time looking for the perfect section. And like you said, it's so tricky at sunset to lay that rail and then negotiate how you're going to come back and re-enter the face of the wave. It's got all weird bumps on it, Joey, and like you said, it doesn't always have that perfect entry point. So well negotiated from Betty.
She's had a few of those finishes that have looked pretty complicated, and she'll simplify it as she'll slap it shut. Just another quick reminder, everyone watching on YouTube and Facebook Live, the stream will stop at the end of the heat with Lakey and Betty Lou. So in about 22 minutes for fans watching in Brazil, coverage for the quarterfinals will continue exclusively on WorldSurfLeague.com and SporTV. For everyone else, keep it right here, and we'll continue with the quarterfinals of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach presented by Shiseido. So with overlapping format, with a quarterfinal paddling out in 1:45, that's when that switch is going to happen. So you have less time than you imagine, because Betty Lou and Lakey will still be in the water for the quarterfinal with Joanne Defay and Malia Manuel. Will be out there in 90 seconds. So that's when you've got to make the switch.
You've been warned.
Exactly. These overlapping heats, they just go by so quickly. You've got to be prepared.
It does, especially when you're on interview for our commentary team. It's a lot of running up and down and making making sure it's all sorted.
Oh, we love it. Maxing out an important day as well. Puts us in a position for, gosh, a finals day, I mean, as early as tomorrow, even though we're still early in the waiting period. There's a lot of choices heading our way. So remember, 1 more minute before you got to head to worldsurfleague.com or SporTV to watch the rest of the day. Joanne Defay, Malia Manuel. Okay, that's a veteran heat. We've got the older guard representing in that first quarterfinal. Malia was really lethal against Tyler Wright. And with Tyler getting her the last few times, that was a big win for Malia.
Yeah, big win. And Malia, the way that she started from that first heat in the morning, through that heat with Tyler, and now into the quarterfinals, you just see her really do some of her best surfing.
So time winding down for Sally Fitzgibbons, who's been runner-up in the water here at Sunset in the past. And India Robinson with just 2 giant scores. So Sally needs an 8.94. Here we go. Fitzgibbons looking for something gigantic here. It is a big snap. She's going to need a bit more, though. Wrapping cut back. She's losing some open face. And Sally able to get one final wave before the horn. She'll ride this all the way to the beach. Was it just a little too late, Rosie?
Yeah, it's really hard to watch Sal on this wave because you see those first opening maneuvers. I mean, she's going to bring this one all the way to Vel's Reef, but you see those opening maneuvers from her, and you see those moments where you're like, if you could just piece that together on a wave like India had, you know, it would have had that scoring potential for her. She saw a couple like big falls from Sally, getting that whiplash feeling. She just had one of those heats. I think Steph said it so well earlier. She said, I just had a shocker. And that's what's happened to Sally here. She's had a shocker in this heat, and it's really hard to pick up those pieces. Like you said, she needs almost a 9. And that turn right there, one of the best of the heat. And then again, second option, she has to lay that rail and go for the cutback, and then just runs out of space on this wave, Joe.
Well, we've already seen the scores of India Robinson in the 7 range, and she was just so much more powerful with 2 tight combinations of turns. Just the wave didn't have enough at the end for Sally. Scores coming in, and it is not enough. A 5.83. Fitzgibbons knocked out here in the round of 16, and a rookie named India Robinson moves on to the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals start right after this.